All right, if we could quiet down, please take a seat. We will go ahead and get the City Council session started. And pursuant to the Vallejo Municipal Code, I am required to admonish all of you and ask all of you to take a seat. You may not stand in the aisles or in the back. This fire code requests us to sit down. So with that, we will call to order the regular meeting of the Vallejo City Council for March 22nd, 2022 at 7 p.m. Please raise and give with me the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our country.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. We have the roll call, please.
Mayor McConnell.
Here.
Vice Mayor Verdura-Liga.
Present.
Council members Ariola.
Present.
Brown.
Here.
Dew.
Here.
Loetta Diaz.
Present.
Meisner.
Here.
All right. And may we have a report out of closed session, please?
Veronica, report out of close.
My abject apologies. The City Council did meet this evening in closed session for the reasons indicated on the agenda. With regard to item A, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, title City Manager, the City Council did provide direction. With regard to item B, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, the negotiators and employee organization as listed on the agenda, the council did provide direction for that item. And with regard to conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, there is no action to report.
Okay, thank you very much. And a little change in procedure. Starting with this evening, completed speakers cards are now to be placed in the speaker's box located to the left at the end of the extended dais. In addition, any written communications to be shared with the council shall be placed in the box located next to where the completed speaker's cards are placed. Moving on, I would like to announce and acknowledge that March 21st, 2022 is World Down Syndrome Awareness Day in the city of Vallejo. Number 5, presentation and commentations. We have a presentation this evening from First 5 Solano presentations. Supervisor Hannigan. Yeah. It's height adjustable.
Small excitements. Oh, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor McConnell and the council here in Vallejo. Very pleased to be here today and share with you, it's kind of loud, share with you an update on what's happening with the First 5 Center and our First 5 Commission here in Vallejo. And with me is Lorraine Fernandez, who is going to do that presentation, and then I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff, and community members. So happy to be here on behalf of the Vallejo First 5 Center and our whole team. We want to thank you for the support that you gave early on to our center in participating in the beautiful tenant improvements which the families are really enjoying. We took that foundational funding and we have put it to good use. We've had 2 years of actively engaged children and families at the center, and tell you very briefly about what's been happening. Next slide. The center offers a full array of fun and free classes, activities, connections to resources, and special events for families. Despite the challenges of the pandemic, the center has become a community hub for families. We've been nimble and shifted to virtual or outdoor activities as needed. On this slide, you see the 4 focus areas that we address with the Vallejo First 5 Center model, which is really one of a kind in our entire region. We strive to provide a warm and welcoming space for families and to meet the families where they're at, to meet their needs, whether it be a connection to resources, something as simple as a car seat or a stroller, distributing diapers, or helping them to understand the importance of being their child's first and best teacher. Next slide. When we were visioning the center, we wanted to create a one-stop location. This addresses the challenges that families have when they have to visit several offices or agencies in order to get the services and resources they need. There's a full-time community resource specialist on site who provides linkages to services and resources. In 2021, 222 families had consultations, were served by the specialist, and 99% of the families reported that their needs were met. The center distributed diapers, wipes, food, and activity bags to support the virtual classes that we needed to do during certain times of the COVID pandemic. We collaborate with county departments such as public health, employment and eligibility, child support, and community partners such as the Workforce Development Board to connect families to services, and then we follow up to make sure they received what they needed. As you know, if parents' needs are met, it's much more likely that the children's needs are also going to be met. Next slide. We've had a high level of engagement from parents who want to participate in parent education and other parent activities. Parents choose their own family goals and participate in the Triple P Positive Parenting Program, which is actually offered throughout Solano County and on site at the center. There are group classes. They receive tips on how to achieve their goals. We also can have consultations for families who are dealing with moderate behavioral challenges and intensive services for families who have greater needs. The parent cafes are also very popular. Parents gather in a relaxed atmosphere to have conversations focused on the 5 protective factors, which you can see on the slide. And they develop peer connections and friendships. We also offer parent self-care 6-week classes, and a community leaders group meets monthly. Next slide. This is a quote from a grandmother who had been participating in activities at the center with her 3-year-old granddaughter. The grandmother shared that she and her husband had recently received permanent custody of their granddaughter, and after hearing her needs, staff connected her to Triple P parenting classes on site, citizenship and ESL classes, and basic needs assistance. And you can see her quote of how happy she was about the services she received. In 2021, we had 535 individuals engage with the center, with many attending multiple classes and activities throughout the year. For many of these families, this was some of the only time that they left their house during the pandemic. There were 94 6-week class series offered, and 99% of the families reported that they had increased knowledge on healthy behaviors and ability to provide preschool and kindergarten readiness activities for their children. It is rare to have such high effectiveness in a program, and we're really happy that the community is taking this all in. Children and parents participate together in themed classes, including story time, music, art, math, science, problem solving, and school readiness classes, including STEAM, literacy, ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, and social emotional themes. Next slide. This 5-year-old boy had recently become fascinated with dinosaurs, so his mom and dad signed him up for a 6-week class called Tiny Paleontologists. The parents traded off attending with their son. The family enjoyed the theme of the class and doing activities at home to promote their little ones' fine motor skills while bonding over dinosaurs. Next slide. In the area of health and well-being, the center offers a 6-week class series called Eat, Play, Grow, which is something that I think we all need. And those classes are throughout the year. Parents participate with their children as they learn about nutrition and making healthy choices. Kaiser provided us with a beautiful kitchen, an area for the children to learn about nutrition. They prepare food, they eat together, and their parents are there too. They participate in story time, dance, movement, and music. When a family comes in for the first time, they are offered a developmental screening for their child. So in 2022, 108 children were screened for early identification of development or social emotional challenges. This is super important because when a challenge is identified when the child is very young, they can get whatever treatment they need. They're ready to learn and play and ready for school. A lot of children who don't have that end up starting school behind because they have to take care of those situations then. In partnership with Solano County Maternal and Adolescent Health, The center received funding to provide a home visiting program focused on African American children and families. The center hired a home visitor who serves these families through increased access to medical services, other community referrals, and promoting social emotional well-being. Coming soon, we'll be offering the Mocha Mamas Support Group. Next slide. So this was a very quick snapshot of the Vallejo First Five Center. If any of you would ever love to come for a tour, just get a hold of me and I'll make that happen. First Five Solano also funds many other programs and services throughout the county. We work at the systems change level to improve and strengthen systems to support future generations, and we are so happy to be part of the Vallejo community. So now I'd like to turn this back over to Supervisor Erin Hannigan.
Well, thank you very much.
Very, very good presentation. I'm not only here as Solano County Supervisor, I'm actually chair of the First Five Commission this year. And it's a commission that Councilwoman Lorea Diaz fully understands. Actually, you had a hand in this center, and really thank you for your contributions. And really thank the entire council for your contributions to making it work. You invested in your youth, and that's really important for us here in Vallejo. I did want to just quickly touch on the Vallejo Early Learning Center. You might have heard some inklings about this. This is the reuse of Beverly Hills School. It's a partnership with the school district, with First Five, with the county, and with all of the services that we'll be providing there at Beverly Hills School. This Early Learning Center has a total of 18 classrooms. We'll be relocating the 2 Head Start preschool classrooms from the county-owned facilities on Virginia Street to that site, as well as we'll have classrooms for private childcare and early learning opportunities. This is a place where home caregivers can relocate their business outside of their home, get their home back. It will be charging them fully loaded $900 a month to utilize that space and add, I think it's what, 250 childcare slots. 298, there we go, 300 even better childcare slots here in Vallejo. And if you've ever tried to find childcare for a young child, it's very difficult, particularly for quality childcare where your children are going to be treated like family. And so anyway, I just want to touch base on that. We're very excited about the center. You've got a full agenda, and I hope you all have a good night. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, too, for the presentation. Very informative. And with that, we will move on to the first community forum. Naveed, will you play the 2-minute public announcement tape? And while you're doing that, I will read the following. Anyone wishing to address the council on items not on this meeting's agenda, both in person and virtually, at the conclusion of the 2-minute public sign-up period, anyone wishing to address the council must have either completed a speaker's card and placed it in the box located to the left at the end of the extended dais, or raise their hand virtually. Anyone submitting a card, requesting to speak, or raising their hand after the 2 minutes is up will be recognized at the last community forum towards the end of the meeting. The community forum is an opportunity for interested members of the public to address the council on items not on this meeting's agenda. Any interested members of the public desiring to communicate with the City Council as part of the first community forum may do so at this time. The conduct of the community forum shall be limited to a maximum of 15 minutes, with each speaker limited to 3 minutes pursuant to Vallejo Municipal Code Section 2.20.300. And we will wait for the additional time period to run down. Thank you. Yes, Councilmember Lorea Diaz.
Yes, I'll be brief while we're waiting for the public speakers. I just want to mention how, as a former commissioner for First Five, I want to emphasize the importance of this center. A lot of people might not understand or not have children and think that it's not as important as I feel. I was a teenage mother, so if these services had been around, I think they would have helped me and my son a lot. I did a good job, but they just provide so many services. They have bilingual services which bring in a lot of the community that has not been serviced, so I want to thank them for that. And the presentation was excellent. Lorraine, she always provides good information. I just wanted to thank both her and Aaron for coming and providing that. Support First Five. Make sure that you support it, because if we deal with the children when they're young, we will eliminate or diminish a lot of the problems later on that we're dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see that the time for signing up for the public community forum is now closed. And staff, can you tell me how many virtual and in-person speakers we have? We'll take the in-person speakers first.
We have 8 in-person speakers. Mr.
We have 8. Okay. It has been brought to my attention that we are limited to 15 minutes by code, so I cannot really extend that. That apparently was an ultra-virus act on the part of the chair, for which I apologize. So we will call the first 5 speakers or the first 15 minutes. Go ahead, Vice Mayor, take them in order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want, there was a speaker that submitted a card but did not indicate which item he wants to speak on. This is Jeff Traeger. Jeff Traeger. Hold on. Just tell me which item you want to speak on, sir. Okay. All right. Got it. Thank you. All right. I'm going to call on the first 5 speakers. Rascal Kayanyang, number 1. Kim De Ocampo, number 2. Gretchen Zimmerman, 3. Andrea Sorce, number 4. And Ricky Gertzen, number 5.
Mr. Kanyang.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'd like to share 2 items. First, I am speaking on behalf of Gladys Castillo, and I'll read her statement. I gave permission to Mr. Kayayang to read the following on my behalf because I think this all again should be placed on the record. During the March 8th City Council meeting, Mayor McConnell stated, I wanted to acknowledge the concern and pain in the community about the bent badges and try to answer those concerns. I would like to ask our city attorney and city manager to prepare a report for the next council meeting so we can find out what's going on. Just for the record, will Ms. Neb acknowledge? Then City Attorney Neb stated, the city manager and I will provide an update on where we are at with that item, what our constraints are, and are not related to that. Then Mayor McConnell asked, quote, Mr. Malone, will you also acknowledge we will have a report on that the next meeting? We also acknowledge we are going to have a report on the badge bending and the OIR report. So now we are looking at tonight's council agenda. And since this item is nowhere to be found, the city did not at all acknowledge the mayor's request of this item, especially about badge bending. So please, the city needs to follow its own charter, its own policies, its own rules, and get this item on the badge bending on the next meeting's agenda. Second, speaking as a 30-year resident of Vallejo, former Vallejo City Hall intern of 2007, and been going to these meetings for over 12 years now, since high school. When we make deals with developers with no performance measures, no public benefits, no accountability, it goes against what the interests of Vallejo residents. Once again, Vallejo is shooting itself in the foot. We saw the same thing happen with our waterfront for the last 40, 50 years because of special deals the city agreed to with developers. We keep giving away our public land, our best assets, and we get nothing at the end. My question to you, City Council, why is this being allowed? Please vote no on this North Mare Island deal. My name is Rasco Kayangang, former Vallejo School Board President. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Kuchikalu. My name is Kim De Ocampo, and I have lived in Vallejo for 63 winters. Riots are the language of the unheard, a famous quote from Dr. Martin Luther King, a quote that resonates with me today. I attended the Vallejo City Council meeting on March 8th. What took place the first 30 minutes of the meeting was not a riot, but it was a pressure cooker that has been building and building here in Vallejo for years. Tempers flared that night as impacted families' anger, grief, trauma, and frustration hit a boiling point. We have been here before speaking out to some of the same city council members who still have a seat on council. And once again, sat there with blank stares. Not any one of them have reached out to families, to those whose loved ones have been brutally killed by Vallejo PD. Justice and accountability continue to be elusive. I had to leave the city council meeting that night due to medical reasons, but I wanted to speak my feelings on the waterfront property. I oppose the waterfront building being used to house VPD. This is a prime piece of property, and so many have stated, but seeing it through an indigenous lens, this is not property. This is a place where land and water connect. This is one of the most revered of all places. Water is healing. Water is life-affirming. Why would we want to place the police department on this land? What do they have to offer us in terms of healing, in terms of life-affirming? They take life. They give no healing to our community. I am one of the original organizers of the Native American powwow in the city of Vallejo. When we had our organization called Vallejo Intertribal, we started off at the fairgrounds, but eventually made our way to the waterfront where we host it today. Never once did we need assistance from the police. We create our own security. Our powwow and other cultural events take place on the waterfront, celebrate culture, honor the history and traditions of a people. What can VPD offer in terms of culture, history, and tradition? They are a culture of toxic patriarchy and trauma. Their history is rooted in white supremacy. Their presence on the waterfront will only create a sense of fear and trepidation. They bring nothing to the table. We talk about police reform, but how do you create reform without justice and accountability? Do we honestly believe that a few implicit bias trainings and barbecues are going to change things? Is VPD's PR that so dense that they believe they can sweep all of this corruption, lies, badge bending, killings, and intimidation of our community and sweep it under the rug and reinvent themselves as a warm and fuzzy police department?
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. And I hope we are working on that. Next speaker.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I'm saying hello, Mayor and City Council, because I think I can get this in under 3 minutes. I usually skip that part. I know that many of you apparently were frightened at the March 8th City Council meeting, and I want to ask who you saw shouting. I saw Angela and Dave and Corey and Alicia. How many of you recognize their faces and know their names when you look at them? You should. They've been coming to this council for months and years, alternately begging for and demanding justice for their loved ones and getting nowhere. If you saw scary stereotypes on March 8th instead of Angela, Dave, Corey, and Alicia, you have not been paying attention to the right things, to the people who you work for. Tonight there's an important item about police oversight on the agenda. It's scheduled near the very end of the meeting after an insane and repetitive consent calendar of 31 items and after the contentious North Mare Island topic that's bound to take a very long time. Whoever created the agenda cared, if they cared, about improving the city's relationship with Angela, Dave, Corey, and Alicia, they wouldn't bury it till the end of the meeting. Police oversight is one of the several sore spots between the city government and the public. Why bury it? Why make it inaccessible? What's the motive for that? I know several council members are very protective of staff, but you are widening the rift between them and the public by not directing them to work in ways that show that they have everyday Vallejoans' interests at heart. People feel ignored and gaslit by staff. And then you guys say, oh, you're doing a great job. That's divisive. If Vallejo's like a family, it is badly in need of therapy. The equivalent to a family counselor for a city is a professional audit. Please, let's get a city management auditor in here stat. We should be meeting weekly also until we get the lengthy meetings under control. They disenfranchise people. And it seems like there are people making decisions for Vallejo who have this negative stereotype and keep selling us short. And that needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Gretchen. Andrea.
Yeah, hi. I've got a lot to say in 3 minutes, and I think the previous speakers really highlighted the what's really going on with the response to that last meeting in which we heard impassioned cries for justice from people that have been coming here for years and not seeing it. And the security measures that were put in place for tonight's meeting are offensive. They're rooted in racism. I'm just going to say it. They're rooted in racism. When people came in this chamber and tried to demand justice for their dead loved ones, they were characterized. We were here. Many of us were here. They've been characterized as this violent mob. Now we can't go to that podium. What? Because we're going to attack the staff over here? We can't give our comment cards to Don Abramson because what? We're going to attack someone? I mean, what is this? What is happening right now? It chills access. It risks re-traumatizing people. There's a lot of people that aren't here tonight because they don't want to be wanded because they've had bad experiences with law enforcement and security in the past. It suppresses public access to these meetings. It keeps us from having resources on the steps of City Hall. It keeps people from being able to go outside and get a drink of water. It's ridiculous. And like the previous speakers have said, it just exacerbates this rift between council and staff and the community. I want to talk about several other things. I want to talk about the handling of the Bent Badge report. We were supposed to get an update on that tonight. It's a sickening lack of transparency. We saw the hearing today. We heard names. Chief has authority to fire them. We need them fired. Treatment of the unhoused. On February 22nd, after the residents outside the library had gotten a notice to vacate, we came out and demanded that they stop the sweep. The interim city manager promised that there would be no sweeps. They went out with a backhoe, VPD, Public Works, City Attorney's Office, destroyed people's property, illegally enforcing an ordinance that we know is illegal. The ACLU sent you all a letter earlier today. I hope you read it. Project Room Key. I've asked probably 3-4 straight meetings for updates on how many people died in Project Room Key and who was responsible for that. I think that's a pretty big deal. And I think that needs to be agendized. So I would hope that you all would take a note and agendize that. We need accountability for the voucher program. We were promised an update in March on the voucher program. How many people are in there? Where did that money go? Are the people in there alive? I asked that last council meeting and it wasn't funny because it's true. Do we know they're alive? Who's checking in on them? We need that. 400 Mare Island Way. I've got 30 seconds left. 400 Mare Island Way. Community outreach in 4 weeks, expecting the public to do all of the due diligence that staff didn't do prior to deciding 400 Mare Island Way was going to happen. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And again, it's just showing the disdain that the city has for the community. And we're not going to respond to your platitudes. We're not going to respond to people saying, oh, we're gonna do community engagement and what? Put up a map. Barely anyone has put 400 Mare Island Way, and you all are probably gonna ram it through on the 12th. So listen to your constituents, please.
Thank you, Andrea. And our next speaker.
Mr. Gersten, number 5, go ahead.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mayor McConnell, Vallejo City Council, Vallejo City Clerk, Vallejo City Attorney, as well as Vallejo City Manager. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ricky Jertson Jr., and I'm here representing the Solano County Library Department. Many of our amazing Vallejo residents are not aware that the Vallejo John F. Kennedy Library is currently open to the public. And just a reminder for everyone in the audience, people watching on television, and people viewing this online on Zoom, that we are currently open and at your service. In fact, we at the Vallejo John F. Kennedy Library are open Monday through Thursday, Monday through Thursday, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Friday and Saturday. Actually, correction, we at the Vallejo John F. Kennedy Library are open Monday through Thursday from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., Friday and Saturday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and Sunday from 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. You are all welcome to come visit whenever you'd like. During library hours, no appointment is necessary. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful evening.
Okay. Thank you very much. We do have time for one more speaker.
Mr. David Haldane, number 6.
Good evening, Council. I'm sure anybody that was outside today can say that spring has come to Vallejo. With it, we see the wildlife waking up, nature on the wing, and the scented air blowing in from the bay across Mare Island. The land that the Miwok, Suisun, and Patwin tribes saw still has value, and we see it now in the beautiful days that we are having today. As Vallejo aged, that land later transferred to colonizers, but still they recognize the value of the water-land boundary and a community deeply connected to the water, and not necessarily the bureaucracy of the United States. We welcome our people here. The environment welcomes the people here with its warm embrace, with its mild weather. And yet, just recently, we forced people into cruelty again, pushing them from the library to where? I found them. They're in River Park. They're in Dan Foley. They didn't spend long at the Christian Help Center if they went, and they did not find it very welcoming when they did go. The solution that we chose in response to what I assume was the stabbing of a woman was more force, more cruelty, and it didn't help anyone that experienced that. All their lives were made worse by the actions of that day, and we could have done better. In fact, it was probably more expensive and more effort to do what we did instead of helping them, giving them somewhere to be, giving them somewhere where they could meet our expectations of cleanliness and legality. It highlights the break that has become between the city and its people. It will be hard to solve. I think that it may be coming out of a place of trauma from bankruptcy, from change, from this as a military community to a more residential community. Nonetheless, we must deal with this and we must grow together. Christina Ariola, in the time between last meeting and now, did hold a meeting with her constituents. That was incredibly admirable. I would hope after such an energetic interaction with the public that the rest of you would feel encouraged, including city staff and management, to do the same. We are engaging in uses of force against the community in both law, bureaucracy, and the police department. We think we need to protect ourselves, we think we need to control things, but we all know that the best protection is not a man with a badge and a gun, it's not a bulletproof armor, and it's not a shield. It's the love and connection of the community. It's the trust that we build. When I can trust someone to walk up to me and not stab me in the chest, I don't need a police officer to help me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haldane. That will conclude our first community forum. There will be a second community forum at the end of the evening, at which there is no time limitation. With that, we will move on to the next item on the calendar, which will be the consent calendar. Naveed, will you start the 2-minute sign-up period for the consent calendar comments? And while you're doing that, I will read, are there any members of the public wishing to address the council on items on the consent calendar? Comments must be restricted to items on the consent calendar only. Please either complete a speaker's card and place it in the box located to the left at the end of the extended dais, or raise your hand virtually if you wish to address the council. I will allow 2 minutes for cards to be placed in the speaker's box or for anyone participating virtually to raise their hands. While we're doing that, are there any council members who wish to remove an item from the consent calendar? There are none. I do have a comment on consent calendar item O, and that is the letter seeking a raising in the sales tax being sent to Senator Dodd. We are considering whether to place onto the ballot a sales tax to address the road problems, and I have made it clear that I will only support such a measure if it's a special tax, which would then be dedicated only to that purpose, and I'm asking that the letter to Senator Dodd reflect that position as well. Are there any other council members who wish to make a comment or remove any of the items from the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, did you want to remove item O so that we could craft a change to that letter in accord with what you've just suggested?
I will be happy to do that, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, there's a request from Mr. Kensutsu to remove consent item 8R
R as in railroad?
T,
8R, right?
yes, number 8. 8R.
Well, eight is the consent calendar, and then there are letter alphabets on it.
Consent, yeah. That's what I can't see.
RIT?
R-I-T.
RIT, is that?
Is that
Ken,
correct?
Ken, is that item R as in railroad? Wait.
There are two items. One, at least two items are, and there are several items, but I can speak on are.
Okay, so you want to remove item 8R as in railroad, which is the resolution approving an on-call consultant professional services agreement with Balance Hydraulics. Is that the one? Okay, so we'll remove that. That will become 8.2. 8.1 will be O. And did you have an additional one?
I wanted to ask some question and maybe comment on, I think there's a series of $2 million.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to get into dialogue from the audience. Do you want to remove another item? C is in Charlie? T is in Tango. T is in Tango, the resolution for on-call consultant professional services agreement and design professional services agreement with Corolla Engineering, is that right? Okay, that will be. Okay, that will be. I can't hear you. Can we just remove O3GG? No. Okay. No.
They can comment now.
You can comment on these items, but Ken wants to remove 8T as in Tango, so that will become 8.3. Any other council members who wish to remove anything? Okay, do we have any speakers who wish to address any item on the consent calendar?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have a few speakers. One is Mr. Haldane.
Okay.
Next is Andrea Sorce. And then David Haldane, you had wanted to comment on several items, so I think you can just go make a comment all at one time.
Okay,
Mr.
well, we'll
Haldane.
just go ahead and call them in order, and when they get...
Mr. Haldane,
Yeah,
Andrea Sorce, and those two.
Okay, when you identify the item or items you wish to address.
Yeah, sorry, I had a separate card for each one. On item I, I'd like to call attention that although we are legally obligated to acknowledge receipt of the fire inspection report, only 3% of the high hazard inspections have been completed, which is not a great situation for us to be entering fire season in a drought again. I'd also point out that only 50 out of 2,531 low hazard inspections have been completed, which sort of runs afoul with normal risk scoring activities. When you have a lot of low risks, they turn cumulatively into a high risk. And I would remind you that prevention is much more effective than a response. I would encourage you to talk to the fire department to understand what resources are missing and what the obstacle is for them to complete all of their state mandated inspections, which they did not do according to this report. Item O, I encourage you to write that letter and go forward. I figured it'd be nice to find something to say yes to. Thank you for that, and I think that your plan, although removed to make it a special tax, is a salient one and will be well handled. Items Q through GG each represent a $40 million slush fund, which will allow the water department to piecemeal any project that they want to over the next 4 years. It is an abrogation of your duties to approve this. I think that it is a great idea to pre-approve a batch of consultants. That was wonderful. I love your selection criteria. Good job. It was a great idea to establish an on-call pool of work for when you have emergencies, when you have unforeseen circumstances. I think a total amount for that pool would make a lot more sense in the $1 to $2 million range for all the consultants. Right now, what we have a situation of is that each of these consultants will be approved to spend up to $2 million, $500,000 a year, with an extension of $500,000, so up to $2.5 million each, at the sole discretion of Water Department staff, which is against your normal approvals of $100,000, if I remember correctly. Now, I understand the situation means we have some emergencies. Go ahead and make that $2 million fund, but all of the consultants need to pull out of that fund, and you need to approve it year by year. Otherwise, what you're going to see is all that bond money, the total amount being about $40 million for all these items, will just go away. There will be no metrics, there will be no oversight, and there will be no guarantee that we get our money's worth. And at the end of it, will we still have any money left to do the actual work? Going through, sorry, I had one more. Oh, wait, no, it's on the action. Thank you. So yes, please do not create a very large slush fund. Great ideas, but I think you need to fine-tune those agreements just a little bit so that you maintain your oversight capability.
Thank you, Mr. Haldane. And our next speaker, Andrea.
Yeah, I think Mr. Haldane just said it well. I wanted to speak about items Q through GG. I saw it as completely inappropriate to have $40 million worth of on-call consulting contracts on the consent calendar when we don't know what they're going to be spent on. That's a lot of taxpayer money, and there's a reason why these decisions typically have to go before council. I think Mr. Haldane had a great idea. I think having a fund for $1 or $2 million that can be pulled from and reapproved by council is fantastic. But having, I mean, you can see the binder, the agenda is so thick it can't even fit in the binder back there because we've got a consent calendar going through GG. I mean, how is council in the 4 days that it's 5 days since it's been published supposed to go through every single one of these contracts and determine whether it's in the best interest of the city? It's completely unreasonable. It's a paper bomb. So, you know, I would have liked to see them all get removed. I requested that they all be removed from consent because I think decisions of that magnitude shouldn't be on consent. If there's going to be that many of them, maybe if it's one, it can be on consent, but of that magnitude, I really felt like that needed to be heard by council and discussed and go through a proper vetting process because, like he said, I mean, that's gone. That's our bond money. If we just spend it on consultants and we don't actually have any measurable metrics or progress or checkpoints, we're just going to blow through all of it and we're going to be left without any improvements to our water infrastructure. So I think that's a pretty big ask to basically just usurp the budget authority of council. And so I'd like for you all to look really, really carefully at that and maybe request a different structure for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further in-person speakers on the consent item?
That's it, because Mr. Ken Sutsu wanted to pull this item.
Oh, yes, Mr. Sutsu, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. The same thing about the $2 million each and separate into 20 items. I think in order for our city council to approve this, we need a performance index. I think this is where the council will exercise your control. It's not just giving out money. Giving out, we know we need some work to be done. So giving out, spending money is fine, no problem. But if you prove this without a performance matrix, how are you going to control the spending and the progress of whatever promised to our residents? We elected you to be on the council because we want you to watch out for us and to do your job, which is to make sure the city staff spend the money properly. So yes, my comment is we need to have a performance matrix before you can approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no other in-person speakers. Do we have any virtual speakers on any of the consent items, Naveed?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 6 speakers.
Okay, go ahead and call them in order, please. And I would ask that they identify which item they're speaking to.
Melissa Swift, go ahead, please.
Melissa Swift, are you online?
Can you hear me?
I can now, yes.
Oh, okay. Mayor and Council, the dozens of water contracts on today's consent calendar offer another example of the reckless mismanagement of our leaders in City Hall. The key here is that there are no scopes attached to any of these on-call contracts that total nearly $40 million and no project descriptions. We are talking about giving the city manager authority to spend tens of millions of tax dollars without any planned use of the funds. This is a direct attempt by Mike Malone to circumvent City Council's budget authority. There's a reason the city manager has a ceiling of $100,000 for spending, and anything above that has to go through City Council for approval. Malone is asking for dozens of multi-million-dollar blank checks that put on the consent calendar in an attempt to pass them all with no oversight. There are no scopes attached to any of these consulting contracts or specified projects or budgets for those projects. Again, it's a blank check. For months and even years now, city staff have been manipulating council and taking away your authority little by little. This is one of the most blatant attempts yet, and you have to put a stop to it. The taxpayers of Vallejo elected you to watch over our city and its finances, and giving this type of authority to one person is already grossly irresponsible. But then you add on the fact that Mike Malone has already demonstrated reckless financial management, spending $800,000 on a residential house with no plan for use, millions on staff raises despite Vallejo having some of the highest salaries in the state, and proposing a $30 million loan for a project that has no basis in reality. I've been saying for almost 2 years now, you all are in charge, and you need to use your authority. Stop letting staff bulldoze, manipulate, and gaslight you.
Thank you, Ms. Swift. And could we call the next speaker, please, David?
Chris, go ahead, please.
Chris, go ahead.
To show solidarity with the people of Ukraine, I urge the City Council to fly a Ukrainian flag in front of City Hall. This flag would show that we, the citizens of Vallejo, are in solidarity, or as they say in Ukrainian, solidarność. It represents the struggle for freedom, which today is blue and yellow. Blue for sky, yellow for wheat.
Chris, it's supposed to be on consent items, not a at-large item. So could you have an item?
I put my hand up for the community forum.
Yes, we ran out of time. We are limited, so you can speak. You can speak at the second community forum. Chris, we're going to cut you off because you're not playing by the rules. Okay. So next speaker, please.
Phone number ending in 468. Go ahead, please.
Hi, good evening, Council. It's Ann Carr. Can you hear me? Please confirm. Thank you. I've been having trouble with Zoom tonight, just FYI. It was not activated for the special session, and I haven't been able to get on via Zoom. But I am calling about items 8Q is in quality through GG Golden Gate. Actually, with what Melissa Swift said, I probably don't need to talk at all, but I am completely shocked that the community is the one that's bringing this to council's attention, and that council is not alarmed at a request to spend what is in fact up to $42.5 million, because each of these contracts that you guys are asked to approve has a one-year extension for $500,000. So what we need to see with this kind of spend is an actual product or project plan. What are we spending this on? How much is each project? And why on earth would you be breaking this into so many contracts? It's just rife with abuse here. And honestly, I expect council to step up and say, hey, hang on for a minute. We know that the water department has lots of work planned, but you need to be able to walk the council and the public through this when we've got such an investment. So I ask that these items, number one, be pulled from the consent calendar. A spend of that size should never be on consent calendar. And frankly, two, all of those items continue to another session where the water department can say what they plan to spend the money on and how much things are going to cost. And then finally, they can explain why do they need to get 17 consultants lined up. It's really an outrage. And with that, I have comments that I wanted to make through community forum, but I will say that basically a council packet that has 2,589 pages in it is a council agenda that is too crammed. And that, I don't know who comes up with the agenda. I believe it's Mr. Malone. I am completely opposed to making him a permanent city manager because he's showing his incompetence with how these meetings are run. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. Next virtual speaker, please.
Jean Mary, go ahead, please.
Go ahead. Mary?
Jean Mary, go ahead.
All right, can we circle around and come back to her?
Phone number ending 686, go ahead, please.
You need to press, what is it, *6? Or
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, this is Robert Schussel. I'd like to say that this consent calendar and the action items, this is staff's way of just trying to overwhelm the public. And it's their way of bypassing the public by putting so much on there that the public can't really respond to all of it. And most people can't afford to be here to 1 or 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I would like to see items queued through, GG removed, and for each one, talk about how that consultant was selected, what the bidding process was in getting these people. How can this be a fair process? Is this to cherry pick friends of the people in City Hall that they want to reward with contracts? Right now, we don't know that. And I would also like to see items 9A and B put on another meeting. Staff already knows that the police oversight thing is going to be highly controversial and take a long time. And they purposely put it near the end of the meeting to try to squelch the public. And I would ask that City Council demand that those 2 items be put on another meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schussel. Do we have another virtual speaker, please, Naveed?
Jean Mary, go ahead, please.
Okay, E. Mary, we tried to reach you before. Are you there now? Is that person showing as being online?
Yeah, they're online. Let's go with the next one. Deborah, go ahead, please.
Deborah? Deborah, are you there? Are they unmuted?
They're both allowed to talk, but they're not unmuting themselves.
Okay, Deborah, can you unmute on your device?
Can someone instruct people how to unmute?
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Who is this?
This is Deborah Kaiser.
Oh, thank you, Deborah. Go ahead.
A resident of Vallejo for many years. My grandparents lived here. We've been here since the 1920s. And I just wanted to add that I agree with the people that have said your dealings tonight with people that have come in there to, like, there's a threat against you. There's a threat against you maybe because the citizens of Vallejo are in outrage about what you're doing about the police department, moving that police department, what you're doing about the police, period. And that's my comment.
Thank you, Deborah. Naveed, who is the next speaker?
We'll try with Jean Mary. She's the last speaker. Jean Mary, if you can unmute yourself, go ahead.
Hey, Mary, are you there? What does E. Mary need to press to unmute?
If she's, well, press *6 on her phone.
*6 on her phone.
Or there should be a little hand icon or unmute option on the phone.
Or the icon, okay. Depends upon what device you're using, I guess. E. Mary, are you there or not? Otherwise, we'll try to pick you up in the last committee forum. Okay, I'm not getting any response.
We're not getting a response, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so I will conclude the comments on the consent calendar at this time. Mr. Malone, there were almost all of the comments were directed towards items Q through GG, and I know earlier I sent some questions which staff responded to with some of that information, but maybe you could respond to the public concerns about these items.
I'm going to make some opening statements about their comments, but the Water Department has a presentation teed up as this was originally planned to be action items, and we moved it to consent because of the other items that are on the agenda. And we also separated the items by request to provide more transparency to the public on what the Water Department is trying to do. So all those items were fully vetted through an RFP process over many months, many responses. Water Department staff looked at the different responses and were able to select firms that they thought could assist them. And not only the $50 million that we need to spend that's timed, otherwise there's some penalties associated with it if we don't get the projects out to bid and constructed, but also beyond the 2 remaining years that we have to spend the bond money. Why are there so many different consultants on board? The first year of the bond money, one of the things that we found out is, one, we do not have the internal capacity to get the projects designed, out to bid, managed, and constructed. We also found out by soliciting or attempting to solicit help from other agencies, they were having some of the same problems with engineering staffing from consulting firms. And we did have a series of on-call contracts in place, but they were not enough to help us get those projects out to bid. Some of the firms have similar expertise, some have specialized expertise. And realistically, if we're going to get the projects done, we have to be able to get many projects designed and out to bid at the same time. We can't wait and do one project and then another project, then one project and do another project. We have to have firms that can work on multiple projects at the same time. So I'm going to end my comments at this point and turn it over to Beth and Kent. Kent is the water engineer, engineering manager, and they're going to present their presentation and hopefully answer any other remaining questions.
Thank you. Beth, go ahead and speak directly to the concerns of the public, if you will.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council and public. Thank you, Mike, for that introduction. And as Mike Malone said, we definitely in the Water Department preferred to bring this item to Council on the action calendar, and in fact had prepared multiple times to do so. And so in anticipation of questions tonight, we did actually queue up this draft presentation. I'd just like to run through it as quickly as I could, because the concerns raised are important and we want to address them. One thing I want to say at the outset is the Water Department is entirely funded from rates and grants and water sales. It doesn't take any money from the general fund. I want to make sure there's a foundation understanding about that. Naveed, next slide, please. So why are we here? What does the Water Department do? Every time you turn on your tap, high quality water comes out that tastes good. And when the fire department has to fight a fire, the hydrants provide enough water at a sufficient pressure. And the other thing that we aim to do is to keep the drinking water price affordable and to make sure that we're compliant with lots of state and federal laws, regulations, and compliance standards. Next slide, please. Thank you. One of the things that I want to make sure we do and had intended to do earlier in the year, but other pressing items before council understandably took precedence, was just to give a background on the Water Department, because there is not necessarily an understanding of what the water system does that you all are in charge of. We are a drinking water system that comprises of 3 treatment plants at Travis and the major one in Fleming Hill and also one in the unincorporated county. There are 7 dams. There are 27 system critical pumping stations, 600 miles of pipe, and many of our sources of water come from as much as 40 miles away. We are certified in the state at the highest level of drinking water systems, such as San Francisco, Los Angeles, East Bay Mud. It's a certification at the 5 level, and the ranks are 1 through 5, and we are a 5, especially due to our complexity and the number of elevations that we have in this community. The main problem that we are facing with regard to infrastructure is the deferred maintenance. Just like we look at the streets with the potholes under the ground is a similar situation in your water system. The entire drinking water system is old, it's over 100 years old, and there's been profound neglect of the improvements and the infrastructure repairs that need to be done. On top of that, there's an increased regulatory requirement environment that drives a need for improved infrastructure that is literally being forced upon us to address, as if the functional reasons weren't enough, and also new programs that we are required to implement with regard to conservation and other matters. We do have minimal staffing. At another time, I would like to bring back to you a study that we've begun with respect to water agencies and the staffing that is required to deliver the safe drinking water that you rely on, because the preliminary look that we did is that Vallejo was drastically understaffed in critical areas. So the solutions to those challenges is we need funding for infrastructure projects and the related programs, and we need people. These things don't just get done with dollars, it's human beings that make the projects get delivered. We design them, we build them, we inspect them, we administer them, and we manage them. And by we, I don't necessarily, because of the staffing concerns, mean we, the water staff. In the engineering team, there are only four licensed engineers. One of them runs the engineering team, Kent Carruthers, who joins me tonight. So there is expertise required across more than 12 technical disciplines to deliver the infrastructure projects that the council expects us to do. Next slide, please. So I mentioned the idea of potholes, and we wanted to share these pictures with you tonight. We understand, the tremendous focus, understandably, on the potholes in the street all through this community. Well, underneath those very potholes is an infrastructure and distribution system that is full of holes as well. These are just some pictures of it when we have had main breaks that happen at all manner of day and night. And this is this condition of the pipe that we find, some examples. And you can see down the bottom right-hand corner, there's a nice clean pipe for comparison. Next slide, please. Just to give you another picture, because so much of what water does for you is under the ground or in infrastructure that you don't necessarily see. So in addition to holes, we have corrosion. As you can see in the upper left side, an old pipe gets all kinds of corrosion from mineral buildup, and a new pipe by comparison. In the lower left, we have Skyview water tank, which this picture was taken in 2018, and we did the maintenance and we did the cleaning. And we found such huge cracks in there that this is a huge piece of our water distribution system, but had to be taken offline. It remains offline. And just for a matter of scale, it's going to be a multi-million-dollar effort to replace. And speaking of scale, I don't know that it's often talked about, but the value of your drinking water system is somewhere between $1 and $2 billion. So when we say we need multiple millions of dollars to fix this stuff, it's because it literally costs that much. It's on a scale that most of us can't even really picture or have any experience with. There's another picture here of a main break that you can see from the outside of the cache main. And then finally, this is a picture of something that most people don't know what it is, but it is an important mechanism in our treatment plant that pulls out the impurities of the water system, and those things are in drastic need of repair as well. Next slide. This is a graphic that illustrates what I was speaking of earlier with regard to the regulatory requirements. In 1996, there was 3 main requirements that brought us to comply. And this graphic was made 3 years ago, and we were doing our rates process. And you can just see graphically the big pile of regulatory requirements, all of which I fully support because they help us ensure that the water remains safe for you to drink. But they all come without any staffing, any resources to pay for the staff, the people that actually make those programs work and deliver the results. So that funding all has to come from rates. Next slide. This is kind of a complicated slide, but the basic take-home message is that roughly a quarter of Vallejo's water mains are over 70 years old. The industry standard from the American Water Works Association, which is the main agency in the water industry that sets these standards based on nationwide scenarios, the standard is that the entire distribution system gets replaced every 75 to 100 years. The site where we currently are is every 450 years. 5 years ago, it was 600 years in Vallejo. We've gotten it, we've worked it down to 450, but that's still far, far from the industry standards. Our goal is to establish a replacement cycle of 100 years. Next slide, please. So given that, in 2019, the City Council unanimously approved a new water rate plan. The last time that the water rate plan had been approved by council was 13 years previous to that. And the main goal in the rates that this council established in 2019 was to tackle the aging infrastructure that I've just described. And the rate setting is a complicated process, which we try to be very transparent about. We had a citizen group and an ad hoc group from an ad hoc council committee. And rates are established and shared. The foundation of the rates were shared with those committees and are based on a very sophisticated long-term financial plan. And in that financial plan was the assumption of a bond issuance. A bond issuance is a great way to finance infrastructure. Otherwise, the entire burden of the cost of those infrastructure projects has to get shoved into rates, and rates skyrocket. And we did not want to do that. So instead, it's like buying a house and you just pay the mortgage. You don't pay for the whole amount outright. And the projected amount for that bond issuance was $27 million. Next slide, please. So due to unexpected market conditions, when the bond consultants went out to sell the bonds, interest rates had plummeted that very day, and we were able to obtain for the same mortgage, if you will, or debt service amount, an additional, nearly doubling, an additional $25 million in bond revenue. So then we became blessed with a good challenge, but it was a challenge nonetheless. We were trying in the water department with our 4 licensed engineers to figure out how we were going to design and manage and bid all the projects for $27 million. Now we were doubling it. So we set to work figuring that out. And that actually brings us to the subject that's on the consent agenda today, which is the fact that no water agencies that I know, whether it's East Bay Mud or SFPUC, does this kind of intense and highly complicated and highly technical infrastructure overhaul without outside experts. And the experts that that responded to Vallejo's RFQ were the industry standard bearers. They are the big, heavy-hitting consultants that water agencies across the country use. And I like to use the analogy that this pool of consultants that is our strategic approach to being able to deploy them across the many projects that will be delivered with this $52 million is like having a deep bench on a sports team. This is a 3-year intensive project and then continuing because we don't want to just have a flash in the pan and do a bunch of maintenance and then not continue it. So the plan for the financial plan is to continue that infrastructure improvement process consistently going forward in this town. So the deep bench is basically creating that pool of consultants that we can deploy as needed. This is a very busy time in construction. And so you call one consultant, they may not even be available. Or it turns out that you need another expert on a project that you didn't realize that you had. And so this pool is basically like adjunct staff at the ready with the expertise that we need. This approach has been used by Public Works and is an industry standard approach in the request for qualifications process. Next slide, please. Let's see. I think I'm actually going to turn it over to our water engineering manager, Kent Carruthers, to cover the next couple slides.
Thank you, Beth. So we do have staffing challenges. We have basically 4 project manager professional engineers on staff. We're constantly looking for recruitment. And so the expertise that we're looking for delivering on the capital improvement projects and all the complicated programs that we have cover multiple disciplines. So the RFQ went out for 12 different disciplines and categories. So with our large existing workload, with the staff that we have on right now, we're doing capital programming, but we also have development review, water rights supply management throughout Solano, and we have issues in Napa County as well. Internal and external agency coordination, SCTA, and Caltrans and the county. We have grants and strategic planning, customer service, administrative tasks. So we have a very complicated system. As Beth mentioned, it's just right up there with East Bay Mud and San Francisco, just not as large, but equally as complex. We have the water treatment plants, 3 of those, 7 dams, multiple pump stations, tanks, booster pumps, and water mains and meters, to name a few. So we did request the 12 separate water disciplines, so each firm that was applying could address their strengths, and as staff reviewed the RFQs to determine who would be the best in each category. Next slide, please. So the consultants will be assisting the water engineering staff with design and project planning, also construction management. So the 12 items, the categories that were used are as project management and program management. Program management also relates to the regulatory requirements that are increasing to help us know what each agency and regional requirement is. We got pipeline design for the multitude of pipes with condition assessment, and we have age and pipe deterioration that we're dealing with. So pump station, tank studies, assessments, earth and dams, the division of we got geotechnical and structural with that, and hydrology evaluations, water resource management, electrical engineering. We don't have anyone on staff for electrical engineering, environmental permitting, CEQA and restoration requirements, and construction management, telecommunication services. Next slide, please. So there's 2 types of contracts that we have. One is the design professional agreements, and the other is professional services agreements that's related to construction management. Each contract is $500,000, but that's a maximum. We're going to leverage the consultants, and so 1 year is $13 million. Not all the services are bond related, as was mentioned before. Next slide, please. Beth, did you have anything else to add?
Mr. Schauberger, do you have anything else to add?
Sorry, I just said no, I don't think that's all I have for now. I guess I just wanted to also say that what we didn't cover is there's a whole outreach program related to all these projects, where there'll be community meetings when there's a significant neighborhood impact. We are establishing, with the help of Christina Lee, our PIO and our PIO team, website updates, pictures, timelines, budgets, and all that kind of things in the works, so that all that will be rolled out as these projects begin to move forward.
Thank you. Any questions from any council members? I see. Councilmember Diaz, did you have your hand up?
No.
I see that, yeah.
I was just going to add a little bit to Beth's presentation, just for purposes of clarification. If you look at the scope of work attached to each contract that is presented before you this evening, the scope of work has the services to be provided described. Each service to be provided comes forward as a separate statement of work pursuant to the contract, so that it's not all entered into at once, but as each project is rolled out, a statement of work is rolled out by the department attached to that contract as an amendment to this agreement that provides what specifically the consultant is going to do for what project, when it's deliverable, etc. So that includes all of the detail, for lack of a better word, for each individual project that could be done under the contract. This is frequently done when we're trying to, as staff has explained, roll out contracts and projects very quickly in order to get the work done expediently at the price that is best advantageous for the best advantage of the city, if you will. If we bring each of those separately to the council, obviously there's a rather large delay associated with them on an individual basis, but that doesn't mean that there isn't information available and accountability for each statement of work.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any comments or questions by council members? Otherwise, the chair is prepared to present a motion. Chair will move the approval of items O.
There were lies right there.
Wait a minute. Don't shout from the audience. Please, stand up and say something and come to the speaker's podium.
Yeah, I will.
Mr. Haldane, will be recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I encourage you to read the actual contracts. They are repeated. Every single one says the same thing. It lists all 57 projects proposed by the Water Department. RFQ is an inaccurate word. Quote, what? You got their rates. That's all you got. And we say, oh, well, this is how we move faster. Well, each one is limited to $500,000 a year. What if you want to use one for $1 million a year? What if you need other work? How are you going to piecemeal a project together out of 8 different consultants without putting together a project plan and bidding out the actual thing? How are you going to guarantee they're even going to do the work? Do this the way a normal project is run. You have 57 projects. You did a great job identifying them.
Mayor, point of order.
State your point. State your point.
You had closed public comments.
All right. The chair recognizes the ability to reopen public comments. Does that ruling wish to be appealed by the council?
Public comment is over.
I've reopened it. Is that decision going to be appealed by the council?
Yes.
All right, we'll take the poll. All those in favor of reopening the comments to public council, take the rolls by saying yes if you wish to reopen, no if you do not.
Councilmember Ariola.
The question is yes if you wish to hear additional public comment, no if you do not.
Yes.
Brown.
No.
Jew. No. Mayor.
Ain't no surprise there.
Yes.
Vice Mayor.
No.
Councilmember Meisner.
No.
Councilmember Loretta Diaz.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Very well. There are no further comments on this matter. Chair will move the. You're out of order. I will ask you to please sit down. The chair has ruled, and we are moving forward under democratic principles. The chair will offer the following motion for approval of items O through GG. The items in the package be approved as stated, plus number 1. On an annual basis, the water director for the city of Vallejo will file and provide to the city council a report of what monies they have spent on what projects, what is remaining to be done, and are we continuing to be within projected budget limits. Number 2, the Vallejo city auditor will review those reports on an annual basis until the projects are completed and report to the council whether or not the findings are consistent with the reports of the city director, the water director, and we are within budget. Unless there's an alternate motion, please take the roll on that motion.
City Attorney?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to be clear, you're only at this time moving the water items, and we'll go back to the rest of the consent calendar. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
You are clear. O through
Thank you,
double
Mr.
G.
Mayor.
I will vote yes.
Sorry, Mayor, I'm just trying to write it down.
Mr. Mayor, can you please just clarify the motion again?
Yes. The motion is to approve items O through double G on the consent calendar with the additional 2 requirements. 1, on an annual basis, the Vallejo Water Director will provide a report to the Vallejo City Council on what funds have been expended, how much has it remains to be expended under this authority and on what projects they have been spent. 2, the Vallejo City Auditor, until this project is completed, will provide an annual report to the Vallejo City Council on the correctness of that report by the Vallejo City Director, plus any recommendations for changes the auditor may choose to make.
Call for
Roll call vote, Mr. Mayor.
I have a question because I don't know how far that outside that might fall and what is currently being done. So I'd like to get our city manager's input.
Right now, we don't report back with that type of frequency on the projects. It is something that we had discussed about trying to do to add more transparency to our CIP efforts, but there's nothing in place right now.
Anything further, Councilmember Meisner?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Loria Diaz.
Yes, I just want to say that, there's no doubt in our mind that that all this work has to be done. I mean, our water pipes are in very bad shape, and it needs to be done. I'm going to support our mayor because I think that in an effort to do transparency and be accountable, we need to do more than just pass, all of these at once. They're each individual proposals, and they need to be given thought, each and every one of them. So I don't have a problem in having this coming back to us as many times as we need to get it done right and to make sure that we're not spending more than we have to. So I just want to make that clear. We need to invest money into this water situation. Whatever it costs, it needs to be done, but we need to have accountability and we need to have that process. So the reporting back is not something that should cause a problem. I don't see why it would cause a problem in just having, the city manager and whoever else needs to report back to us and let us know what the money's being spent on and what was done.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question. So the frequency that you're suggesting, did you say quarterly or, Mr. Mayor?
I said annually.
Annually, okay. Annually, I will support the annual report, yes.
We can make that happen.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, when would you take the roll or turn on the vote button or whatever we're doing tonight?
Councilmember Loretta Diaz.
Yes.
Meisner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Verder-Aliga.
Yes.
Mayor McConnell.
Aye.
Councilmember Dew.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Ariola.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you for that. And with that, we will return to the balance of the consent calendar, starting back.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, before you take up the balance of the consent calendar, there are 2 items that need some additional information or just a reminder. Consent calendar 8G is a resolution to authorize the preparation of the Northeast Quadrant Landscape Engineers report for the Landscape and Lighting District. Councilmember Dew and Vice Mayor Verder-Aliga live in that district and should recuse on that item. And with regard to the item that you, Mr. Mayor, previously asked for a edit to in the final paragraph of the letter to Senator Dodd, we could change that to address that the item is to address roads and that a decision regarding the tax has not yet been determined or the placement of such a tax measure on the ballot has not yet determined. However, a tax may be imposed only if the proposing ordinance is approved by the voters. With that, it would address the concerns that the mayor had previously raised with regard to this letter.
Thank you very much for those suggestions, and I will incorporate those into that motion. So with the recusal of council members Dew and Verder-Aliga on G as in golf, and the approval of 8O as modified and stated by the city attorney, we will ask for the vote on those items.
Okay, so we're voting on the consent items for now, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
the balance of all those items with the recusals by each of you as noted.
Okay, so move.
Let's try the voting monitor and see if it works now. Okay. We have 2 votes missing.
Mine keeps going from green to black and back.
Start, okay.
Try
Okay,
again. Okay.
let's start.
Uh-oh. It-
I think you better take the roll.
It's not working, so I'm going to have to do a roll call vote. Sorry about that. Councilmember Meisner.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Verder-Aliga.
Yes.
Mayor McConnell.
Yes.
Councilmember Dew.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Ariola.
Aye.
Councilmember Loretta Diaz.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
With the recusals as indicated for item
G. Consent item G.
8G. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will move on to the action calendar. Madam Clerk, will you call 9A, please?
Oh, Mr.
Doctor?
Mayor, we have not approved the agenda yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead and present that motion, too.
No, we just approved the consent, if I'm correct, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yes, there's a request to move item 9C earlier in the calendar, if that is okay with the council. I only have one speaker card for that item, and that is the Oversight Commission. And I believe there's a couple of speakers on the online waiting to comment.
Well, that's on 9C. We will, his comment will come up when we get to 9C.
Yeah, because the issue is the item 9B will take much, much longer, and it's going to be most likely past 10 o'clock.
Did you want to change the order other than what is presented in the package?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
go
Mr.
ahead
Mayor.
and state what you want to do.
Okay, I move approval of the agenda, moving 9C to 9.1, and that
Okay.
is the Oversight Commission item.
Any alternate motions? There appear to be none, so Madam Clerk, would you take the roll on that motion for approval of the items moving 9C to 9.1 to be taken first?
Vice Mayor Verder-Aliga.
Yes.
Mayor McConnell.
Aye.
Councilmember Dew.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Ariola.
Aye.
Loretta Diaz.
Yes.
Meisner.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Would you call 9C, please?
Police Oversight Model Public Outreach Plan. Recommendation, staff recommends that the City Council receive and provide input, if any, on the Public Outreach Community Engagement Plan for Police Oversight.
Thank you. And Naveed, would you start the 2-minute clock going at this time? And we have one in-person speaker as well, so we will let the 2-minute sign-up period go for speakers to indicate a desire to speak on 9C. And while we're doing that, we will call the one in-person speaker, Andrea Sorce, please. Andrea, come on up. You have 3 minutes.
Do you want me to wait until that clock is done for the comments?
Naveed, can you give her the 3 minutes? Because you're running the public clock at the same time. Okay, we're at 3 minutes for you.
Yeah, I did have one comment on the last item. I would just like to propose that if we do have a consent agenda item that is pulled and then staff gives a presentation, that we save the public comment on that item until we've already seen the presentation from staff. I think that was the issue we were having, was we got information, but then we weren't allowed to make more comment. So I just wanted to suggest that for the future. And then with regard to this, I thought it would be at the end, so I didn't write anything down, but I think really with this, the worry of the community, it's clear we need police oversight. The worry of the community is that it is going to be empty gesture. And we have had I just want it to be clear. I want us all to be on the same page. We have had 19 murders by our police department in just a couple decades, and we had officers bend the tip of their badge to celebrate killing people. And many of those officers testified in court today under oath about that practice. So it is fact. Even if our district attorney would like to call it rumors, it's a fact. And if you are a resident of Vallejo, of really any race, but particularly black and brown, and if you are an impacted family member, you are interfacing with a police department who celebrated the murder of your loved one. This is not a process that should be taken lightly. This is not a process that should be done with a cookie cutter approach that other cities use. We have a very unique situation in Vallejo. Very few cities around the country, if any, have a network of impacted families because they've murdered that many people that there's a network of impacted families. And if those families are not thoughtfully and meaningfully included in the process of building the community outreach plan and the police oversight commission, then that is an empty police oversight commission. So my ask for you all is to include those most impacted. Make that the #1 priority, to include these folks in this discussion and make sure that whatever oversight is put in place, it actually does have teeth. And if you start to think, oh, well, this or that, just remember, try to imagine what that must feel like. I don't know what that feels like, but what that must feel like to have your loved one get murdered and know that that person was bending the tip of their badge to celebrate that murder and got promoted and stayed on the force, and some of those folks are still wearing the uniform today. So I just want you to center that when you think about this and when you take this issue on, and just every conversation that is had about this, that needs to be front and center. And then I'll also say one more thing with my last 10 seconds. Please don't use this as an excuse to ram through 400 Mare Island Way next meeting, because the community has a lot bigger issues with that building than just the police accountability one. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers on 9C? We have none. Do we have any virtual speakers, Naveed?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 5 speakers.
5 speakers? Okay, we'll call them in order and give them 3 minutes each, and we will close the further sign up for speakers on 9C at this time. Please call them in order.
Chris, go ahead, please.
Thank you for recognizing me, Naveed, but I tried to speak at the first community forum, and you keep unmuting my mic, and I want to speak on an issue that has nothing to do with this. I understand how challenging technology can be, but I would really like to have my voice heard on a matter not related to this. So may
Chris, let me interrupt you again. I did it before. You were not provided access virtually because the 5 in-person speakers took up the entire, 6 speakers actually took up the entire 15 minutes provided to the audience by ordinance. And you may speak at the second community forum on anything other than that. We're on 9C right now, police oversight. You've been on the planning commission. You know how agendas run. So do you wish to speak to 9C or not? I guess you do not. Thank you. We'll move on to our second speaker.
Melissa Swift, go ahead, please.
Mayor and council, while City Attorney Veronica Nebb and Interim City Manager Mike Malone continue to block the release of the Bent Badges investigation, we learned today for the first time some of the shocking details contained in that report as a result of a case being tried in the Solano County Superior Court. For the first time, current and former VPD officers testified under oath and confirmed the sick ritual of officers bending the tips of their badges to celebrate shooting civilians, and the toxic culture within the department that not only allowed this to happen, but actively supported this egregious behavior and attempted to cover it up. It has now been confirmed that Mayor Bob Sempian, former City Manager Greg Nyhoff, and Chief Shawnee Williams all were aware of the bent badges and actively concealed that information from both City Council and the community. That cover-up continues to this day as both Nebb and Malone continue to block the release of the investigation so that you, Council, and we, the community, can learn exactly what is contained in that 150-page report. And what details did this investigation that was conducted by a former sheriff handpicked by Nyhoff uncover? Today in open court, the presiding judge, Daniel Healy, who has seen the draft report, admitted he was astounded by some of the insane conclusions in it. Judge Healy also questioned why the report has not yet been made public. Quote, he said, "I think the community has suffered grievous harm, and the specter of silence leaves the community wondering what happened here." City Attorney Caitlin Knight was forced to address this issue of blocking the release of the report and said that even City Council has not seen it. City Attorney Knight said, and again, I quote, "City Council does not have a legitimate need to see the report." To repeat, our City Attorney Nebb and Knight believe that you, our elected officials, don't have a legitimate need to see the results of this investigation. Let that sink in. We, the community, you, the council, and most importantly, the victims of police violence, deserve to know the truth.
Thank you, Melissa Swift, for your comments on the matter before the court today, which unfortunately I was not present and could not hear. We'll move on to our third speaker.
Renee Sykes, go ahead, please.
Renee.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor McConnell and Vallejo City Council members. My name is Renee Sykes, and I've been a resident of Vallejo for over 35 years, and I'm also a member of the Common Ground Public Safety Committee. I want to thank the City of Vallejo for moving forward, developing a meeting timeline for the Civilian Oversight Committee. We think it's important for the city to be transparent in its efforts and hope the residents of Vallejo will be able to provide input and comments from the beginning and to the end of the process. We commend the City of Vallejo for starting the process and hope that the city will continue to build on that momentum. For the past 2 years, the Common Ground Public Safety Committee has been diligently working on police oversight proposal. However, before we wrote this draft ordinance, we met with subject matter experts from California to New Jersey, from Arizona to Nebraska, and for states in between. They all stated the same thing. It's important to have transparency and community involvement when developing an oversight committee. Based on information provided, we were able to develop a written ordinance. Some aspects of the ordinance came from cities that already have an ordinance in place, and some of the Common Ground Public Safety Committees worked on ordinances in other cities and in their own right are subject matter experts. Common Ground provided you a document that cost the City of Vallejo absolutely nothing. It was done out of love and desire to see change in a city where mistrust of city government and law enforcement is prevalent. How many other cities do you know of that received a document of this caliber for free? We ask that you establish an ordinance based on the following. Have commissioners appointed by the City Council that are fair and impartial, willing to undergo extensive training on the law and administrative policies, rules, and regulations regarding VPD. Hold regular public meetings. Hire an executive staff to assist the commission who will be responsible for agenda management, training, schedules, recording of minutes, and so on. Have an independent professional auditor reporting to the commission. Have independent parallel professional investigation of racial profiling, use of force, and denial of constitutional rights. There is a Spike Lee movie called Do the Right Thing. That movie was made over 30 years ago, and what happened in that movie is still occurring today. We ask that you tear down the walls of mistrust and bridge the gap between the residents and the City of Vallejo. It's the right and fair thing to do.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to our fourth speaker, please.
Philip Wilson, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to reiterate the importance of this Oversight Commission and kind of echo what a lot of people are already saying. It's important that we do include the impacted family members while we're making the decision of what this is exactly going to look like. On the heels of the badge mending, which a lot of people have brought up, which was a terrible thing to have happened. We're being told that we need to have faith in, the department's views of accountability and the city administration's views of accountability. And like many people said, we still haven't even been able to see the report that resulted of that incident. So I think that it would be very important and kind of speak to the whole transparency aspect and the desire to create change within the community and the police department if the council reached out to those family members instead of, shunning them at meetings or using the fact that they're upset as a means of excluding them from these decisions. I think it's really evident even today in this meeting that I'm glad this action item got moved up, but the fact that it was, one of the last things to be spoken about after, property and capital values kind of just shows that the policing issue isn't necessarily at the forefront of everybody's minds like it should be. And if we want to create positive change, we need to be able to incorporate the people who have been in this fight the longest, the people who have literally put blood, sweat, and tears into this fight, and bring them to the table so that we can understand how to better serve the community. Sorry, I'm trying to go over these my notes as well. But we hear a lot of things about changes in the department and, this focus on the use of force policy being changed. And I think that those have just been kind of Band-Aids to the situation, or just ways to kind of gaslight the community into thinking that there's meaningful change happening. And there hasn't really been any meaningful change. However, with this committee, we have a chance to demonstrate meaningful change and create something that can positively impact the community and also give a legacy to those families and those who have lost their lives at the hands of the Vallejo Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. May we call the next speaker, please?
Ian Emperador. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ian Emperador. I've been a resident of Vallejo for about 30 years or so, and I am a member of Common Ground. And once again, I'd like to echo the best practices that we have seen from the subject matter experts we've spoken to. Once again, it is a blue ribbon police commission appointed by the council that holds regular public meetings. We also want an independent professional auditor that reports to the commission. Specifically, also what is key is independent parallel investigation, specifically for cases of racial profiling, the denial of constitutional rights, and any use of force. All of these things are crucial aspects of any oversight that should work, and these things can be implemented progressively. Once again, I thank you, Council, for moving up this issue, and I hope that we can move to rebuild the trust that needs to be won again for our community through that radical transparency of this kind of oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have another speaker?
This concludes the speakers, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. We will close public hearing at this time and return this to the council for comments. Did we lose a card somewhere?
No, there was no card.
What's your name?
Haldane got a card in on this one.
All right, well, Mr. Haldane, is that you in back of the podium? I can see the top of your head. There you go. Recognize your hat. Go ahead.
I have a very brief comment. Please include third-party oversight from the ACLU or from an independent auditor. I think I've seen that not present in a lot of things, a lot of just Solano County, a lot of just within the VPD or city government. Citizen oversight is great, but we do need a third-party expert that can help inform the citizens on what to look for and what to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no other speakers. Council, we're supposed to give direction to staff, I believe. Vice Mayor?
Did you want a presentation, Mr. Mayor? We do have a brief PowerPoint
you do?
if you'd like a
Great.
presentation.
Yeah, please,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Naveed, could you cue the PowerPoint, please? Thank you so much. So this is mostly for the benefit of the public to understand what the community outreach and engagement program that we are proposing is, what we intend to do, how we intend to do it, and how we intend to reach out to all segments of the community. Next slide, please, Naveed. So the City Council, as you know, and a couple of speakers have spoke to this evening, has made a commitment to our ongoing police reform efforts. I want to be clear that we heard the public relative to this issue. We also heard that this is where the rubber of that commitment hits the road for most of you, including impacted families, as well as the community as a whole. So one of the key aspects of our ongoing efforts is, of course, the establishment of a model of independent oversight for the Vallejo Police Department. The intent of this outreach effort is to reach as much of the community as we possibly can. Next slide, please. Just to give a little bit of background, OIR Group was the group that was engaged to conduct an independent assessment of the VPD, its operations, internal review systems, and the agency culture in 2019. That report was received by the City Council in this community in 2020. It had a series of recommendations for the community. This item of independent oversight speaks to 2 of those specific recommendations. OIR recommendation number 44, the quote is here on the slide, but I will read it for those who cannot see it. VPD should develop a way to obtain feedback and input from its community when contemplated major policy changes or public safety strategies. And recommendation number 45, VPD should work with city leadership to create a model of independent oversight specifically tailored to meet the needs of Vallejo. Next slide, please. So as the community is aware and has been posted online on our website for quite some time, we are currently working with the California Department of Justice under a collaborative agreement relating to recommendations set forth in that OIR report, including recommendations 44 and 45. We have a team working on recommendations 44 and 45, and in that regard have committed to what I will describe here as a robust community engagement program that provides multiple input points for the entire community, impacted families, anyone else who has a say on this, has an opinion on this, we're here to listen. That community input program is not going to, nor is it intended to predetermine or presume any preferred model. We don't seek to in any way restrict the input of our community. We want to hear from everybody about all of their ideas about what the model should look like. We genuinely are not predetermining this. We're not going in with a draft model of any kind. Certainly we are taking into account the things that have been sent to us, but in terms of bringing forward all of the options or any other options that people want to consider, we are open to considering whatever is brought to the table and are reporting back on those items. Obviously, we're going to also include VPD because this affects them, but we're here to tell you how we are going to be reaching out to the community as a whole. Next slide, please. So this month and before the end of the month, we will be preparing an oversight model matrix describing key oversight models and their components. We will be stacking up through our community engagement staff, our communication staff, a website that will be launched for the process, and it will include, as the process goes on, a central location where the public can provide written input. They can see where we are in each stage and provide written input if they can't make one of the community meetings. There will be a description of input deadlines so that everybody knows by when they need to give us their input on the models and the options available or any other input that you want to provide. There will be an ability for the public to access all of the distributed materials from the website. In other words, if we go out to a community meeting and we distribute materials, if we come here before the council, we distribute materials. If we have recommendations or anything else that we will be presenting, it will all be up on the website for ready access for any member of the public to see. We will post there the notices for all public meetings. We will post there the feedback from all of the community meetings. What did we hear from all of you, our community? Copies of the oversight model matrix, which is the first step, the draft ordinance, once we have one, and any other relevant materials will also be posted on that website when it's available. And we will do our post back on community input and response in relation to any recommended action. Next slide, please. So no later than April 2nd, we'll make final edits to our oversight model matrix and distribute that to the community and other stakeholders. In the month of April, maybe reaching into May, we are going to be holding out in the community professionally facilitated community input meetings in each of the 6 council districts. Each meeting we anticipate will last 2 hours, depending on attendance and participation, but that's what we're planning for. All of the meetings will be noticed publicly 10 days in advance of each of those meetings, so people will know when they are going to occur and where. The public will be told at each of those meetings that you can comment not only on the matrix that we will have prepared on the different models available and their components, but also that you can present any other relevant ideas for consideration. As I said, we're going to be considering everything. Translation and sign language services will be provided at each of those 6 community meetings so that all of our community members have the opportunity to participate, and those will be, live translation and sign language so that everybody who's in the room will have that opportunity. We will also have a scribe who will be taking notes on the community's input points, and those notes and what the community had to say is what will be posted back to the website so everybody can see what everyone else had to say. Next slide, please. We will be taking the matrix to the Chiefs Advisory Board meeting at their April meeting for their input and recommendations, anything that they want to tell us. We will hold a City Council workshop for additional community input, which we anticipate will be in May. Council input and council direction will also be received at that regarding sort of what do you want us to look at in terms of a preferred draft model. We will be preparing that first draft of an oversight ordinance based on whatever council direction we receive at that meeting after hearing again from the community. We will distribute and post that draft ordinance, again, posted back to the website so people understand where we came from and what we came up with. We will also hold the city council meeting on that draft model, draft ordinance, and get any additional other feedback and direction. And again, post on the website where we are and a response back on what we heard and where whatever we drafted differs and why. Next slide, please. Our anticipated timeline includes, again, in June of 2022, or we certainly hope then, to make final edits to any draft ordinance and bring it back for yet another council meeting for adoption of the final ordinance and any further direction. I do want to make clear that the timelines we've placed in here are approximate. They're our best guess at what we're going to try to be doing for a timeline. We realize that the community has waited a long time for this to come to the fore and come out into community meetings, and we are committed to trying to make this happen from this point forward as quickly as possible. And with that, that concludes our comments this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Neb, do we have any questions or comments from Council? Councilmember Ariello.
Thank you, Mayor. Those revelations today, Superior Court, about the extent of the badge bending really drives home the point to have this community oversight. So I hope that we can do something to really make it impactful and meaningful, and so that we don't ever have to have this conversation again. Will it include, you said district meetings, but how will the committee be selected?
Well, ultimately, the draft ordinance will be brought back to the council in multiple meetings, as was indicated in the slide deck. At that point, the council will give directions as to how the oversight, what oversight model you're looking at, and the selection process for the members of that committee.
Okay. So all my other questions then are about that model. So I guess I could bring that up when we get to that point.
Exactly. I mean, our intent is to not predetermine. I think, as I mentioned during the presentation, our intent is to really have an open dialogue before we make any decisions about what it is that is the best model, what are the best components of the model that we would bring forward to the council. Because if we, and obviously, if we make a predetermination or a recommendation now, our fear is that it will influence the process. And what we want to have is a really open process for the community to weigh in and give its input rather than telling the community what we think its input should be.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Gloria Diaz.
Yes, there's been a lot of conversation tonight and in the past about this taking so long and, are we even doing anything? And I just want to say that, if there's ever a time that things were getting done, it's now. I've been on the council for a year, and this is very important to me. I've been a bystander. I've been sitting out watching everything just like most of you, for years. So this is one of the reasons that I decided to run. It's one of the many reasons that I decided to run. We just interviewed 24 applicants the other day to put in place the Surveillance Oversight Commission. We had some very good applicants, people that really cared from all different backgrounds, from all different, parts of the city. And we put together the group of people that are going to be overseeing that. I would like to see something similar, if not the same, be used for this. To put out information and have people apply in the same manner. And what I'm looking for is people that can analyze information and be fair and unbiased and make concise recommendations to us. I don't want folks that are just one-sided. I want people that are open-minded and can digest the information and have the guts to move forward with whatever needs to be done, whatever that ends up being. So I'm saying this because I want you to know that I'm very serious when I speak about issues like this or any other issues, and those that know me know that I don't play. So, I agree with Mr. Haldane when he said that we need a third-party expert to oversee or be part of the committee. I think that it's a good thing. This is serious business that we're going to be dealing with. So to have someone that is more familiar and has worked and has an expertise in this field is crucial. It's crucial because, you and I as citizens, we might not know a lot of things. We will have ideas and we'll put forward our best, effort. But having that third party to me is important. The outreach is also very, very important, the outreach and inclusion. And this is a conversation that I have had with our city attorney. In fact, the dates are almost set for each council member to have these presentations or forums or whatever you want to call them in our districts. So these are not numbers that are just being thrown out there. We're going to do this date or that date. We're actually narrowing it down to different dates and looking for locations. So like I said, I'll close with this. If there was ever a time that the police department is being held accountable, it's now. It's now. We're working on it. We can't expect things to happen overnight. I've been on here a year. Give me a chance. We're trying to do what's right. We're trying to make this city safe. I live here. I've been here 38 years. I'm not going anywhere. I want it to be just as safe as you do. I have family. I have kids. I have grandkids. I want it safe. So work with us. Go to these meetings. Give your input. People that don't give their input and then sit back and complain, that's part of the problem. Go to them. We're reaching out to you. We're going to be going out there to you, or you come to us. My number's out there. Our emails are out there. Call us, email us. Let us know what you want. But this is a project that we have to do together. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And I'll leave it at that, but we are doing something.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Verdelega.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your comments. Councilmember Loretta Diaz, as you know, those of you who don't know, Councilmember Loretta Diaz and I have been meeting with members of the Common Ground organization and who actually had presented a draft. So my question is, will Common Ground have to resubmit their draft to us? And then my second question is, our districts, there's 6 districts, and some of them are, like my district, District 1, extends to Hidden Brook and all the way to Tennessee Street. So are we limited to one meeting in each district, or are we able to have 2 meetings for each district depending on, the distance? And I know the population is pretty much the same, 20,000 people per district. So I just wanted to make sure that we cover ground in terms of not just based on the number of people, but because of the location and how wide, how big, and how spread out each district could be.
So due to the time frame, I think right now we are planning the 1 meeting per council district,
Okay.
not more than 1 at this present time. Certainly we're available, both Chief Assistant City Attorney Reisner and myself are working on this project, along with the city manager. We are available to, meet with people individually, given enough notice, et cetera, and within the time frame, but certainly relative to with translation services, et cetera, and with our facilitator, who we are looking to hire to make sure that the process goes both smoothly and that the control of those community meetings is not by a staff member, but by a professional facilitator in terms of making sure that it's a very neutral forum, for lack of a better word. We're only intending to do those 6, and then the CAB meetings, and then the multiple council meetings, as was previously indicated. With regard to the question of common ground per se, certainly they represent a position relative to what they think would be a good model. Whether that is the only model, whether that is ultimately the model that the majority of the public wants or the council wants, or what the pros and cons of that model are, the components, if you will, of that model will be part of the matrix. That type of model, if you will be part of the matrix for the public to comment on, but it will not be the only thing that the public will be commenting on. So we aren't elevating one group of citizens over another. We're not trying to, I don't want to really use this word, play favorites, if you will, but we're trying to make sure we hear from a broad section of the community and give everyone a chance who may or may not feel represented by one group or another. So any one group who wants to come and make comment at any of those community meetings is certainly welcome to do so. I myself have, of course, met with Common Ground and anyone else who wanted to meet with me with regard to this subject and reached out and said, I'd like to meet with regard to this subject. Haven't turned any person or group down for any of those meetings, but this process is designed to make sure we hear from people we don't necessarily usually hear from those persons that we're not necessarily reaching within the community, from the groups that tend not to come and are underrepresented. And so I just want to be clear that we're not going in with preconceived notions that may serve one group or another, but we're really trying to make it an open process. There will be plenty of time for us to come back with recommendations to the council at the back end of this process, and we'll try to tie those recommendations back and make sure that we explain what they are and why. But I couldn't tell you today what they would be because we haven't heard from everyone.
Yeah. The only reason I brought up the Common Ground efforts, and they've been working on this for about a year, and Councilmember Luera Diaz knows this, they've already put in a lot of time. I'm not saying that that's the model we're going to use, and that's not, the Common Ground knows that, but there are elements of that draft that I think the public will need to see because there's been a lot of research already done by this group, which represents actually a very diverse group, members of this community from church, faith community, diverse ethnic communities, and I don't want to favor them over others, but I just wanted to make sure that their efforts we do not downplay their efforts.
Absolutely.
So it will actually save us time if we are to pull elements of their draft and include it in the matrix. We don't want to start from nothing because there's already a structure. And it could be that that structure is something that the community or people in the community would not want. But it would, and I don't know, it will be up to members of this council to to agree or not to agree. But that's just my opinion. So it's just that they have put in a lot of work.
Sure.
And it could be, their draft there could be other ideas, but their ideas should need to be presented to the public. That is my opinion.
Certainly. And I want to be clear that we're not dismissing anyone's input, Common Grounds or anyone else's. But we're also not intending to take drafted or sample ordinances to the public and try to vet 60 or 80 pages of document before the public. It's overwhelming, and it isn't what will bring us, in our view, real input. What the intent would be to talk about components. What components are important to the public? What components of the different types of models are important to the public? Does that include models that have been provided to us by groups? Sure, it does. It also includes, we haven't been doing nothing for the year that we've been here. Or that I've been here, 18 months that I've been here. I want to be clear that we have been looking at models from across the country. Okay. Not just from any one or two groups. We've been looking at models from across the country, and it would be in our intent to give as much information as we can to the public, but also not to shut out the public's own ideas as part of these community meetings, because they may have ideas that we have not thought of.
Yeah. I get it.
And I do want to be clear that there are many members of the community who actually have reached out and made suggestions about make sure that we are inclusive, that we're not dealing with just one or two groups, but that we are inclusive for the whole community. And I want to be sure that I'm very clear that we have heard that input loud and clear, and it is our intent to include everyone who wants to be a part of this process.
Okay, I get that. Thank you, Veronica. I've only heard from Common Ground, so if there are other groups that have not reached out to me or to Councilmember Luera Diaz, so I just wanted to make that clear to the public. So I'm glad to hear from you, Veronica, that there are folks that have reached out to you, but they have not reached out to me. So I'm very much in favor of moving forward with this item and not belabor it, because there will be opportunities for us to discuss details of it with the community. So I'm just glad that this is finally an agenda item for the council to vote on. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Nebb, for bringing this forward. I appreciate the open-mindedness that this approach provides and the voluminous outreach. My only concern with the outreach is that it seems to be all internet-based in terms of noticing. And so I'm just concerned about individuals that don't have access to the internet. If, like with PB, when we first did the first year of PB, we canvassed, and we got a lot of response that way. So I don't know if that's something that we might be able to consider, volunteers to canvass neighborhoods to let them know about the different meetings in advance of those. And I think you want to say something to that.
Only that certainly in working with our communications team, we can work at other non-electronic means to receive and reach out to the folks, whether that's a flyer in a water bill or whether that's other information about other physical information, door hanger information, whatever it is. I am not the outreach expert here. We have a team for that. It is our communications team. They're quite good at it, and nothing's off the table in terms of making sure that we reach out to as much of the community as we can. So great. Not dismissing anything in terms of that. I only reached out. I only wanted to have one central landing place where people could go to get the information as we move through the process, because people need to know where we are in the process. And right now, we've been so focused on trying to do all of the things that are in the OIR report, but it's a slow, laborious process, and there hasn't been a lot of community I'll call it information that's gone back and posted back to the community, because we have to get through it at each step as much as we can. So this is our opportunity to take something that reaches out first to the community and then brings the information forward, as opposed to the other way around. So
Agreed. Okay, and then I'd also like to propose engaging our youth. So with PB also, they provided pizza during lunchtime, and there was probably 200 kids at Jesse Bethel and at Vallejo High. Soul Trans, I know, does some community bus service providing, and so perhaps we could partner with them to have the kids bus to one location, and that way we are facilitating it more centrally and not having to do like.
So you're suggesting adding a youth meeting, I think, is what you're suggesting, and
yes.
I don't see a problem with that.
Great, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Wiesner.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for putting the report together. You know, it might show the change that's sort of happening in City Hall. This idea was presented, and Mayor McConnell might remember, I think he was on council at the time. December 2009, this got proposed by then Councilmember Stephanie Gomes, and it was very much rejected by members, police officers, retired police officers. It was not. It was a kind of a scary meeting, actually. So we've gone a long way since 2009, and I don't see that kind of pushback from the city, which I think is, and as a matter of fact, you're driving it, so which I think is fantastic. So we've gone a long way. We have a long way to go. You know, things don't happen overnight. I also had similar comments about publicity, because even people who are connected through the internet don't, you know, a lot of people just, they're coming home from work, they're feeding their kids, they don't pay attention. I mean, up there, you know, anybody who's precinct walked understands that people don't really understand what's happening in City Hall for the most part, unless you're really plugged in. So I appreciate that too. I also have met with Common Ground, and I have another appointment with them next week. So I know they're very involved, and I appreciate taking their input as well. So it's a great process. I really like the outline. And I also don't want to talk about my input on the process. I want to wait until the community, you know, what comes out of the surveys and whatnot. So thank you.
Councilmember Laura, yes.
Yes, just to piggyback on Vice Mayor Verduraliga's comments about Common Ground. When we've met with them, there's just a wealth of knowledge with this group. And I want to thank them for everything that they've done to put together this proposal. It's a very thorough proposal. I also agree with our city attorney that we need to open up to everybody. I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. But there's a lot of information that Common Ground has that makes sense. It's modeled with the Oakland PD, and you know, we're very similar in many, many ways with Oakland PD. So I want to be able to take a lot of what they've brought forward and perhaps analyze it and work with it, you know, besides the meetings that we're going to have. And then I totally agree with Councilmember Dew. I mean, outreach that's beyond just the internet is crucial. Both her and I are liaisons for the school district, so perhaps working together with the school district or working together with GVRD, you know, they are allies. They should be working with us to get information out to their folks, because they have, you know, all of our kids, and GVRD has a lot of folks that they work with. So perhaps working with them, and you know, I do a lot of outreach with the Centro Latino, my nonprofit, and a lot of the folks that I work with don't have computers. So, you know, being out there at the farmers market, you know, Friday Art Walk, the schools, the little stores, you know, mama papa shops, and just getting out the information. And why not? Why don't we hire a couple of kids? You know, the summer's coming up, or what's the other one? The spring break is coming up. I'm sorry. Spring break is coming up, and this is a way to provide, you know, some work experience to some of the kids and have them do, like, similar to precinct walks, you know, give them information, get them out there to get the information so that we attack this from various ways. So again, thank you, Common Ground. I know you're listening. We listen. I personally like your model, but we need to open it up to everybody to make it fair, and then we move from there. Thanks.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to reiterate the fact that I appreciate the outreach and the plan. I want to reiterate what Councilmember Dew said. I do think that, with the things that we know about social equity and things like that on social media, that we are looking at different avenues, and I totally agree. I mean, our seniors really aren't weighing in, who I think, have a wealth of knowledge as well. So I really would like to see more output, not just, social media, whether it's, like you said, you brought up some great examples. I think that is very important. For the at-large members, I'm curious to what we're going to do. I think that I personally would like to see Black and brown communities at the table directly. And I think seeing Black leadership and Hispanic leadership at the table and having a voice as well, I think that's very important. I haven't been to a senior center meeting in so long, so I don't know what kind of meetings they're still having, but it would have been great to have them weighing in as well. So.
Okay, I think that's all the council members. I'll just add some comments myself. Ms. Nebb, will there be anything that will prevent anyone from participating in these public forums that will disqualify them on any level, where they're told they can't talk, or they can't say this, or they can't say that?
Do you mean, are we going to try to control their input?
That, or because of their status, like, for instance, the impacted family members, I assume they're going to be able to participate. But what about if there are disruptions or unruly conduct?
Well, certainly we will try to not have disruptions, because, again, we don't want to not take care of the business of everybody getting the opportunity to input. However, to the extent that, and there's nothing that disqualifies anyone from giving input. And in fact, we encourage impacted families to come and give their input in any way that they feel safe to do so, whether that's in person at the community meetings, whether that's giving written input, whether that's giving online input, whatever it is. However, each individual feels safe to carry forward their input about what they think the model should contain. We're welcoming all input. So no one would be disqualified from giving input.
And did you want to come up here and make a comment? Because I can't hear you from out there. Well, wait. We've closed the public hearing. Are you asking to make a comment? I'll ask the council if they want to listen to you. All right, I assume you don't. Thank you. And I will ask you to be quiet. That's the first time. Okay? Thank you. And will there be, one of the speakers suggested there be an independent parallel investigation. Is that something that the city is entertaining? And if so, could we explore that? Because that term could mean lots of different things.
So there are models out there that will be part of the information we carry forward that have investigatory powers or investigatory aspects to them, and certainly that will be some of the information that we will be carrying out to the public as one of the input points, certainly.
Okay, and will it be possible on any level to have virtual participation in any one of these district meetings, either by phone or by internet access?
No, we do not at this point intend to do that. We intend for these to be in-person meetings at this time. The virtual access point will be the web portal.
Okay, and I would ask that you be quiet. That's the second time. The next, if there's a third time, I'll ask the officer to come over. Officer, would you please ask this person to be quiet? And if necessary, take her outside.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, did you have another question? I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you. Will the Chiefs Advisory Board meeting be open to the public, or will that be a closed session?
I must admit that I'm not sure I know the answer to that question. I thought they were all open to the public, and I'm looking to the back of the room for confirmation of that.
Okay, it's not open.
So I don't know, I'll check on that information. I don't know the answer to your question, Mr. Mayor. We don't staff that board, so I don't have that information available at this time.
And from time to time, different members of the public have suggested we take a look at this city or that city's model. Oakland is one. I think Santa Barbara is another one. Will staff be providing any analysis of other cities' oversight procedures and how well they do or don't fit our particular city?
Ultimately, when we provide to the council our report back on what we've heard from the community and what our ultimate recommendations are for your Vallejo-specific tailored model in accordance with the OIR recommendation that says a model specific to Vallejo, we will be looking at both what the community input is as well as what has been successful and or not successful in other communities as part of our recommendation to the council. And as part of our report back, if we, listen, and we are going to be listening, but if we, let's say, community member says we like aspect A or B, if we believe that that isn't Vallejo specific or tailored here and why not, we'll be reporting about the whys of that. So yes is the answer to your question.
Great, that'll be very helpful. And then finally, can the length of these meetings be extended if there's sufficient public interest at the time of the discussion? Because I know they're going to be scheduled from like 1:30 to 3 or something like that, but can they be extended if there's enough public interest at the time?
So the meetings are intended to be evenings because they are at this point, we are anticipating they will be on weeknights or weekdays. So we're intending to have them be evening meetings. When we make our arrangements with the groups who control the sites, and we have some tentative sites selected, but we have not made arrangements yet pending your approval of this plan. At that time, we can look at whether or not those venues would be available for extension. So say if it bleeds over into 3 hours instead of 2, the facilitator, we need to make sure the facilitator and the translation services were available for that additional time period as well. But that is an option that we can consider.
And at these public meetings where we use a scribe to write on the butcher block paper on the wall what somebody is saying, frequently the comments from the speaker get altered by the scribe. Are we going to have virtual reproduction of what the speaker is saying, or are we going to have the scribe's interpretation?
I think ultimately we're going to have what it will be written was the scribe's interpretation, if you will, but we will be there to listen to that. We will have multiple of our staff members. Mike will be there, I will be there, Mr. Reisner will be there. We will have a council member who presumably will be present in each meeting, because I'm assuming you're all going to want to be present at the meeting in your district, either where you live or have been elected to. And so we will have our facilitator who will be available for taking notes as well. So we're going to have many people and many ears there to make sure that the post back is accurate. We are not going to be, we don't intend to be recording the meeting for various reasons, including I think that sometimes when you record a meeting, there is a bit of an intimidation factor for the people who are in attendance who may not want to be recorded or may not want their comments recorded, and we want to make sure that people feel comfortable to be there, which is one of the reasons we're doing facilitated meetings, to make sure that people and the facilitator can, provide some assurance to the folks who are in attendance. So no, we don't intend to do live recordings of the meetings.
And finally, will the council be provided with photocopies of what is actually put on the butcher block paper on the wall, or will we be receiving a staff's report of what was said?
Ultimately, the post back that will be available for the public will be the direct notes, for lack of a better word. You're assuming it's butcher block. I don't know that it will be, but it will be the direct comments that are taken by the scribe or the facilitator, and those will be available to council as well as the public.
Great, thank you very much. Councilmember Brown?
Yes, thank you. And I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but I did want to at least, I know you guys will be doing an extensive search, and I did want to bring up, taking a look at the BART police model. I think that, as you said, that I would like to see us, we have so many different models out there that it would be foolish of us to model ourselves on one, because if you look at the Oakland model, there's some good points and there's some bad points. There's some, why not take what works there, take what works here, take what works from different areas, and hopefully come up with something that makes sense. I've been in touch and have tried to refer a member of NARCO to our city staff, someone who works on the National Board for Police Oversight, who'd love to get involved and help us out, provide hopefully some insight as well as hopefully please reach out to Russell Bloom, who is over the BART Police Oversight Program, and I think is a very wealth of knowledge, and he's local, or fairly local. So I think that, as you said, I'd just like to see us all take a look at as many different policies and pull what really works and what doesn't. I think there's some great things about the Oakland model, but I also think there's some great things about the BART Police model and other ones out there. And so as we continue to try to evolve all of this police oversight as a country, I'd like to see us then take a step forward and evolve and come up with something that's new and fresh, and hopefully taking from things that work and not using the things that don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ariella, any follow-up?
Thank you, Mayor. I know that we're still, going forward, we're going to piece things together, but just an idea here. Is it possible, and it may sound like it's cramming things together, but could we possibly do the police station outreach, since we're going to be going out into having the community participate anyway? Why not we combine the two together so that it's more cohesive?
So the police, the 400 Mare Island building, I'm going to be, and alternate locations outreach has already begun and is underway, at least relative to the outreach that has taken place, and council has received an update on what has been posted. But they're a little bit apples and oranges, if you will. I think, combining the two, regardless of where the police station is or isn't, we still need to get through the oversight model. And I think having facilitated meetings that are time limited to a certain extent, because we're going to be out in the community, reaching out in community places, splits the focus a little too much, in my opinion, and gets the, unfortunately, and I'm not saying that it's a bad thing to reach out on the other topic, I'm just saying we want to keep these meetings focused on the topic at hand and get the input from the public at the topic at hand. And if we start to split the attention of the public onto multiple different issues, certainly they can speak to whatever they want to speak to, but in terms of, splitting the attention, I think we need to keep the attention focused on the task at hand.
All right, that will apparently conclude all the comments from council. We will conclude this item at this time. Does council desire to have a break at this time?
So, council, I'm just, with that, just by consensus, I'm assuming that you are approving this outreach plan before you this evening, with your additional comments about trying to get some non-electronic means out there by which people can see, comment, and know who they can send comments to if they don't have a computer to do so. With that, if it's council's, and some youth involvement, correct? Those were the comments that I have written down that you'd like to add to the plan, which we certainly can do. With that, if council has nothing else, I'd ask that you just let us know if you approve the plan so that we can move forward. I did want to point out a couple of additional things. There will be a cost to the translation services for the 6 translated meetings. That cost will be just under $8,000, I believe. That's dependent upon the number of hours. It could go up from there. That assumed 6 meetings at 2 hours. If they bleed over 2.5, 3, that number could go up a little bit. The facilitator, there will be a cost to that as well. We believe at this time that cost, again, it's dependent on how long the meetings go, and we're not trying to be like, nope, it's right at the moment we're closing. We believe that will be under, I think it's $15,000. So I just wanted the council to be aware that those costs will be coming forward to the council. We do not at this time believe we need a separate budget appropriation for those items, but if we do, finance will be back for that from the council.
All right, Councilmember Gloria Diaz.
Yes, I just want to say that I could get you cheaper translation, okay? So we do translation all the time, and I don't anticipate spending that much money. So you and I will have a conversation about the translation, and I will provide you with a couple of folks that do excellent translation service, and we can save some money.
Certainly, we're open to considering whatever anybody wants to offer.
All right, we've been here since a little before 7 o'clock. You all want to take a break? Yes, I see heads going up and down. So we will take a 10-minute break.
Just making sure that was your consensus, council, just to close this item out.
Yes.
Thank you so much. apologies, but I still need to go to the restroom.
Pardon me?
I said my apologies, but I still need to go to the restroom.
Oh, there you, oh, okay.
Hazard mitigation plan, forgot all about that. I forgot all about the hazard mitigation plan.
Oh, yeah, no, there's not much to say about it. I mean, yeah, you do it or you don't. If you don't, there are consequences.
Is there a presentation or we just move?
Yeah. Okay, we will go ahead and start again. We are now back in order, and Madam Clerk, would you call on action item 9A on the calendar?
Adopt a resolution adopting the Solano County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan.
All right, Naveed, would you start our 2-minute sign-up clock, both virtually and in person? And my understanding is we have a staff presentation on that, which will not take more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the presentation is longer than 2 minutes.
Okay. Well, we'll get started on that as soon as we're ready. And we can close.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening. There you
Good
are.
evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Derek Crutchfield. I'm the Acting Environmental Services Manager. I'm joined with Ethan Mobley from Dynamic Planning and Science. Over the last 18 months, Solano County staff and City of Vallejo staff have worked with Dynamic Planning, and they worked in conjunction with other Solano County's jurisdictions and agencies to form a planning committee that successfully developed Solano County's first multi-jurisdiction hazard mitigation plan. The 2021 Solano County Multi-Jurisdiction Hazard Mitigation Plan contains long-term actions that can reduce the loss of life, personal injury, and property damage that can result from a disaster. In addition, an approved hazard mitigation plan is a required prerequisite for a jurisdiction wishing to pursue funding under FEMA's Hazardous Mitigation Assistance Program. I will now turn it over to Mr. Mobley, and he will give you a brief PowerPoint presentation regarding the Solano County Multi-Jurisdiction Hazard Mitigation Plan and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Thank you, Derek. Mic check real quick, please.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go
Great.
ahead.
Thank you very much for having us. I'll make this presentation very brief. My name is Mr. Mobley. I am the owner of Dynamic Planning Plus Science. We're a small consulting firm that does hazard mitigation planning across California, working with jurisdictions such as City of Inglewood, for an example, that's very urban, just like Vallejo. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that I'm very well versed in the hazard mitigation planning in the FEMA program. Next slide. Well, I have a hazard mitigation plan. We save lives, we reduce property and infrastructure damage, reduce recovery costs on the back end of the hazard, minimize the social disruption, reduce liabilities for the city as well as residents, and keeping critical facilities operational after a hazard. So if an earthquake were to happen in Vallejo, we try to make sure that we remain resilient to the earthquake, such as your water systems, previously discussed in today's presentation. But also the big carrot is qualifying for FEMA's Hazard Mitigation Assistance Grant Program. Billions of dollars are made available every year. And now with this plan, you'll be able to apply for grants under this program, which you haven't been able to do since 2011. Next slide. So multi-jurisdiction, what does it mean? Well, it means that there were 7 municipalities that participated in this plan. The Vallejo Flood and Wastewater District also participated in this plan, so they can apply for the grant funding as well. Solano County Water Agency and Solano County Irrigation District. We're now in the adoption phases. Most of the folks who participated in the plan have adopted already. So Vallejo is one of the last member agencies to possibly adopt tonight if you choose to do so. There's 2 volumes. There's a countywide, and then the volume 2 is the jurisdictional annexes. I hope you had a chance to read through some of this great information. There's an executive summary, quite a bit of great graphics that we've put together, and some of the mapping is really specific to Vallejo and the annex. Next slide. So what is a risk assessment? This is the pretty much the meat and potatoes of the plan. We inventory historic plans and identify the hazards, develop a universe of hazards, and then we analyze each so we understand each hazard through demographics, frequency and severity of the hazards themselves, hazard perceptions from the community. And we did a large survey. I'll illustrate that in the following slides, but then we quantify, map, and describe the vulnerabilities, and that's part of the planning effort as well. Next slide. What is a hazard profile? It profiles your regulatory environment. You can find that in volume 2 for the city of Vallejo. It takes a look at past events, such as frequency of wildfires or earthquakes, etc., locations, severity, warning time, and secondary hazards, such as landslides after earthquake or landslides after flooding, and then climate change impacts as well. We worked with the city of Vallejo staff to illustrate what the universe of hazards are, and the city staff worked to come up with basically it's called a risk matrix to prioritize the hazards for the community, to make sure that we're concentrating your finite, not finite resources, but limited resources on some of the more prevalent hazards in the area. That included drought, extreme hazard, wildfire, and earthquake for the city of Vallejo. Now, every district or every participating jurisdiction was different, and that's a requirement of FEMA that we look at and analyze the hazards different for each community participating in the plan. Next slide. We also developed a tool called RAMP. You can discover a lot of information. This is made available for city staff. It has a lot of critical facilities germane inside the program, but we looked at populations, parcel values, et cetera, and looked at this in a very detailed perspective, but it's made available for city staff to look at very detailed information regarding parcels, floodplains, earthquake risk, and wildfire risk. Next slide. We also launched a very large campaign for public surveys, and we actually got 1,800 responses back from this survey. I don't know if you saw this made available through social media and other venues, but we gained quite a bit of understanding and perceptions about hazards from the public as part of this effort. And some of the results were, about 50% of the population is somewhat or has no understanding of hazards in the area. So we need to do a better job of doing some outreach at the end of the day to make sure that we can illustrate the dangers of earthquakes and wildfires and flooding in Vallejo. Next slide. At the end of the day, we come up with a mitigation plan, which and that includes actions and goals. The goals are to protect people, the environment, infrastructure, and provide more resiliency for the city infrastructure, but as well as your private property. We come up with an action plan that illustrates or benefits both the government and community, and that's part of the mitigation action plan. Next slide. Sample mitigation actions include replacing, for extreme weather, is replacing dying or dead evergreen vegetation with wind-resistant vegetation, installing seismic shutoff valves for gas fixtures on city-owned facilities, replacing irrigated landscapes with drought-resistant vegetation, and incorporating considerations of sea level rise into the city's capital improvement programs. So that's a wide range of mitigation actions, but we developed those together with the city staff based upon the risk assessment that was conducted before we went into the mitigation phase of the project. Next slide. So at the end of the day, we have a 5-year plan. We have to revisit this plan during an annual basis, and Derek will help me do that. I'm on contract with the city of Solano County. This costs the city no funding, no consulting fees, as they got a grant funding from FEMA. So I'm here to assist the city of Vallejo and other jurisdictions to attack this money that will now be made available through this effort. So again, we need to implement and maintain the plan over the next 5 years after adoption. So we'll be here to revisit it again, but it provides, really does provide return on investment for your infrastructure and to become more resilient and provide more outreach efforts for your citizens, if you like. Next slide. Questions? We'll take questions if you have any, but I just tried to roll through as fast as I could because you had a fairly large agenda to get through, and I thank you for your time.
I appreciate your concern. Thank you so much. Are there any questions from any council members? Do we have any virtual or real speakers?
Mr. Mayor, we do have one virtual speaker.
Okay. Do we have any real ones? Okay. Let's call the virtual speaker, please, and close the sign-up period.
Chris, go ahead, please.
We're doing this again? I want to speak on another matter. Thank you.
All right, Chris, you know the drill. Come on now. I will sign you up for community forum and call you then. Thanks. Mr. Brecky, did you want to speak on this item? You do? All right, go ahead, take the podium. You have 3 minutes.
And you mentioned that the council can look at this information. Can the public look at this information?
Yes. The hazard mitigation plan would be available for the public to look at if they had any questions or wanted to see the plan.
Yeah, it's made available on mitigatehazards.com, so www.mitigatehazards.com. The plan is available under the project titled Solano County Hazard Mitigation Plan, and we can shoot that out.
And is it,
if you like,
is it correct that that things like hospitals and critical use facilities, such as police stations, whatever, should be earthquake at a higher level of earthquake readiness? I'm not wording that very well.
That's okay. The Field Act of 1933.
Mission critical, I think, is the word I was looking for.
Yeah, that's correct. And what you're saying, it's the Field Act of 1933 dictated better construction standards for those types of facilities. Schools, hospitals were required to be beyond current day building practices to basically build earthquake resilient and make sure that they're sited outside of floodplains, et cetera. So when we do site critical facilities under the Field Act, they need to be cited appropriately, and that has been going on since 1933. So we do analyze other items such as certified or licensed daycare facilities, licensed adult care facilities. Those are those 3 and 4 bed homes that are in maybe wildfire risk areas or flood risk areas, and we did analyze that as part of this effort. And that is information that's made available from the state certified data sets.
And so that something should be not just that it's safe from collapse. It should be able to function at that point in time if something critically, severely happened in terms of an earthquake or flooding or whatever, that has to stay functional throughout, correct?
That's correct, yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brecky. I see no other indications from council members, so we will close the public hearing on. Okay, yes, Councilmember Ariella.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if this is a question for you, Mr. Mobley, or our staff, but I read in the report, it was like a checklist or a guideline. Basically, it was a checklist. I think it was on page XX15 or something. In 2014, it said that what was required was sirens, like an all-city alert siren system. Do we have that? Do we have those? And if so, are they activated? And that's...
Good question. It might have said something to the effect that you wanted to put them in 2014. Is that what I would have to look at the exact page? Mm-hmm. But I don't know if your current siren system is active. I don't know. I do not know the answer to that question.
Yeah. So what I don't know, I believe it had the varying levels of priority, so medium, high, critical were some of the messages that to identify some of these problem areas, dangerous areas. And so that was in 2014, and I looked through the packet and I didn't see any updates on that. So I guess that's something I could ask Public Works, I would imagine, or maybe the fire department, I don't know.
I would. This is Derek, the acting environmental service manager. I will check on that and get back to you with an answer.
Okay, great. Thank you.
To illustrate one more answer to that question, a lot of the active sirens have now gone to code red type of platform where social media and reverse 911 calls. So that might have been an antiquated statement in the 2014 plan.
Right, but then again, technology fails. So, if your Wi-Fi is down, if your internet is down, if your phone is, for whatever reason, we need to have a backup plan. And that siren is something that's recognizable across all language barriers. And so anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Any other council comments, questions, concerns? Otherwise, yes, Councilmember Laureate Diaz.
Yes, I just want to say something really quick. I mean, this is really important information that needs to get out. And last year, the Centro Latino, which is a nonprofit that I have, we worked with Listos California, okay? And I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but we were providing information on what residents should do in the case of an earthquake, a flood, or a fire. And just in Vallejo alone, we reached 17,000, a little bit over 17,000 people, most of which were a lot of folks that did not speak English. So, outreach is really, really important, because I was looking at the number, that you didn't get a lot of outreach from, the maybe immigrant or Spanish-speaking community. It's important because we want to make sure that everybody's safe. So I just wanted to mention that there are other resources that are being done. They're in the process of getting another grant, and we're going to be applying for it again and be reaching out to folks, not just in Vallejo this time, but in all of Solano County. So perhaps you and I could talk a little bit after this. Send me an email, and we can talk about outreach.
Absolutely. There's some great resources, both in English, Spanish, and other languages from the California Earthquake Authority that we've been working with lately as well.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Vice Mayor, resolution.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt a resolution adopting the Solano County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan.
Take the roll, please.
Mr. Mayor, let's try the electronic voting board one more time. Motion carries unanimously.
Well, congratulations to technology. And with that, we'll move on to the next one, the main event.
Consideration and possible adoption of resolutions. One, declaring the North Mare Island property, and there are several APNs as surplus property exempt from the provisions of AB 1486 pursuant to Government Code Section 54234A1 and making CEQA findings of exemption relating thereto. 2, making CEQA findings and approving an addendum to the previously certified final environmental impact statement, environmental impact report for the disposal and reuse of Mare Island Naval Shipyard project and the Mare Island amended and restated specific plan project, final subsequent environmental impact report. 3, approving the North Mare Island disposition and development agreement between City of Vallejo and the Nimitz Group, LLC, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same and any and all other documents necessary to effectuate the purchase and sale of the property and the sublease of the Navy property. And 4, authorizing execution of the 7th Amendment to the exclusive negotiating agreement with Nimitz Group, LLC for the property.
All right, thank you. Naveed, would you start the public sign-up clock? And we will conclude it when the staff presentation has been completed. And who's going to lead off? Ms. Hayes.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community members. It is with great pride that I present this item for your consideration this evening. The North Mare Island Disposition and Development Agreement. This proposal represents a culmination of years' worth of work towards the realization of the community's vision for the future of Mare Island and all of Vallejo. So tonight I have with me Mr. Paul Kelly, Special Advisor to the City Manager, Economic Development Manager, Ms. Erin Hanford, the Economic Development Program Manager for Mare Island Project Manager. Also working on the project, Ms. Nebb, the City Attorney, and Jerry Ramisa, our outside counsel, as well as Southern Land and the Nimitz team here in the audience tonight. Next slide, please. So this evening we're going to jump into some details of this proposal. And it's going to be quite a detailed presentation, so we will get to public comments as soon as we're done, but just bear with us, because this is complex. This is one of the biggest projects that the city has ever seen, and so we really want to spend the time and effort on it that it deserves. So here's our agenda for this evening. We're going to go over the project location. We're going to talk about the history of North Mare Island. We're going to do a comparison of the term sheets, the 2019, the 2020, and the current draft DDA. We're going to talk about the sales price and land preparation costs. We're going to talk about and review some slight red line changes from the document that we posted back on February 22nd. Talk about the progress that's been made to date, and really then outline obligations in the DDA of the potential developer. Talk about economic benefits to the city that this proposal contains. Discuss the other elements of the project outside of the draft DDA, including the surplus land property exemption process, the California Environmental Quality Act analysis, and the exclusive negotiating agreement amendment. Going to review the public input that we have received to date, and then we'll give you our staff recommendations and next steps, and we'll have a short presentation from the applicant as well. Next slide, please. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Hanford, our Mare Island planner, so she can review the project location and history with you all. Erin?
Thank you, Gillian, and good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm going to talk briefly, just point to some maps about the location, and then talk about the history of the negotiations for this piece of property. So the map in front of you is a Mare Island ownership map. You've seen it before if you've gone to community meetings at Nimitz. It shows the island in its entirety. It is a large combination of a lot of different owners, but you can see in the area identified in red, that is the North Mare Island site. Just to note that the reason there's two colors, the yellow is the 125 acres owned by the city, and the blue, which is in the middle, is still Navy owned, and they will be transferring that to us in the as part of the DDA, we would transfer it to Nimitz as part of this whole process. Next slide, please. This is the same piece of property that was identified in red in the previous screen, but an aerial shot, so it can give you a better idea of the 157 acres. So that's the city's 125 plus the Navy's 32 acres that is subject to this North Mare Island DDA agreement. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, I'm going to go over the history and the timeline associated with this property and related areas around it. I'm going to start in 1993. That's when the Mare Island Navy Shipyard was ordered closed for the Defense Base Closure and Realignment Act. A year later, in 1994, the city approved a final reuse plan for Mare Island that established the goals for the reuse of the island. And in connection with that reuse plan, the City Council certified a final environmental impact statement, environmental impact report, per the California Environmental Quality Act, what we refer to as CEQA, in November of '98, followed by, in 1999, the city adopted a Mare Island specific plan, or the Mare Island specific plan, which is governing the land use policy and development for the island. In 1997, around the same time we were just talking about where the Mare Island specific plan was done, around that time, the city hired Ernst & Young, Kenneth Leventhal, to conduct a competitive recruitment process, a nationwide search for what we now refer to as South Island. As a result of that process, the city entered into an exclusive right to negotiate agreement with Lennar, Mare Island, in 1997 regarding the disposition of about 670, 680 acres of Mare Island property, which we refer to as South Island. Regarding the North Mare Island property, the city-owned North Mare Island land that I referred to earlier on that map was transferred from the Navy in 3 different conveyances, one in 2001, one in 2008, and last in 2011. Separate from the North Mare Island deed, the Navy transferred South Island to the city in 2002. That's that 650 acres noticed on the slide. And we in turn transferred that to Lennar as part of our acquisition agreement with Lennar to allow them to start development on the island. Next slide, please. So that brings us closer to today, following a North Mare Island RFQ that was released in late 2017, Nimitz was identified as a lead proposal. Gillian, I think you said you wanted to add some information on that bullet point.
Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear that the RFQ process garnered 8 responses at that time in 2017. City Council then selected Nimitz as the developer proposal that best met the city's needs at that time. They entered into an exclusive negotiating agreement partnering with Nimitz to activate the island as soon as possible. In fact, because Nimitz, out of the 8 responses, held control of South Mare Island, the city was able to negotiate increased economic development and benefits island-wide to spur that economic development quicker and increase that tax base quicker. And that's why the exclusive negotiating agreement moved forward and that they were selected. That's part of the reason that we have moved this project forward in the manner that we have, because of those economic benefits from that prior RFQ process. Thanks, Erin.
Thanks, Gillian. So on the slide, you see 2018, city executes that exclusive negotiation agreement, the ENA with Nimitz for North Mare Island that Gillian was just talking about. Later in July of 2019, Council approved the North Mare Island initial term sheet and the consent agreement approving the transfer of Lennar's interest in South Island that I referenced earlier to the Nimitz Group, making Nimitz the new Mare Island developer. In early 2020, Nimitz hired Southern Land, an experienced developer, as their land manager. And in late 2020, Southern Land's analysis on the North Mare Island property triggered revised term sheet negotiations with the city, including acknowledging the full cost of soil importation, surcharging, et cetera, needed to prepare the property for development. So in late 2020, Council approved the Fifth Amendment to the ENA and the revised term sheet. More recently, in late 2021, or as you can see here, December 2021, the ENA was amended to extend for another 3 additional months to allow time for the city and Southern Land and Nimitz to finalize the DDA and the ancillary agreements. And that brings us to today, March 2022, where we're presenting the DDA for purchase and sale of North Mare Island to Council for consideration. Thank you. This is back to Gillian.
The next slide, please. So now we're going to go. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think Naveed was going to bring up a different Excel spreadsheet, and there he has. So I think
there it is.
Thank
you, Naveed.
There you go. A little bit more legible.
Thank you, Erin. So at this point, we're going to review the 2019 initial term sheet that the council approved, the updated 2020 term sheet that the council approved, and then the proposed DDA terms and the differences between all 3 of those documents. Just in order to be super transparent so that it's very clean and easy to see the differences. We did post this back in February online so the public could see this, review it, and comment as appropriate. So one of the first terms in 2019 that the team at that time negotiating held in Nimitz to was 4 public meetings per year. They had exceeded that already in 2020. And we didn't put a requirement for public meetings in the 2020 updated term sheet, but they have maintained monthly meetings moving forward through this process through today. So they're going to continue those meetings as we move into the next steps if the council so chooses to approve this project this evening. So to be very specific, Nimitz held 5 public workshop meetings in 2020 and 7 over this last year. So development requirements in the 2019 term sheet. Initially, the requirements were to create 100,000 square feet of phased development completed in years 5, 8, and 11 of development. In 2020, we updated that. We talked about a first phase on the ground. We heard from the community that they wanted to see action now. Nimitz had already improved approximately 300,000 square feet in the time that we were negotiating on this development agreement. And so what we worked on was a Connolly corridor, which we'll talk about later in this matrix project. So rehabbing the factory OS 100,000 square feet and the other existing leases already put them past that 2019 term that was originally considered. So possessory interest taxes, originally it was assumed that the lease agreement with the option to purchase may be on the table at that time. And so at that time, that term sheet identified that the lease agreement would create a taxable leasehold possessory. At the 2020 updated term sheet, the time of that document, we had come to the realization that the amount of investment in the island to prepare it for development was going to be so extensive that it would be more beneficial for Nimitz to own the property, and therefore they would pay all the taxes at that point. And so again, this is pulled through into the draft DDA that all Nimitz will pay all taxes after closing. Beautification plan in the original term sheet in 2019, there was a discussion of implementation of an interim beautification and security plan within 18 months of the DDA approval. In 2020, we updated that. We wanted it a little quicker. So we talked about phase 1 of the beautification plan to be the security fencing and lighting, which was meant to be done by March 31st. It's already done. And then we talked about doing milestones to complete that beautification plan. So as I said, this was pulled through into the draft DDA, and per the DDA, the Nimitz will submit a beautification plan. They will focus on the entry points to the island first, and then they've already implemented the security controls and the fencing on North Mare Island. The next item, the term was the backbone infrastructure. In the original 2019 term sheet, Nimitz was to submit a plan before the expiration of the ENA extension, and terms and requirements would be completed at that time. When we looked at the 2020 updated term sheet, we realized that the specific plan and the backbone infrastructure plan really needed to be going together hand in hand. And so that we put a timeline on that, and we developed the term of 24 months after the approval of the DDA. And yes, that was pulled forward through into this DDA, so that the requirement is that the new specific plan and backbone infrastructure plan for the entire island will be submitted to the city within 24 months of the first initial closing. Next slide, please. Security and maintenance, we talked a little bit about this, but in 2019 there was an additional term that the Nimitz would assume maintenance and security upon execution of the agreement. And in 2020, we were already having council approved the security license agreement, so they already assumed all the maintenance cost and transfer at that point. And they've implemented security patrols, the fencing as we discussed before, and upon the transfer, Nimitz as owner will continue to provide that security and will continue to assume all maintenance responsibilities for North Mare Island. The HUD loan. So the city has a HUD loan on the property. And originally in the 2019 term sheet, Nimitz was going to pay principal and interest payments, about $240,000 a year. And then if they did decide to purchase the property, they'd pay off the loan at the point of transfer. In 2020, knowing that we were going to look at more of a purchase and sale agreement rather than a lease or with option to buy, we negotiated a $3 million purchase price to be used to the city to pay the outstanding HUD loan balance. At this time, it's about approximately $2.3 million, but at the time of the term sheet, it was about $2.5 million at that time. So we knew that we would have a profit of about $500,000 that was pulled forward into the DDA. And at initial conveyance, the outstanding loan amount will be paid in full using the $3 million. And again, we will have about $600,000 to $700,000 left over after the HUD loan is paid. Navy properties, in the original term sheet in 2019, Nimitz was to sublease the Navy properties until point of transfer if that took place. In the 2020 updated term sheet, we changed that so that Nimitz would sublease until the transfer. Nimitz would reimburse the cost to annex any of the Navy lands into the CFD program right upon transfer, and that was pulled through into the current draft DDA. Nimitz will sublease that 32-acre site on the map that the Navy still holds, and once the Navy conveys the property to the city, then we will convey it and Nimitz will take ownerships. Okay, next term, local use tax, construction and equipment sales and use tax. Originally in 2019, Nimitz was to require contractors with contracts valued more than $5 million to designate North Mare Island as their place of use so that we would receive that portion of local tax and it would not be given to the larger county-wide pool. We carried that through in 2020 term sheet and we put that term into the current draft DDA. The next term, local economic benefits. In 2019, there was a placeholder, but there was no detail. In 2020, we added some detail to be defined in the draft DDA, including goals for local and minority hiring, purchase of construction materials locally for the development of the property. This was carried through into this draft DDA. Nimitz is to comply with the program and reporting requirements. It's Exhibit M, the local economic benefit program requirements. It requires local job creation, workforce development locally, inclusion of minority women and locally owned businesses and enterprises in the current draft DDA. Next slide, please. Purchase price. There's been a lot of talk about the purchase price. So originally, in 2019, the term sheet discussed fair market value less the public improvement costs, but no less than the cost to pay off the HUD loan. So in 2020, we detailed that a little bit more. We identified the purchase price as $3 million because we knew that would cover the city's costs of the HUD loan and then give us a little bit of money left over. At that time, we carried that through into the draft disposition and development agreement. And the city will use these funds immediately once paid to pay off the loan. The next term, property acquisition, like I stated earlier, originally in the 2019 term sheet, It was proposed that the Nimitz would ground lease the property with an option to purchase down the road. In 2020, we updated it to a purchase and sale agreement and pulled that through into this 2020 draft agreement, which is a purchase and sale agreement regarding the price and terms of the transfer of the property. The term initially for the ground lease in 2019 was a 3-year lease with extensions totaling a total of a 19-year lease. And in 2020, we updated the terms, and council approved initial closing of the city-owned 125 acres to occur within 120 days after proposed DDA approval. And so that was pulled forward into this DDA. And then, as I stated earlier, once the Navy property is transferred, then Nimitz is obligated to take ownership of those acres as well. Site transfer conditions. Originally in 2019, it required that the Nimitz demonstrated start of demolition of existing improvements and started construction of backbone infrastructure and paid the HUD loan off. In 2020, we updated this. We required the initial beautification plan, also security improvements, grading and demolition permits. So not just starting, but getting your permits and finalizing your demolition agreements with the contractors and paying off the HUD loan for the purchase price of the property. That was updated in the 2020 terms. Because they had already performed the security improvements on North Mare Island, the draft DDA obligates them to pay the purchase price, to pay off the HUD loan, submit all of their demolition permits, obtain Navy approval for the demolition of the Navy-owned buildings, execute a demolition contract with the contractor, and post the demo work. So either do the performance or complete bonds for that work so that we can make sure that those buildings that need to be removed are removed. And as we got more information on the fill importation and the site preparation work for future development, we made the determination that more CEQA review will have to be done and performed on the soil importation portion, so that before that work can be conducted. Okay, the next term is transfers. So originally in 2019, it required the master tentative map and backbone infrastructure for the parcel to be completed prior to any transfer, and then at which point the entitlements were approved, the property could be transferred, any portion or all of. In the 2020 updated term sheet, following the approval of the new specific plan, we tightened that transferability up a bit so that there is some city discretion here. So Nimitz can transfer parcels. However, any transfers more than 20% to a single transferee will be subject to council approval. So we pulled that forward into the draft DDA. And again, any transfer of more than 20% of this property on North Mare Island will have to have council approval. Next slide, please. Phased closings in 2019, the closing for sale of the property could occur in multiple phases. In 2020, we detailed out a little bit more, looking at the 2 phases, the original city-owned 125 acres, followed by the Navy land once it was transferred and conveyed to the city. This was pulled over into the current term sheet. CFDs, another topic of conversation for the community. Originally, Nimitz was just going to pay the CFDs for the whole 157 acres. In 2020, since they had a laydown lease area, they began to pay for the CFDs on that laydown lease area. And upon transfer of the remaining acreage, Nimitz will assume all the CFD payments and responsibilities, and then also are required to annex the Navy properties into the CFD, at which time that property is acquired from the Navy. So that was pulled through and updated into the DDA. We clarified that a bit more after talking with the community over several meetings, and we're still in conversations with them regarding the CFDs. And so we changed the requirement to require that the Nimitz will assume all CFD payments at the initial city transfer and again at the Navy transfer. If the city moves forward with a new CFD, Nimitz will agree to participate with that. If a new CFD formation is not moving forward, then Nimitz will annex the Navy lands and all the lands into the current CFDs. So we clarified that there. Building inventory. In 2019, there was a term that Nimitz would be obligated to submit a historic building inventory prior to the first extension of the ENA, and that has been completed. Demolition in 2019, the terms that were negotiated was that the city was going to demolish all of the remaining islands on North Mare Island, and in 2020, we requested that the developer finish the demolition. So the requirement was added into the current draft development agreement that all non-utilized buildings that were to be demolished be removed within 24 months following the initial closing, and that cost is about a $2 million amount. Again, soil testing and relocation, nothing in 2019 was brought to the table. In 2020, we looked at, there's a few stockpiles out there that we had heard from the community that they were tired of looking at after many, many years. So we did pull into the draft DDA that Nimitz tests those stockpiles within 12 months and relocates them within 48 months to start some of the site prep because the soil's already there. So after closing, if the soils are suitable, then they'll start using that for pre-development. Next slide, please. In 2019, again, there was no requirements about prepping the area for development. In 2020, we added to the term sheet that Nimitz would be importing a certain amount of clean fill to raise the elevation of the property so that we could start movement of development. And as I described earlier, we pulled that forward into the draft development agreement, but it does require further environmental review. So that environmental review will take place at the time of the proposed specific plan and backbone infrastructure plan, but it is still a requirement. The new specific plan, in 2019, there was no requirement for a specific plan on the island. It was a subdivision with infrastructure plan. After putting a lot more thought into this in 2020, we updated the term sheet to include a specific plan because we really want the public to be involved with the visioning of the entire island. And it doesn't make sense as a planner to carve out just a few acres and start building things on it. Really, that site takes, it really necessitates a thoughtful planning process island-wide. And so we added that into the 2020 term sheet that Nimitz would be working on an island-wide specific plan and go through the entire public improvement and input process alongside their backbone infrastructure plan within 24 months of this potential DDA approval. So that was pulled forward into the draft DDA. Minimum assessed property value, tax covenant, it's called a pilot program for short. In 2019, there were no terms. In 2020, we brought the idea up to Nimitz and talked about the concerns the community had about other properties in the city that have just sat fallow or vacant or were tied up in development agreements and nothing was moving. So we thought, what can we do and what agreement can we come to make sure that that doesn't happen on this site? So the conclusion was that the city proposed that if no development occurs within 5 years of this DDA approval, Nimitz will pay city taxes and school district taxes, because we all know the schools need the money, as if they would have developed to an assessed value of at least $26 million. So those taxes, for example, would be approximately $50,000 a year to the city and approximately $62,000 a year to Vallejo Unified School District. So that is an incentive for them to not pay the taxes on development that they're not doing. So that was brought forward through into the draft DDA. The next term was city repurchase rights. In 2019, it was a TBD placeholder and there were no details. In 2020, we added subject to notice and opportunity to cure that the city could repurchase the property of North Mare Island if Nimitz fails to complete any of their post-closing obligations. So the requirements, if the city called the developer in breach of contract, would be that we would pay the purchase price plus any out-of-pocket hard costs not to exceed $10 million, because we know that there's a lot of investment going in, and we didn't want to say, well, if they were 3/4 of the way through and then they breached their contract and didn't finish, we weren't going to be able to afford as a city to come back with $200 million to buy the property back. So that's why we put a cap on it, so that if they do breach, that it's something that's attainable, that the city can, have the opportunity to repurchase the property if there's a breach. So that was pulled forward into the current draft DDA. Prohibited uses, in the original 2019 term sheet, the only thing addressing land use was that it had to be consistent with the existing Mare Island specific plan. And in 2020, we did detail some uses that council and the community had communicated that they weren't interested in having on Mare Island: cement batch plant, dumps, heavy recycling facility, or any heavy large industrial uses. Not excluding industrial, but just the heavy uses, like a huge, garbage dump station. We pulled that through to the current draft DDA and have come to agreement to limiting those uses. Next slide, please. We're almost through. Hang on. Okay, density payments. So we had a few council members bring up the opportunity for potential additional payment for the property in the future after the specific plan was approved. That was not considered in 2019, but in 2020, we had the conversation about, okay, after Nimitz gets a new specific plan approved and they start working on it and moving through the process, and they decide, wow, there's a potential here that we could get X number more residential units and make X amount more in money. And we'd have to go back to the city to get a specific plan amendment. At that time, then this DDA requirement would require an increased payment of that increased density allocation. So in the draft DDA, we have decided that the methodology on that increased payment is best outlined at the time of the specific plan, when we know what those land use and densities are going to look like. Right now we don't know, because we haven't gone through the whole public input process and that planning process for the specific plan. So at which point we do that, then we'll come back to the negotiating table together at time of specific plan approval on that increased methodology for future potential payments. Same with reimbursement credits and deferrals. In the 2019 term sheet, there was nothing considered. In 2020, we recognize it's very common that in these larger long-term agreements, potential impact fee credits or fee deferrals are approved. And so we as a negotiating team just didn't feel comfortable making those commitments for credits now until we see what's really going to come forward in the specific plan and we have an idea of what those costs will be and what the contributions that the city council and the community are willing to make at that point. So we're going to wait on that one, but it is written into the DDA. Water and sewer reimbursement agreements wasn't considered in 2019, wasn't considered in 2020, but we did put this into the current draft development agreement. We approached Nimitz and asked them, we understand they're going to do a new specific plan. We understand they're going to do a new plan for infrastructure, sewer, water, storm drain, roads, all infrastructure on the island. And they're going to probably redo most all of it because it's not in the best condition. But in the interim, until you redo it all, can you help contribute to the city's ongoing repair and maintenance costs for water lines and ongoing repair and maintenance for sewer and storm drain with Vallejo Flood and Waste District? And the developer agreed to that. So we have a reimbursement agreement that's an attachment to the draft DDA, one for the city for water and roads, and then one for Vallejo Flood and Waste District, which they are continuing to negotiate on reimbursement on that agreement. Irrevocable offer to dedicate the streets was not included in the 2019 or 2020 term sheets, but we did put it in the draft DDA that after the initial transfer, Nimitz is going to maintain all the roadways on North Mare Island. They're going to own them and maintain them. and then lease the roadways from the Navy, own the 125 acres that the city transfers. But if they give us the irrevocable offer to dedicate, at any time the city can enact that and record that, and we will have the option, but not the obligation, to accept that roadway, those roadways. So prior to any acceptance, Nimitz will be obligated to maintain the roadways within North Mare Island, ensure they're open for public use. We have use rights and easements over them, but at the time of the new specific plan and backbone infrastructure plan, then we'll be looking at what roads will be private, what roads will be public, and we'll be doing that, looking at it island-wide. Okay, Building 571 reimbursement obligation, not considered in 2019 or 2020 because this popped up most recently. So during performance of due diligence, Nimitz discovered that some of the demolition work that had occurred with the city's consultant contractor, had spread some PCB contamination from the debris over the Building 571 site. So as in most normal real estate transactions, when you find something in due diligence, you go to the owner, you say, whoopsies, you had a mistake here and we need you to clean it up. So the city has agreed to clean that up at our expense. We're working on that now, and if it's not complete at the time of closing, we have a remediation agreement plan that we'll be implementing, working together. We do estimate the cost from two different estimates we've got to be between $400,000 to $650,000 on that cleanup. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to go back now to our presentation slide deck, to the edit slide. So we posted the draft documents online for everyone to review on February 22nd, 30 days prior to this meeting. And between then and now, we had some public input, we had some slight changes, and I just wanted to review for you all. In the packet, there is a PDF of the actual changes, so if you were able to look at that, you'll see it, but I just wanted to outline those edits here. Some of them were just grammatical items that were, it needed an S or a semicolon, so some of it is grammatical. The Vallejo Flood and Waste Reimbursement Agreement was added. That is still continued to be being worked on. And then the methodology to be negotiated at time of specific plan, and the development agreement when proposed density is a known factor, that was added. And then the Building 571 remediation plan agreement and the map attachment were also added to the draft DDA. Next slide, please. So if the council so chooses to approve the draft DDA tonight, prior to any development on North Mare Island, I just want to outline there's a lot of work to be done. As we all know, sea level rise is a real thing and it's happening. We have an island and we have waterfront, and we know that climate change is working, and so we have to protect ourselves against that, just as we reviewed some of that hazard mitigation countywide planning tonight. So sea level rise is going to require quite a bit of soil importation. Right now, the state of California guidance on sea level rise, our engineers have looked at that and are approximating it's about 16 feet, give or take. We'll have to do site-specific analysis to see what that really comes down to in the end, but that's just a general idea based on state guidance. The soils are muddy and mucky and murky. They're not solid. They're subject to liquefaction. And so to address the stability of that ground, that soil has to be recharged for any development, whether it's going to be residential or commercial or industrial, it doesn't matter. The soils have to be stable. And then long term, the Navy's done quite a bit of remediation out there. They've been responsible for that. But you never know what's going to happen on the island. As we found, many times things pop up. So there is potential for possible additional remediation requirements. Also, if through the specific planning process, the public says, yeah, we don't really want to see all industrial on North Mare Island, we want to see mixed use or some sort of office and residential, there may be additional requirements because the Navy's cleanup was only to industrial standards, not to residential or mixed use standards. So that is something to take into consideration. And all of these really important items affect the sales price and the land prep costs. Next slide, please. So the city in 2019 got an appraisal for the property. and it was done by Smith & Associates, and gave us these values and costs. So the market value, as if it was complete, was $15.4 million. But then you have to break down all of the site development costs and demolition costs, and then round those costs. And after you put in the analysis that David Tossig and Associates gave to the appraiser, $30 million. That prior slide we went over all of those site development requirements. So as is market value at this point in time of this appraisal was negative $20.9 million. So again, going back to the purchase price, the value before you can put anything on it, negative 20.9, $2.3 million worth of a HUD loan is where we landed at that $3 million purchase price. Next slide. Additional information I wanted to review with you is we had a soils report prepared by NGO. We wanted to get more information beyond what was done at that in the appraisal. So we had it prepared in 2018 and then an update in 2020, looking at approximation of amounts of cubic yards that were necessary to get the soil ready for pre-development. And that at that time in 2020 was around $20 million. So if you take the appraisal at the negative $20 million value, you incorporate the technical memos, which are part of the packet with the appraisal, you're looking at that time at about a negative 40 million without any specific land use assigned, without any additional remediation or residential land use or anything else. So that was just a general value at that point. Next slide, please. Just the flood zone map, just so you can take a look of the special flood zone areas here. We all know it's an island and the water's just right there. This is just really telling. So we wanted to just remind you all that we really need to prepare the site for success in a long-term future. It's not something that we can just, put off. And the costs of sea level infrastructure and soil stabilization are really high. Next slide, please.
Ready for me?
Yes, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Paul Kelly, our special advisor to the city manager, economic development manager. He's going to discuss progress to date, economic development benefits of our proposed agreement. Paul?
All right, thank you, Gillian, and recognizing that we're putting out a lot of information on this item, and would just reiterate that flood map as it relates to the soil costs that are being calculated, because ultimately it is a cost of the purchase, and it also is a risk for the developer based on the costs don't necessarily stay the same. The other element is on progress on the terms as it relates to even prior to getting to this point. The developer is in the development of the Conley Corridor design. They've also expended money for the CEQA review, that is what you have before you this evening. They've also funded the development agreement drafting. They've also funded the beginnings of the design for the building demolition, as I mentioned before, the Conley Corridor. They have implemented the security patrols and fencing on North Mare Island. We know that it has had a positive impact on North Mare Island. It has also provided a more cohesive security for the whole island. They've initiated the review of their existing stockpiles of soil for potential reuse. They've reviewed the existing environmental cleanup documents and hired staff for their own development purposes to do this. They've hired a landscape architect to prepare for the beautification plan, and they've also selected a consultant to begin the specific planning process. And as you've been reported to, and many of you have already attended, they've had public meetings to gather community input. Next slide. Some of the other obligations in the DDA Prior to the initial transfer, we've already mentioned a lot about the $3 million purchase price. They also are to submit the demolition permit applications for the North Mare Island buildings to be demoed. They're also to submit and receive Navy approval for the demolition of the buildings on the Navy-owned property that would eventually become their own property. Also, an execution of the demolition contractor agreement and the posting of performance and completion bonds. After closing of the initial transfer, the other obligations within the development agreement are that the demolition work is to be complete in 24 months, the Conley Corridor development completion in 60 months, the new specific plan, which is something that is, I think, sometimes we just mention new specific plan, but recognizing that we have a North Mare Island development agreement and a specific plan requirement for the whole island is a significant benefit to the city, including the requirements to do the new backbone infrastructure plan as part of that. The beautification plan within 8 months, and really implementing the first phase and the entry points for the island within 8 months of the plan approval, and then the second phase of the beautification plan within 24 months. And as mentioned before, we are looking to see the site prep work, the soil testing, importation, and much of the other work to begin within 12 months. And then they have a must-take obligation, as we mentioned before, related to the Navy property, once that gets transferred to the city. Just want to provide a slide here that helps quantify some of the benefits on top of what was mentioned before related to obligating the developer to expend a significant amount of money to work on and develop the property. We do have an elimination of over $400,000 in annual costs to the city. Some of it is mentioned before related to the street maintenance and the illegal dumping activities that will save us resources. The CFD tax payments that would be transferred to the landowner, the North Mare Island security costs that the city had paid in the past, the water resource and management is also something that is being paid for in the maintenance. Obviously, the HUD loan getting paid off reduces our yearly cost to the paying of that loan. They'll also assume the demolition of the non-utilized buildings. You saw the cost that was in that initial appraisal, but it's over $2 million. Nimitz is also going to take on the additional payment obligation if, as mentioned before, the payments in lieu of taxes, that's what PILOT stands for, in case you were wondering what that stood for, gets triggered. And also really they're obligated to implement the Conley Corridor, which could be an investment of $300 million. One of the other things that is in this long document, and I recognize it's a long document that I'm extremely pleased about, is the local economic and community benefits program that is called out in here. This is really groundbreaking in the county of Solano. This provides for support for locally owned businesses and local hire program. And it requires a non-discriminatory program that would focus on local business and local hire, as well as reporting. There are multiple programs described within Exhibit M of this document that provides for both serving locally owned businesses to help them prepare for and compete for contracts when projects are moving forward on Mare Island. It also provides for programs for local hire, and it obligates the developer to fund the Solano Workforce Development Board and the Solano SBDC to actually implement and partner with them to do those programs. All the contractors are required to to go through that programming and go through their local hire activities. They will be reporting to the developer their compliance, and then the developer will be reporting annually to the city their compliance on this program. So this is a huge economic benefit to our community. It's hard to quantify the benefit that it will impact for the time to come. So I'm going to move to just real quick before I move this to our other presenters on the surplus lands property exemption. Some of you may be aware that AB 1486 was passed in 2019, and it made some changes to the Surplus Lands Act, and it requires public agencies to notify and offer surplus lands for affordable housing and other elements related to that, to the disposal of lands. But it has an exemption in it, and there's two triggers for the exemption. One, that you have been in an exclusive negotiating agreement specifically for the properties that you're looking to dispose of prior to September of 2019. And the second, to comply with that exemption, is that you will dispose of it prior to 12/31/2022. So that's why there's both a resolution in your packet as well as compliance measures that the city will follow to make sure that it's surplus and accepted by HCD as such. With that, the CEQA addendum, I think that was going to be next slide, and I'll move that over to Gillian. Thank you.
Thank you. So the CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act analysis was determined to be an addendum to be the appropriate document. It was the addendum to the previously certified final environmental impact statement, environmental impact report for the disposal and reuse of Mare Island Naval Shipyard project and the Mare Island amended restated specific plan final subsequent EIR in 2005. The CEQA addendum analyzed this DDA draft document itself, the North Mare Island demolitions, and the Connolly Corridor project. And the applicant's going to review the Connolly Corridor detail, but I just wanted to go over some of the numbers so that you could have in your mind how great and big and amazing that this project in the first phase is going to be. We're looking at a proposal of 29,000 square feet of office, up to 373 multifamily units, a 200-room hotel, approximately 46,000 square feet of ancillary uses such as event space, food and beverage, kiosks, retail, approximately 194,000 square feet of open space, and then some reuse of Building 77 as office space. Basically, the hotel is also going to reuse some buildings. Basically, it's a very large-scale project that is required to move forward within 60 months. While we work on that public outreach and specific plan, we heard loud and clear from council and the community, they want to see something now. And so the investment on this Connolly Corridor is valued in today's dollars at about $300 million. So not only are we getting these great benefits for the city and the potential new planning of the entire island, but we're getting a great first phase to activate the site and to move things forward. Very, very exciting that we were able to negotiate that with Nimitz. So again, could you go back one more time? Sorry, I just want to make sure. The fill importation, the site preparation work, the new specific plan and backbone infrastructure plan will require further CEQA review. We'll have to do a new environmental document in compliance with CEQA once we move those items forward. Next slide, please. Tonight also in your packets, Council, is the exclusive negotiating agreement 7th Amendment. The current ENA expires on the 31st of the month. And we are asking for a short extension to ensure that if the council approves this draft DDA tonight, that we can get everything signed and executed before the expiration of that amendment. And that's very important, as Paul spoke about the Surplus Lands Act, that since we had entered into this ENA prior to the changes in the Surplus Lands Act, that we do not let that expire. The Seventh Amendment extends the ENA term 9 months through the end of the year, so we can finalize all those DDA and transfer documents and make sure, again, that we are compliant with the Surplus Lands Act. Otherwise, if we don't extend the ENA and we let it expire, then the city will be forced to comply with the Surplus Lands Act and offer this property first to affordable housing developers prior to any land disposition. So it's really important that we got that into the packet tonight. Next slide, please. Public input, as I stated earlier this evening, we posted all the documents on myvallejo.com. We did a press release. We emailed all interested parties that had contacted us. We also emailed our general plan outreach email list. We, even though a public meeting notice was not required, a public hearing notice wasn't required, we sent a meeting notice anyways to property owners within 500 feet of the site instead of the normal 200 to 300. And then we also put an advertisement in the Times Herald 10 days prior to this meeting to try and get out the word as much as possible. We participated in Nimitz Southern Lands town hall meetings, most recently March 9th, but many of those I attended to answer questions on behalf of the city. As far as the myvallejo.com site, at the time of this PowerPoint, there were 397 visits to the website and 244 additional clicks. Since I've done this PowerPoint, we've received 7 letters of support of the project and 4 letters against the project and 2 offers to purchase. As I outlined before, those offers to purchase, we cannot consider those. We're in an exclusive negotiating agreement. It's a legal document binding us to the current development partner. And those 2 offers to purchase, again, participated in the prior RFQ process years back and were not selected at that time. So I just wanted to clarify that. Next slide, please. So it's a lot of information, it's a lot of good stuff, and it's a lot of complicated stuff. But the recommendation of city staff is that this draft development agreement has many benefits to this city and this community. It shifts our ongoing cost of North Mare Island ownership and all pre-development costs to Nimitz. It eliminates our loan payments. It creates an opportunity for both South Island and North Mare Island to be developed under a new, robust, thoughtful, community-based, future-specific plan that has many, many benefits to the city of Vallejo overall. So staff is recommending that council declare North Mare Island as exempt from the Surplus Property Act, approve the CEQA addendum, approve the draft DDA, and approve the ENA 7th Amendment. With that, I'd like to go over next steps if the council does decide to approve the draft DDA tonight. Following that approval would start the 90-day feasibility period for Nimitz. Once we close escrow, we would transfer the city-owned 125-acre property within 120 days after the DDA is signed. And then immediately at that point, the city would pay off the HUD loan. The implementation of the DDA would begin to happen. Connolly Corridor development begins. The specific plan process begins within the 24 months, and things really start moving. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tom D'Alessandro of Southern Lands so they can give a brief presentation, and then we'll bring it back to staff afterwards. Thank you.
Well, first, thank you, Mayor, City Council, and City Senior Staff, Gillian, Veronica, and Mike. We're very, very happy with the work you've done, and the support over these last few years has really been remarkable. And I think the presentation tonight shows you this has been a lot of work on everyone's part. We are taking tonight, we could be taking a very significant step in a strategy to imagine and build a new vision for all of Mare Island. The disposition development agreement before you, as we've seen, reflects more than 2 years of collaboration, 2 years of public-private partnership toward allowing Mare Island and the city of Vallejo to create a new island plan, a new specific plan that will encompass the entire island. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and what we do now and in the near future will set Mare Island on an ambitious trajectory toward economic prosperity, enhanced cultural vitality, and more robust sustainability. Mare Island has a rich history. We want to work with the city and the community to ensure that it has an even richer future for our children and grandchildren. Tonight, we start on a shared journey, we hope, we start on a shared journey to a plan that will weave North Mare Island into the rest of the island, one plan that is best suited to serve future generations. We know that so much of folks and the focus on Mare Island is its history and what it used to be. And I think this exercise with the city, with us, with the community, is really to take a forward look and say, what do we want to see in 20 years and 30 years? How do we need to position Mare Island as technologies are emerging? And what do we want? The city's prosperity, I think, it depends upon the city and the developer and the community working together to figure out how to entice people to move to Vallejo, to move their companies and their families to Vallejo. We have to create a place that is compelling. I'm confident we can do it. We think of Mare Island as a long-term process of creating homes, shops, restaurants, hotels, and office buildings, but also open spaces, parks, promenades, waterfront venues, and restored historic buildings. We will start immediately on the series of improvements needed at North Mare Island and at Conley Street. And this, beyond these first phases, this is going to be a multi-decade and multi-generational project. You know, as a young boy, I watched my father and grandfather in Baltimore launch the redevelopment of their inner harbor and the harbor front. And as I've gone back now and seen, and both of them are dead, but as I've gone back now and seen the success of that effort, I can tell you they would find it unbelievable how much Baltimore has been transformed, the waterfront of Baltimore has been transformed. And just starting with they did with just, you know, a city that was, the downtown was declining, and how did they solve it? So I hope 50 years from now, my grandchildren will visit Mare Island and be equally astonished by the changes that we've seen or we've helped start here. I'd like to move to the second, oh, we haven't done the slides, so I don't know if they're our slides.
I was just trying to locate that. Tom, give us a few seconds here.
That first slide was just a picture of Mare Island, so it's the second one that I need.
I don't know that we got it, Tom.
We sent it to, it would be from Liz Duran who sent it to you, but we...
I don't have an email from a Liz.
Oh, really?
Can you resend it to me really quickly?
Okay,
Thanks.
I should have confirmed you had it. I just assumed it had gotten through. The good news is it's only 7 slides, so it's not going to take a long time.
Do you want to take a 5-minute recess while we pull this up?
Okay, yeah. Pardon me?
Okay. Okay, thank you. 5 minutes. Thank you.
I don't think he's found it. Yeah. Okay, council is all present again. Mr. D'Alessandro, have you found your document? No, huh? Dave, I can't imagine what that feeling is like.
It's what I wanted to talk about, but I don't have the image. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Are we all ready? Any success or not? No, good. Otherwise, you'd have to rely upon your wit and your charm.
We don't have to go there. We don't go there. All right, there we go.
It's all yours.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to slide 2. So we're ready to go to slide 2. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, what you will see very soon, I hope, keeping my fingers crossed, knocking on wood, is, now we see it. So as you know, we are relatively newcomers to Vallejo, and so we've been listening in many settings to what Vallejo's communities want to see happen on Mare Island. And I believe these are goals that are likely to be shared by the city. So just at a very quick glance, you can see that people are looking for us to be catalysts of economic development, to create jobs, and to do it, if you're looking at the blue, which is about economics, to do it in public-private partnership. These are what we're hearing from the community and the blue circles. The community, in addition to that, they're also asking us to act as stewards of the environment and to enhance the sustainability and resiliency of Mare Island's open spaces and to reuse the historic buildings. Those are the ones that are shown in green circles. Additionally, people are talking about the quality of life. They want us to be advocates for a stronger, diverse community on Mare Island with educational and housing options, and to be curators of the arts. And these are the goals that are shown in the purple circles. Finally, the community wants us to make Mare Island walkable, with many options for access to its fabulous waterfront. This is over many, many presentations, and we're kind of collecting the information. So tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we, Southern Land and Nimitz, and the city are very much aligned with the goals that the community's asked us to work on. And as Gillian mentioned earlier, we have not waited for the DDA to get started. Ahead of schedule, we've been building the fence, we've built the fence, and we've started the security, extra security. So next slide. I wanted to go a little bit over the economics, and so this is showing some of the costs. So in the 2019 appraisal, your consultant estimated the costs of infrastructure, so rebuilding all of the infrastructure, at the $36 million that was shown earlier. We've updated the appraisal basically to add the cost of the assembling the dirt, compiling the dirt, and compacting it. And the current estimate NGO has given us is $108 million. Pardon me, it's about $70 million for the dirt and compaction, and that's because the price of dirt has gone up, and not so much the compaction. That's pretty much the same. But then when we said, and the point is this: when you looked at the appraisal, and Gillian said after we make it, after we put all the money in to improve it, if we put if we put 30 million in and then another 40 million in, it'll be worth 15 million. That was the 2019 appraisal. Today it would be worth about 20 million, but only after you put 100 million in. So in effect, that's a cost of the land. You might say, well, the city's not getting the direct cash benefit, but as someone acquiring the land, the cost to us is the cost of any purchase price, but it's also the other considerations in the DDA, which is it's a disposition and development agreement. And so when we look at the development part of this, we have to put this money in. And so our land cost is $109 million under the appraisal, and for that $109 million, we will end up with a parcel worth $20 million, according to the assessor, according to the appraisal. But then when we look at the DDA and we say, well, there are other provisions of the DDA. So we have in the base, the blue is the importing the dirt and surcharging. The gray is the redoing all of the utilities. We added the little thin red line. It's about $3 million. That's 7 years of expenses. So I took the number that Paul was showing, and we said, okay, if we're doing that over 7 years, the 415,000 costs, that's another 3 million. The reason I say 7 years is by the time we go through the all of the CEQA, tear down the buildings, importing the dirt, doing the surcharging, rebuilding the utilities, all the infrastructure, the backbone infrastructure, that's likely to take the better part of 7 years. And I know, as Gillian said, we've certainly heard it. People want to see things now. When we signed the term sheet in 2020, we began to get calls and complaints in January, why hadn't we started development? So we know that we're going to hear, why haven't you started development? And that's one of the incentives for doing Conley Street. Because once we have the DDA approved, then we can know about our access to Highway 37 with some assurance, and that puts us in a position to do the hotel, to do the retail. Because I've worked on a lot of retail and hotels, and that access is so critical. So this chart then adds the big light gray, and that's Conley Street. And Conley Street is a requirement of the DDA. So that is, the 2022, the middle column really is the land cost, but the larger column is, and this doesn't have the beautification, it doesn't have a lot of the other things we discussed, but it was just looking at the largest items. This is a commitment that is fairly substantial. And what we're doing here is saying that this commitment, the DDA, is requiring a substantial commitment on our part, not just to improving the land and making it developable, but to undertaking a pretty substantial first phase of development. And so Conley Street is the largest part of this contribution. I want to show you, just remind you, I think we've shown you these slides before, but I'll show you just a few images of Conley Street to say why I think we're so excited about it. So next slide. So this is one view of Conley Street, and so when you toward the water at the lower left, you see the promenade, and at the upper left, or the promenade, you see a brick building. That's Building 69. That is where we would be turning it into a boutique hotel. The coal shed buildings to the right of it, two of them, as you know, the one with Mare Island Brewery and CrossFit are complete, but the other 7 are not. And these we would be bringing in mostly restaurants, food and beverage, but some retail. But then going west, a block west of the coal sheds, you begin to see a number of parks that we're creating. And then going farther west, you see another brick building. That would be where we would do office. And then we're, under the existing specific plan, we can't do residential east of Walnut. So we have to push the residential to the west side of Walnut, to the yellow, the beige kind of yellow buildings. Those represent the apartments. So all of this is, and Conley Street, I think one of the other things we talk about Conley Street, that's the street that's perpendicular to the river, and that's the street that you see the tree lined. So we're creating essentially 6 blocks of Conley Street. That's a walkable district, and we have then in the plan residential, retail, office, hotel, and plaza space. Next slide. When you look at this image and you think we are talking about the Mare Island urban historic core, the historic core of Mare Island, and today you don't think of it as, you don't think of tree-lined streets and lawns. But we want to really transform this part of the historic core to make it very comfortable for families, make it very comfortable as a place to hang out, go to a concert, go to a farmer's market, whatever, a whole series of events can be scheduled here, but part of it is just to make it a more comfortable, a pleasant, attractive environment. And we see this as almost an oasis for that historic district of Mare Island. Next slide. So this is the promenade, and we're looking at it remaining a promenade along the river. But as you move toward the buildings, we see this for outdoor dining, for here we have a fire pit. We just begin to create some little spaces for things to be happening. And when you look at what's happened around the country, and these might be extreme examples, but if you look at how New York's High Line has redefined Lower Manhattan, if you look at how Chicago's Millennium Park just the bean, as it's called, has become the city's top destination with these improvements. So, and in my career, we worked on a well-designed street and a plaza in Northern Virginia that became viral and really redefined the community I'd been working on for years, called Reston. So we've seen how creating these public spaces and animated with the right uses can really just change people's perceptions. And what we need to create for us to be successful, we believe, we need to make Mare Island a regional destination. We need to be pulling people in from beyond just Vallejo and someplace people might visit for we had in Reston, for example, we're 20 miles away from Washington. When we did the credit card analysis, we were getting people who were driving to Reston to go to dinner from Washington, D.C. They were driving from all over the region because we created a special place. And so what we're trying to do here is really transform, in our earliest phase, to transform Mare Island into a regional destination. Next slide. So coming back to this image, and I return to this slide because to me this is what's essential. These are the voices of the community. And Gillian mentioned that this is, by signing this DDA or approving this DDA, we're taking the next step toward working together on, together the city and the developer, but also with the community on how we can dream and how we can draft a plan for Mare Island's future and for our children's future. We see it as a very intense interactive project. So far, you've seen our town halls, and those have been mostly lectures. But going forward, and there's been some dialogue, but going forward, these are going to be more like workshops, where we really are trying to pull from people more the definition to some of the things they've already told us. They've kind of, I think, given us our work order, and we are now in this process. I guess we would begin the process of fleshing that out. Our success depends on working together as partners. I think the process we've gone through in this, as you see from Gillian and his presentation, we've hammered out a lot of issues, and we've worked hard to resolve and come up with win-win solutions. So I'm comfortable that we can continue to work together. And again, do what I have, every time I see you, I say the same thing. We need to entice people to move their companies and their families to Vallejo. And I look forward to welcoming them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. If you want to, if you get back to our slide deck, that's fine. But I just wanted to say thank you again to all our staff that have worked on this project. As Tom said, it's been a long time. Been working on it almost 2 years now since the 2020 term sheet. And it has not been easy. It's probably been one of the most difficult projects I've worked on in my entire 21-year career, but it's so worth it because coming to the table with the developer and the community and looking out for the best interests of the citizens here in Vallejo isn't important. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity I see for the city to move economic development forward quickly, realize the community's vision to help them see what they want the city to be now through this process. So again, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you to Jerry Ramiza, our outside counsel, who spent many an hour working back and forth. Thank you to Southern Land and Nimitz team, Andrea, Tom, all of the legal. It's been a long process, but that's why we have been able to craft such a great document for you to consider this evening. So that concludes our staff presentation, and we are all available for questions, as well as our counsel and our outside counsel is available as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. D'Alessandro. We're going to move to public comments at this time, and we'll take the in-person ones first. Vice Mayor, would you please call the first 5 speakers?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our first speaker is Mr. Tim Heimstra, followed by Victor Zayas. Number 3 is Constantine Mia, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, Miachin from Regal Developments. Next is Andrea Sorce. And number 5, Kevin Frazier.
All right, am I on? All right, so I want to, good evening, City Council, Mayor, Mr. Malone, and Gillian, great job. You are just absolutely outstanding, Paul Kelly. Tim Heimstra, I'm owner-broker of Napa River Realty. My corporate office is just a couple blocks here at 408 Georgia Street. I do sell a lot of real estate, both residential and commercial in this town. And I feel like I'm a stakeholder as well. Our house sits at 101 C Street, centered on top of the hill overlooking North Mare Island. And so it really impacts, my wife and I pretty, substantially what happens there. And then in addition, we own a 35,000 square foot waterfront property that had a house on it several years ago that burned down with an old beat up dock. I've got the permits to get that fixed, and I do intend to develop that waterfront property too in the future. I've watched pretty substantially, watched over the years what's been happening on Mare Island. I was stationed in the Marine Corps, and I worked for 3 years from 1976 to 79 on Mare Island. And I worked as a real estate asset manager for the Department of Defense with real estate assets, and I watched when the base closed in '96 and the $200 million that BRAC spent cleaning up the island. So I've really paid attention to what's going on here. We know in 2014 we had the RFQ, we had presenters with hotels. I'm a big proponent of hotels, and I tell you why. The transit occupancy tax that we're going to get from that is huge. We've got a master developer that has made a presentation, and in my opinion, this master development team has a temperament to deal with our diverse community. So, we can argue about the appraisal, we can talk about is $3 million enough, but I got to tell you, kicking the can down the road is going to be devastating. Right now, the economic climate is perfect for getting development going. If we were to procrastinate and economic conditions change, it would just be a terrible thing. I think we can always find reasons not to do something, but I think we need to embrace the hard work that's gone into these negotiations, and be super positive, in my opinion, and let's make it happen. There's people that watch it happen, and there's others that make it happen. Let's make it happen. Let's hold Ms. Hayes accountable for getting this thing done, the developer. And in my opinion, I strongly recommend that we move forward. And I want to see a hotel, and I want to see tourism, and I want to see here in this town. My time is up. Thank you for your consideration in this matter, and for you overachievers that work for us on the City Council.
Thank you. Victor?
Good evening, council members. I'm Victor Zayas. I'm president of Earthquake Protection Systems. We are the largest employer and landowner on North Mare Island. So council members, please do not be rushed into approving this development and disposition agreement tonight. Please take the time necessary to address some serious issues. And please do not extend the exclusive right to negotiate agreement tonight. The RFQ offered a 6-month exclusive right to negotiate. It's 4 years. Please give Vallejo the opportunity to consider offers with much better terms for the city. This DDA will basically obstruct construction on North Mare Island for 5 or 6 years. The DDA states that Nimitz will submit their development plan for North Mare Island 3 years after they take title. And that construction will begin some 5 to 6 years after they take title. Okay. This is not compliant with the terms of the exclusive right to negotiate agreement, with the terms of the RFQ issued in 2017. That RFQ required the selected developer to present their development plan for North Mare Island for approval by the City Council. Nimitz claims that overburdened soil compaction is necessary to build on Mare Island. And then the cost is some $70 million. Overburdened soil compaction is not needed at North Mare Island. Overburdened soil compaction is just a specific technique used to support some foundation types. The preferred foundation types for North Mare Island would not use the overburden compaction technique.
Time.
So that.
All right, did you have a sum-up comment?
Yes, yeah, I got a little.
Well, you're out of time, but so can you sum up in a sentence or two?
Mayor, may I have a bit more time?
Council? All right, we'll give another minute.
20 years ago, Lennar submitted a negative valuation for Mare Island. Consequently, Vallejo sold 650 acres of land, 8 million square feet of buildings, and hundreds of millions of dollars of Navy equipment for $1. 24 years later, I believe Lennar left this island having made $1 billion off of that $1 investment. If you approve this DDA, you're basically repeating that mistake. In 2013, Vallejo commissioned a North Mare Island use study that concluded that the best use for Mare Island was manufacturing because of the jobs it would create and the long-term economic value. And if the council
Time.
extend this exclusive right to negotiate agreement, you could consider these options. I guess it has 8 more days to run.
Okay, well,
I think you need to give yourself the time to adequately consider these other options.
thank you, Mr. Zayas. Your time is up. Okay, so we appreciate your comments and certainly your presence on the island and well, your contributions to this effort. Thank you. And with that, we will move on to Constantine. Okay.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and dear councils. My name is Constantine, Regal Financial Development Corporation. You may remember us. We was one of the people who proposed redevelopment of North Mare Island. At that time, we offered $11 million. So we did our evaluation again using a comparable approach and even data from how much Nimitz bought south part of the island. And even based on this data, evaluation for land, it's coming up much higher. Actually, it's 10th our proposal, same $11 million. And we've been working for last 2 years to present proposal. Actually, we're going to use some of the technology to build buildings. So what we're basically proposing as before to redevelop North Mare Island as what it used to be. It used to be port. I don't know what you see, but when I look at water, I see a port. And port land, it has literally no value. It's usually not even in a private hands. And if you look at around the world, it's the most expensive property. And what it is cash cow. If you're gonna paint this cow brown, it's not gonna give you chocolate milk. I think Vallejo had enough dreaming. I seen it 8 years empty, this land. since 2018, it's empty. And like, according to proposal, another 5 years now going to happen. And who going to put $100 million of dirt when it's not even necessary, according to Victor? And he have a general contractor license, by the way. In order to put what? To put parks? Why don't you redevelop parks right here into more parks? You have more than enough space for park right in front of your building and between the water. To put $100 million into a land and put parks and some venue for people when they have no money to buy anything in these venues, I think it's not the best use for people of Vallejo and not the best use for the property. It is a port. It's been hundreds of millions of dollars spent by ancestors of this land. I mean, excuse my English, by people who built this port. I guess it was government, military. It is a port. It's easily to turn into port and create into a cash cow. So this is our proposal, still stand. In my opinion, our opinion, you should put a hold or maybe not extend this what is called exclusive right negotiation agreement and allow other proposals to come in.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. We'll move on to Andrea.
All right. Hi, Mayor and Council. I came up here a few months ago, and I put on my hat as an economics professor, which is my day job, and I talked to you all about incentives and the importance of incentives when economic decisions are being made, and the need, if we want something out of this island, the need to make sure that the developer is incentivized to do what we want them to do, which ultimately is to develop the island, to build all the beautiful stuff that they've been showing us, and to create jobs, and to lead to our prosperous city. But the problem is that, as we've seen from past deals here in Vallejo and from work of researchers globally, it is more profitable for a developer to sit on an investment, to sit on land, and let it naturally appreciate. That's what we saw with Lennar, the previous speaker already mentioned. They made hundreds of millions of dollars off of our island and did very little to show for it. And as I mentioned before, it's not that the developers themselves are bad, it's because the deals are bad. Whether it's Lennar or Callahan on the waterfront, Vallejo made bad deals. We didn't negotiate well, we didn't put the incentives in place, and then the developer did what was best for them. And that's what Nimitz and SLC are doing here. I don't think that this precludes us from having a wonderful project on North Mare Island and the South Island. I think it's completely possible, but with this agreement, there's nothing in there that's going to guarantee that they're going to build. That Connolly Street project, I mean, it looks amazing, but if you all notice, the implementation of it, supposed DDA, happens after the land transfer. We'll have already given away the land. There's nothing incentivizing them to do that. They're telling us that now, and I would love to trust them, but past mistakes have proven we probably shouldn't do that. We probably need to put those teeth in the agreement from the start. So I got a minute left. I wanted to raise 4 more issues. I'll probably be able to get to 2 or 3 of them. The change from long-term lease to sale is really the issue here. We had the long-term lease in order to enforce the development, and if the developer intends to do the Connolly Street project in the next 5 years, then it shouldn't be a problem for them to do a long-term lease, and then upon doing the development and investing that money, then they get the land transfer. And the old deal triggered the land transfer for 0. It wasn't about the purchase price. It was about ensuring that the development took place. The other issue that I raised was the difference between a DDA and a PSA, i.e. a purchase sale agreement versus a development agreement. And this project has bypassed Planning Commission. We've been listening to staff, the developer, call it a DDA, but it's been said that this bypassed Planning Commission because it doesn't have any development requirements. It's actually a purchase sale agreement. So my question that I feel like needs to be answered tonight is, why are we calling this a DDA when it's so clearly a purchase sale agreement? And if it is a DDA, which it doesn't appear to be, why didn't it go to Planning Commission? So that's only 2 of the issues that I was going to raise. I don't know if it's possible to get more time, but you know, we've got some other serious ones happening.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. We'll move on to Kevin. Was it?
Mayor McConnell, Vice Mayor Aligo, council members.
You all look really tired. I see a lot of red eyes out there. City staff, thanks for hanging in so late. I'm going to keep it very short. I'm here in total support of this development, and I just am asking you all to give this a yes vote. The time that it's taken to get to this point has been, for me, forever. I've been driving my kids across Mare Island. I lived on Mare Island for a while, and I've seen it dilapidated for so long. And since Nimitz has come in, I've started to see progress. I've seen buildings go down. I've seen the promenade get built up. I've seen coal sheds start to have businesses in them. And this is all happening because of this company. So all I just want to say is I'm in favor, and I hope you are too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next 5 speakers, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next set of speakers is Ann Adams, David Haldane, Jeff Traeger, Ken Tsutsu, and last speaker is Robert Brecky. Ann Adams, is she still here? I don't see her. I guess David Haldane?
Is Ann Adams still here?
She's not here.
I guess not. I don't see her. Okay. Mr. Haldane?
I strongly identify with my neighbor who is on C Street. I too wake up every morning and look directly at this property while I enjoy my coffee. If you look at me on Facebook, you'll see that most of my backgrounds have this property in the background because it's right off of my balcony. I'm sure the coastal Miwok, Suisun, and other native tribes that occupy this area had a very similar feeling about it. It is a beautiful and valuable piece of land, well located, and it brings a sense of peace to even go walk that land. I would encourage you at a minimum to at least consult with these tribes and consider perhaps engaging in some land back here, making sure that those tribes can benefit from the land that they originally called home before any colonizers or governments got to it. I heard a lot about a DDA, which is weird because, like Andrea said, I thought this was a purchase and sale agreement. The DDA is not finalized. Anything said in there can be changed. A lot of things said about the Connolly Street corridor development, but we're talking about the North Mare Island, so it gets a little switched there. Amongst all that, something salient came up. You brought up the Inner Harbor in Baltimore. I went to school in Baltimore. I worked with HIV prevention and management in East Baltimore, and I worked in Charles Village and Hamden with communities of interest. And all of those communities will tell you one thing about the Inner Harbor. It costs too much, it's eating city resources with police and infrastructure requirements, and we can't afford it. We can't go there. It's not for us. So the rich white people, the companies, and the developers really like the Inner Harbor because lots of tourists go there and give them money, but the rest of the community resents it. It is a cause of division in Baltimore, and we are setting ourselves up to be operating in a very similar situation here, especially with a developer from Virginia building on an island in California. Obviously, that would be having some challenges. Some things I see missing: public access to the river. Why aren't we making use of that? That's the last place that we're going to be able to get down to the river there. Why aren't we making sure that the public can use that resource and access that resource? Why aren't we seeing these requirements to actually finish things? The one thing that I keep hearing is, oh, it's taken so long. Well, you know what made it take long? Ripping up the agreement that got a 7-0 vote on council. That's what made it take long. Extending the ENA is what made it take long. Talking to the community doesn't make it take long. What we have to say doesn't make it take long. We liked the original one. Go back to that. Or open up the ENA to get something that actually shows some community benefits. But most of all, put that DDA through planning before you actually get to this point, please.
Thank you. Jeff?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Jeff Traeger. I am a resident of Vallejo. I provide the music for the Waterfront Festival. I also provide the music for the last 5 years for the Juneteenth Festival, and I've lived here for probably 6 or 7 years, and it's really funny because my father started here as an educator before the war, and he spent 35 years in the school district. And he always talked about this place. But I want to say that I totally agree with Kevin. I think this is a wonderful thing, and I implore you to pass this. I think it should be developed. Thank you.
Thank you. Ken?
Yes. Good evening, Ken Sujo. I like to ask the council to delay or to basically amend whatever is provided today for two reasons. One is, as Andrea mentioned earlier, there are two things. One is protect us. Okay, and the second point is how can we get the most out of this deal? Okay, I remember like 2 years ago, it's always nice to listen to a developer to tell us their vision and what could happen. But I think we all remember, or many of you actually on the council when Faraday coming to here and made the presentation. And I remember many of you are very bubbly because actually that developer is recommended from the state and everything like, okay, electronic card and everything. Anyway, my point is, yes, the developer always tell you the wonderful story. But we need to be careful to look at what we really want, which is the benefit to us. Okay, several things which I wanted to bring up. One thing which I really feel very bad is both the staff and the Southland company trying to convince us, I mean, they are doing us a favor and by taking our land away, and basically there's a $0. So for example, like I went to their presentation a couple days ago, and basically this is basically what they are saying is after they get the land, they are paying out $88 million. And today I think Gillian says 40 million, okay. So are they crazy? Like why did you want to pay $88 million? And everybody's fighting for this. Like, I mean, you are only be told half of the story, which is how much is going to develop this. What about the second half? How much money, I mean, this is going to make for us, okay, or make for the developer. I think we need to have part of it. And also, what's the problem of affordable housing? Affordable housing, it says, okay, as if we have to do this because otherwise we're going to do affordable housing. So what's wrong with including affordable housing into this development? So all this is, I mean, we need to think about what we want, not what is best for the developer. Also, they can promise us, but what do we have to control the development? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And do we have our last in-person speaker?
Mr. Brecky, last speaker.
No.
Plus the phone, yeah. Last speaker on site.
I, like this council, was super excited when Dave Finney came to Mare Island. He expressed passion, imagination. He did something beautiful with the buildings he had to work with. But and there was a comment by a council member, it was actually the mayor at the time, well, what happens if the money goes away? I'm not worried about the money. What I'm worried about is the ideas and the innovation that could come from people that have imagination and see beyond. That is an iconic island. It's being treated like we should be talking with architects like Bjorn Ingels Group in New York, Denmark, London. It is an iconic island that demands to have something really, really outstanding. And Mr. Zayas is doing world-class. He's done the earthquake protection systems for Apple headquarters. He wants to do innovative building materials, and he's tried for 3 years to get through planning to be able to build a 100,000 square feet, addition to his building, and he has been thwarted along the way. It hasn't happened. And various council members and mayor have said in the past when these things have come up, please work with Mr. Zayas, because he is doing something that is truly remarkable. He's done work in over 30 countries. He's worked in Turkey, one of the worst earthquake problems in the world. He's built sustainable, solar, totally net zero buildings. You want to be working with these kinds of people, and you want to be not, his whole system doesn't depend on soil compaction and reducing your price of the property to the developer for zero, and it basically is zero. You want to be working with making them come up. There's no benchmarks, no timelines. Where the hell is Brown? He disappears? Does he listen to anything?
Time.
Excuse me, but...
Thank you, Mr. Brecky. I don't believe we have any more in-person speakers. Is that correct?
That's it.
Okay, so we will go to our
That's it,
virtual
Mr. Mayor.
speakers. Naveed, how many virtual speakers do we have?
Mr. Mayor, we have 8 speakers.
Okay, we'll call them in order, 3 minutes each.
Joe Feller, go ahead, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's Joe Feller. I'm chair of the Solano group of the Sierra Club, and I'm also a member of the executive committee of the Redwood chapter of the Sierra Club. I just cannot believe staff's report. It's so disingenuous that it's beyond lying. It's just incredible. The liability that this council is going to open us up to. Main point, the Navy will not come back to clean up property if the city decides to change the zoning of that property, especially after the property has been handed over to the city. So I don't know how long the city's been in possession of the north end of Mare Island, but it's been a while. If they change the zoning, and to blame it on us citizens, if the citizens decide that we want mixed use, come on. The citizens don't want mixed use. The only person who wants mixed use would be the developer. And to hope that the Navy's going to bail it out to clean it up and leave the city, is just, it's beyond the pale, just beyond the pale. And we are going to continue to have a rundown second-class city if we don't hold staff responsible for misrepresenting things just like that. Because the city of Vallejo is going to be on the hook for cleaning that up. Trust me, when the Navy, of course, turns their nose up at it. There are so many other things. I just don't even want to go into it. This is just beyond the pale. Again, I'm going to advise you, if you guys go forward with this tonight, I will be consulting with our attorneys, and you will be negotiating with them and not me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feller. Our second speaker, please.
Belinda Seidman, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. This is a really important matter here to the community who are the real owners of that property. And I don't think the community has been addressed. A few meetings, which are more like sales pitches from the developers, are all we have. And then tonight, when a decision's going to be made, we have 3 minutes each. That is not community involvement. This is not a development deal. This is a sale. There's no requirements for development. And why are we talking about Connolly Street? Mr. D'Alessandro got up, that's all he talked about is Connolly Street. There's pretty pictures and the palm trees and the parks and all. That's not what we're here for tonight. What's it, a dog and pony show here? And those prohibited uses are only covered in between this sale and when they do the new specific plan. After that, they can do anything. They can sell it to somebody. They can do anything. This is all very bad business, very bad. And I don't think the city is working on the behalf of the citizens here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seidemann. We'll call our third speaker, please.
North Mare Island, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Myrna Hayes. I have several questions. I have a question, as Joe Feller did, about where the notion the staff has comes from that the Navy is going to pay for the environmental cleanup for new land use other than the current specific plan of industrial. I've written a response to a question that the mayor actually asked me to answer yesterday on this topic from the community. And I've seen it on the social media a lot. I checked in with the lead state regulatory agency just yesterday. It's just simply not true that the Navy is going to come back and do an environmental cleanup at a higher level if you impose mixed use or housing on that property. Lennar's demonstrated that. De Silva, Callahan, where it was their dime that did the environmental cleanup above and beyond what the agreed on terms were. So this is flat out, fibbing, if you want to say it in a nice way. The next thing I want to ask about is the PCBs, which I believe were spread about at Building 571. How did you select the demo contractor? Did you know there were PCBs? At what level are they above limits for industrial use? Why are you not going back to the Navy if you received the property clean to an industrial standard, and you've now discovered that there was an inadequate cleanup before you received the property? Why didn't you do due diligence when you received it? Why are we paying for the city of Vallejo's staff's lack of accountability, that you did not enter into a special agreement with the demo company to be on the hook for spreading PCBs around? So the $600,000 that you've earned or intend to earn in this sale, you're now going to toss away doing the environmental cleanup because you did a sloppy. Should I pay a sales tax that you're going to try to impose again on me, on all of us, especially with a fixed income, and then have it thrown away like you're intending to do here? In mentioning Reston, I wanted to note that we are already a regional attraction, and we've been up to that for 15 to 20 years. I would.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Can we call our fourth speaker, please?
Ann Carr, go ahead, please.
Hi, thanks. It's Ann Carr. Can you hear me? Please confirm.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So Vallejo has been betrothed a number of times, and we've been left at the altar. And I think it's important for us to understand there's a difference between the courtship phase of a deal and once the deal is inked. Taking us back to Lennar, in Lennar's courtship, they promised 10,000 jobs, and I think we're still at, I want to say, 3,000 jobs on Mare Island. I don't know what, if anything, Callahan promised. He's obviously not delivered very much. So really, I think the question we have to ask ourselves is, how do we know that something will be done for sure? And the way we know that it'll be done for sure is it's in writing. Now, I say that I happen to like Dave Finney, and I was dazzled by him and Nimitz Group, and probably don't have the same level of enthusiasm about Southern Land, but I still am impressed and am hopeful. But hoping and faith is not the same thing as getting it in writing. I am among those who think we seem to have more teeth in the original 2019 terms than we have now. There's some small things like if we were having meetings all the time, why isn't that in the agreement? Once you take that out, you don't get them. But really, I just think the city needs to look at this and say, are we okay if we only get the Connolly corridor, or if we only get the specific plan? Is that enough for us? Because it seems to me that what is promised on North Mare Island is pretty shaky. We don't even know. And one thing I will say, and again, I like all of the principles involved, and it's probably the most exciting opportunity we've had, but I will say that once Southern Land came into the picture, there seemed to be a pattern of what felt like stringing us along. So every time we asked about it, there was a longer lead time until we could expect a specific plan. And now in looking at the potential cost to rehabilitate North Mare Island, the costs are always higher and higher. So that just makes me suspicious. I would ask the council, you do need to extend the ENA because it's going to expire at the end of the month. But resolution 3 in your packet tonight, you have the opportunity to hold back on that. And I would make sure that the DDA or the planned sale gets as specific as possible, because once we sign, the courtship is over, and then we're in the hope phase as opposed to something we can really expect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carr. We'll call our 5th speaker, please.
Stephen Hallett, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. So on behalf of Supervisor Monica Brown, she wants iterated on the record that the residents of Mare Island have been paying far too many fees for far too long. And any deal that is done in regards to Mare Island, in regards to the community financing district fees, need to relieve that burden. I know that Ms. Hayes mentioned the CFDs, but I just want to make sure, I see her nodding. I just want to make sure that it's in there that this will take care of their concerns. And then, so I'll take that as a yes. The other thing I wanted to mention was Ms. Hayes mentioned the empty buildings around Vallejo. Specifically, I wanted to cite the ones on Georgia Street that have been left empty, one, since the earthquake and hasn't been fixed. I really think we need to look at that. And then one thing that just really bothered me was listening to Mr. Kelly talking about how it looked like he was in charge of some kind of employment non-discrimination agreement for the jobs that are going to be created out there. Mr. Kelly walked out of a Sonoma County Board of Supervisor meeting when a pride resolution was issued. He told the then chairperson, Supervisor Brown, he was opposed to it. And here was his response. The Press Democrat, when they asked him why he opposed it, his response was, but should we have a resolution just recognizing Latinos or just Italian Americans and their contributions to Sonoma County? That to me was the difference. How are marginalized communities supposed to feel when the person who's handling the non-discrimination stuff says garbage like this? That's appalling. I want the non-discrimination agreements or anything looked at by someone else and agreed to by groups representing the marginalized communities. Why are our tax dollars paying someone with these god-awful views? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Challet. We'll call our next speaker, please.
Greg Kaiden, go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Greg Kaiden. I'm CEO of Mr. Hat Presents. I live across the strait in Crockett, but I produce most of my larger events in Vallejo over the last couple of years since the pandemic, when I switched from doing Grateful Dead concert cruises on the bay to doing cruise-in concerts at the Vallejo County, the Solano County Fairgrounds in Vallejo, in order that we could still have live music that was accessible to families in the region when everything else was shut down. And I think having those concerts in Vallejo really helped put Vallejo on the map for live music. We got to have some really great bands like Los Lobos and Melvin Seals and JGB came to town. And I think it brought a lot of people from around the region who spent money in Vallejo. And but unfortunately, the fairgrounds kept raising the price on me sort of at the last minute in a way that was very difficult for me as a small business. And I almost had to stop doing concerts in Vallejo. And I came to city council at that time and asked for help. And they referred me to city staff who tried to find a site for me that the city owned unsuccessfully. But they referred me to Southern Land and the Nimitz Group at Mare Island, where they were able to find me a space for concerts. And we've been able to do four concerts there in 2021 that really show that Nimitz and Southern Land are following through on their promise to activate Mare Island by having fun events that are bringing people from throughout the region and showcasing Vallejo as a great destination. And I also want to report to council that Southern Land really has been responsive to community input, because the original site where I was going to have my concerts in front of the Marine Barracks, there was a great field that I was really excited about, but some local neighbors were concerned that it would cause disruption to their neighborhood. And Southern Land listened to that at the public meetings that they had, and they switched the location of the concerts to someplace that was not so close to houses where it hasn't bothered people. So I think they've really proven that they are dedicated to doing things to activate the community and make it a fun regional destination by working with small promoters like me and Fraser Traeger to bring fun events there. And they are really listening to the community and being responsive to the community. And I hope that the council will move forward with this agreement and not hold it up anymore. I think we've already sold most of the island to Nimitz, and there's just this last part that's sort of going underwater and has been unused and falling apart for many, many years. And I think this is our best bet to be able to bring in new tax dollars at this.
Thank you. Do we have another speaker?
Kathleen Diehep, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I assume you're hearing me. Naveed, you get my slides? No, that was a joke. I don't think jokes work very well virtually. Make sure somebody nod so I know you do hear me here. Thank you, Pippin. And so I think I would love this council to vote a 7-0 on this and move it ahead. I do think it would be worthy to add some things, to strengthen some things. Also think it would be, and the reason I would like you to be all behind it and really address the community is it isn't about Southern Land or Nimitz and the city of Vallejo. You all need to go together to the feds, to the state. We're going to need that Build Back Better money. We're going to need to work better with the Navy. We're going to need more resources. So my suggestion would be is that you sharpen. I sent you an email with some suggestions. You sharpen a few things. You continue this. You've got a 5th Tuesday. You listen to the community. We really don't want a lot of the community thinking this wasn't a good deal. This is a good deal. They have the vision. They can do this. Come on, y'all. How many times did you have to vote on that one map because it was being done late at night? Give yourself a little bit of time to get it right. I'm talking about a week. So this is not a regulatory CEQA DA, Andrea. It is a purchase and sale agreement. There are a lot of things being kicked to this specific plan that aren't just land use. They're who's going to pay for the capital, who's going to pay for the infrastructure. And I think you could stand to have this agreement have a detailed expectation of what that specific plan will be. The other thing is, the existing specific plan would not allow the noxious use, as Ms. Hayes states. It wasn't a win to have the developer say they weren't going to build a cement plant there. That isn't allowed on the island. And it's a mistake. In the last decade, the interest in the market, what we're seeing in the corridor, has been forms of industrial, has been forms of market. It's a strange idea to say that if they build a warehouse, it has to be convertible to residential later. That really means any kind of interest like that won't go to Mare Island. Yes, Southern Land and Nimitz want to do a new specific plan, but I would not prohibit them from jumping on great use that could go forward on the plan you all have adopted. So those are my thoughts. I think it would serve you to give your thoughts to the staff and continue this for a week and take the action when it's still light out at 7 o'clock next week. So thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Next speaker, please.
Casey, go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me find my notes. Hi, I'm Casey, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a Vallejo resident. Right before our collective world changed because of COVID-19, the Nimitz Group was attending board meetings at the GVRD because the Nimitz Group closed the Mare Island Sports Center, managed by GVRD, and open to all of the Vallejo public. During those meetings, the Nimitz Group promised they would help the GVRD determine a replacement location for the Mare Island Sports Complex. Then, the pandemic happened and all went silent, and has stayed silent with regard to the Nimitz Group helping replace the building they shut down. If the City Council is going to consider giving this part of our city away, for all intents and purposes, I would like for the City Council to consider requiring the Nimitz Group to give this community a sports complex back as part of this negotiation. The city and their youth and the adults miss this incredible facility we once had before the Nimitz Group shut it down. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another speaker.
Dave Marsh, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me, Council?
Yes, Dave.
Okay, just want to clarify, I keep hearing Nimitz, Southern Land, and the community needs to know what's the difference. We had Lennar, Mare Island, Nimitz Group, Southern Land. And so I think there's a little bit of disconnect, and in order to push any kind of deal forward, I think a little bit of transparency as to what happened in the last 3 years with NIOF, Southern Land, Nimitz. All of that needs to be kind of put back in order for us to move forward with any kind of deal. And really, that's all I want to say is just let's reset. There was a really weird kind of period with Lennar supposedly leaving, Dave Finney coming in. He did a great job with a few buildings, same Lennar staff on Mare Island. And I think a lot of the community is confused. And really, if we're going to move forward with this big, like sort of land acquisition deal of 147 acres, let's just reset and figure out who are we talking to. Are we talking to Galen Lawrence Jr., who's never set foot in Vallejo, has never attended a public meeting, who we don't know? And Dave Finney, who we know, who's a good person, who has tried to do good for the community and has put on a face for us. And then we're giving it over to Southern Lands Company, Nimitz Group, Lennar. It's all sort of the same group of people. So for me, as an individual, as a resident here, as a business owner, I just want to know, who are we talking about here? And I think the council and the staff really needs to look at what's happening. Because when Tom D'Alessandro comes up and says he has a 50-year plan, we're talking about a 5-year plan. We don't want a 50-year plan. So if somebody wants a 50-year plan, that's not the right developer for us. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dave. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, Chris still has his hand up. I don't want to assume if he wants to speak for this item or the second community forum.
Well, if he wants to talk about the Mare Island project, by all means. Chris, what do you want to talk about?
Chris?
Are you there? I guess he's not there. So we'll pass him.
Yeah, looks like he wants to talk in the second community forum.
Okay.
This concludes all the speakers.
Okay. Then at this time, I will close the public hearing on this matter and return it to the hands of the council. Does anybody have any questions, or does staff or Mr. D'Alessandro wish to rebut or respond to any of the comments made by any of the speakers?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I can address a few of the comments made. One of the first comments was that the claim is that we're using some overburdened soil compaction that's not necessary. I can assure the community and the council that we've had 2 different geotechnical studies and reports and a 3rd analysis, all done by engineers addressing the liquefaction issues on the island. And those reports are open for the public to take a look at as well. We heard a claim that it's more profitable to sit on land and that this is a bad deal. There's no incentives, there's no teeth. So the incentives and the teeth that we've built in is the buyback provision. So if for some reason Nimitz and Southern Land go ahead and do nothing for 5 years, don't get the specific plan and backbone infrastructure plan, then we have a reversionary clause. We take the land back. We do another RFP, we develop it ourselves, we get the land back. Yes, that's the provision that's in there, that's the teeth. If you don't develop, we take it back. That provision hasn't been a part of any of the prior development agreements at the city thus far, so that's why we're making a change. Development agreement versus purchase and sale agreement. Again, this is a purchase and sale agreement. It has details on price and terms of the agreement. The original negotiating team that started the 2019 term sheet called it a disposition and development agreement, and that's the title that they used, but the statutory definition of a development agreement has long-term commitments on vesting for entitlements, and this agreement does not do that. Quickly, we heard from some people about not wanting mixed use or wanting to give input, that the community is addressed in this planning process, and I can definitely assure you that the specific plan process is a discretionary entitlement process, which will include public input and many, many opportunities. We'll have an entire outreach plan that you all and the public can take a look at before we even embark on this planning process. So there is plenty of time to still give your input and participate in this process for what the community wants to see on the island. And then I heard something about that staff was claiming that the Navy's going to come clean up the whole island site to residential standards. I apologize if that was confusing, but what I stated was that the Navy has cleaned up and commitments to clean up the property to industrial standards, and if the specific planning process results in community input and a plan that changes the land use, at that time there may be some additional cost to remediate soils to the residential level, and that would be at the developer's cost, not the Navy's cost, the developer. So just clarifying that. And then lastly, the difference between Nimitz and Southern Land, it is described outright in the very front of the development disposition agreement. And Nimitz is the developer funder, and they have hired Southern Land Company as their land manager. So those are the relationships. If there's anything else, I'm happy to address.
Thank you very much. I just recalled that we had a letter from Mayor Davis that he wanted read into the record, so I'll reopen the hearing for purposes of allowing the city clerk to read that letter at this time.
So I'm going to read the letter from Osby Davis. My office represents Earthquake Protection Systems Incorporated of Vallejo, California. The purpose of this letter is to introduce to some of you and the citizens of Vallejo Earthquake Protection Systems, and to request that you not take action tonight to approve the proposed DDA, which is before you this evening for reasons set out hereinafter. EPS is a world-renowned engineering and construction company located right here on Mare Island since 2003. It has annual sales of $27 million with some of the largest government and corporate clients in 25 countries. Over the past 8 years, EPS has combined its earthquake protection technology with its construction of sustainable buildings. This expansion of its business technology allows EPS to reduce the cost and time of construction of buildings. EPS technology is particularly beneficial for the bay mud soft soils at North Mare Island that create economic challenges. It is this technology and ability of EPS that compels me on behalf of EPS to request this council not to approve the proposed DDA. Take time to review the technology and opportunities available for an excellent product through EPS. The technology available through EPS will allow the north end of Mare Island to be developed faster, safer, and at a cost which is much less than what you have been advised of to date. For example, with the technology already developed at EPS here in Vallejo, our city does not have to deduct the projected overburden compaction cost of $50 million from the land value. With the EPS sustainability and seismic isolator technology, a 100,000 square foot building can be constructed in 12 months from approval. Employing EPS technology will increase Vallejo's value in the land several times more than the proposed recovery cost of $300,000 as proposed in the DDA. I know this all sounds too good to be true, but not only is it true, it is too good to pass up. I also know that you're probably asking, where has EPS been throughout this process of developing North Mare Island? The answer is right here. The company participated in prior requests for proposals back to 2014. However, although the City Council directed the chosen company to consult and negotiate with EPS, there was no real consultations or negotiations, and the successful company eventually failed. The time is now for the council to pause, take a step back, and seriously investigate the technology we have right in Vallejo to develop North Mare Island with better sustainable buildings and bring well-paid manufacturing jobs to Vallejo. What you do tonight will affect all of our lives and the lives of our children and grandchildren long after you and I have passed away. Let us take the time to do it right this time, by not approving the DDA and by seriously taking a step back and seriously review EPS technology to be demonstrated here in Vallejo. We have had at least 4 past failures at developers for North Mare Island. All had issues with the cost of building on North Mare Island soils. We can solve that problem with EPS right here, right now. Take the time to explore the EPS technology before we give North Mare Island away to Southern Land Group. Council members and staff are invited to tour EPS at your convenience and see what I have presented herein is true. Thank you for your consideration, Osby Davis.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. We'll now return this to the council for further comments. Does anybody wish to make any? Yes, I guess you did have the light on first. Go ahead.
The fastest in the West. My light always goes on first. All right, well, this has been a very interesting meeting, and being one of the newest council members on here, you know, I've had to spend a lot of time catching up with a lot of stuff that happened before I came. You know, Mare Island's been mostly stagnant for a very long time. I take my grandkids out there, and I want to see it alive. You know, I want to see it in my lifetime and theirs. So I'm excited about a possibility to bring life to the island, to have businesses that will contribute to the city's economic well-being. We all know we need that. A place that would be welcoming of not only the residents that are here, those of us that live here, but those that would come from afar and choose Mare Island as a destination place. Too many times, a lot of the businesses that come here don't bring with them the potential for us to be a San Francisco or a, Los Angeles. And there's not many areas that have a waterfront like ours. It's a beautiful waterfront. There's so much potential there. It's the best in Solano County, and it's the best in a lot of areas. I do think, though, that there's a couple of things that I would change to the proposal that's being presented. The first thing is, I realize all the money that Sutherland has to put in. That's very clear. And Gillian, you did a really good presentation. I have to commemorate for you for that. You answered a lot of my questions. But I want to see that price increase to $11 million because it's what is out there right now. And we can't negotiate with other folks. I get that. But just calculating, if you put 200 houses on there for $600 a piece, and we all know that houses on Mare Island are a lot more than $600 a piece. That's $120 million. That's a lot of money. I understand investors have to make money. We all do. I'm a business person. I'm a realtor, as so is my partner here, Pippin, council member do. So I don't have a problem with people coming in and making some money as long as they're bringing positive things, things that are going to raise our city up and bring life back to it. I think the price is low because it has a lot of potential. There will be a lot of money that will be invested, but there will be a lot more money that's going to be made. So I think that, that's one thing that I personally feel that needs to be done. As far as the permitted transfers, if once acquired, if you want to transfer it to somebody else, I would change that to 10% of the purchase property and not 20. I would change that to 10 and bring it back to us and have us look at it. Another thing, I'd like to have the continuous meetings, that informational meetings that they're having right now, be quarterly and just continuously be giving us updates. I also would like to add on the prohibited uses, no casinos. Add that to the list. I'm strongly opposed casinos. And my Spanish is coming out. It's casinos, but I'm now saying it's casinos. All right, it's late and my bilingual is kicking in. So no casinos added to the prohibited uses. Extend that ENA and, maybe bring it back on the 12th. I mean, I'm kind of ready to move forward. These things are important. And then, it was mentioned about the Native American folks. I think it was Mr. Haldane that mentioned it. And I thought about that for a long time, as I'm listening to everybody. And I'd want something included on that island that commemorates the people that were here before all of us. I don't know what that would be, but, just maybe considering that. That's not too much to ask. But I think the biggest ask that I'm doing right now, and folks are probably rolling their eyes at me, is that $11 million. And my thought process is, word on the street is that there's folks that will give that. There's a lot of money that's going to be put in, but once you start building, I know what the houses are going for. My house is built in '78, and the house just sold in October for $830,000 cash on my street, and it's not a new house. So as a realtor, I know the value of our city. I know what Mare Island is worth. And it's even worth more than that $11 million, honestly. It's a lot more than that. But let's kind of balance that out and say, that's what's being proposed out there. Let's come in with 11 and then do what you need to do. Build what you need to build. Make your money. We get an island that I can go take my grandkids to. and that, you know, it progresses and brings businesses, and you know, all the folks that live there get a little cut in their break of what they're paying for taxes, and it's a win-win for everybody per se. But I really would like to see you guys come up on the price, and I'm sincerely telling you that because you and I both know that that island's worth a lot of money. I can't think of another island for sale in the Bay Area, just ours. So again, you know, that's what I would ask for. And then, as Gillian said, you know, let's consider that if they don't move forward, there's that possibility of getting the land back at a maximum of what, $10 million? You know, that's there. That's a safety blanket. Some people might not agree with it, but it is. You know, it's in there, it's in writing. So if we can get, you know, a lot of this in writing and specified, I think that that I would be willing to support this and move forward. And I'm not asking for anything more than what you guys would be asking for if you were on this side of the dais. Thank you.
Councilmember Dew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I would say that when we're looking at the costs involved and how Mr. D'Alessandro showed us, it's like $110 million to do all of this work. And of course, they're not doing that out of the goodness of their heart. Like, they do expect long-term that this project is going to be profitable. And that's why we're building into this negotiation the ability to receive future additional payments as we do the specific plan. That's the point in time where we will negotiate further payments to the city. I am happy to see all of these things that are built into the agreement, like the importation of the fill, the specific plan, and the backbone infrastructure being done within 24 months. Demolishing the remaining buildings, the water and sewer system reimbursements. Thank you, Gillian, for building all of these things in there. The local hire and the partnership with the Workforce Development Board and SBDC, I don't know that I've ever seen that being built in for the developer to pay at their own expense. And then cleaning up the Navy donut hole that we've always known has been the most buildable part, and they're only building, you know, cleaning it to the industrial standards, so to allow us that opportunity to have the developer clean it to a higher standard so that we can create an epic visionary project like we all want to see is important for us to have. And being able to claw it back. If they breach any of those items gives us the ability to claw back the property. And $10 million isn't necessarily the price we would pay if we were to claw it back. That just caps it at that. It's only paying what they have hard costs actually spent between now and any, hopefully never to happen, future breach. The one thing I would like to see built back in there is, because you're going to be doing it anyways, add back in the community meetings. I don't think that's hard to do, and I think it's important for the community to see that that is going to be in there. So that would be my ask.
Okay. Yeah, Councilmember Buesner.
Thank you, Mayor. It was getting late. So thanks, everyone, for quite an epic deal. I mean, it really is. So let's, you know, I've been around for a while, and I've seen developers come and go, and we've had con people, we've had shysters, we've had things that just didn't pan out. And as the later, like as Faraday came along, and I think even the Toro Cancer Center, they both realized that the cost to develop that property was prohibitive. So I got involved in land use with the LNG. That was on the south end of the island. People don't remember, people who haven't been around for a while. The liquefied natural gas plant, big money from Bechtel and Shell Oil, international players that wanted to build a 1,800 megawatt power plant and LNG, liquefied gasification plant, where they take these big ships that come in that are, when you liquefy gas, you freeze it to 260 degrees below zero. And so that was a 180-degree change from the specific plan. But, you know, back then, the city realized that the Navy left and took all their money, and we were stuck with a horrible mess of Mare Island. And I think, you know, in hindsight, I mean, I was so mad at that point, but in hindsight, you have to realize that the city was really grasping at straws and seeing this huge debt coming at them. But it's gone now. So, and then there was the H. Martin Foundation, which actually, after they left Vallejo, we pegged them as con artists, but after they went to LA after Vallejo, and they were identified as, identified as con artists. They said they had stock certificates for gold bars. And the city actually gave them a little bit of our time back then. Well, then there was the Toro Cancer Center, and that was proposed. And then they proposed it in 2008, and they realized in 2009 it wasn't doable. This is Toro, our Toro University. And then there was another con artist. This is not to be confused with Film Mare Island. This is Mare Island Film Studios. Carissa Carpenter came to Vallejo and said she was going to build, she was working with Lucas, she was going to build a film studio on Mare Island. Well, our city, at that point, we were like getting a little more savvy, and they said, we need $25,000 deposit. You know, you got to pay to play. And she never came up with the money. And then she went off to Dixon and tried to do it there. And then now she's in jail, actually. You can Google her, Carissa Carpenter. So we avoided that debacle. And then in 2014, there was a Mare Island Rail, and they wanted to do a port, actually on Mare Island, port, like Stockton, you know, lay down stuff, piles of crap. And I think they were trying to get the city to change the zoning of that rail. And they were telling the city, oh, we're going to have a little Christmas train and whatnot. But what they were trying to do was like a wolf in sheep's clothing. They were trying to get that zoning changed so they could actually figure out a way to get a port on North Mare Island. And then, you know, then we did the RFP in 2014, and we didn't really get much. We got a lot of casino offers, and I'm not necessarily, I mean, casinos are parasitic, right? But if people want to spend their money and gamble, that's their deal, but not here in Vallejo, not on Mare Island. It's just not the right thing for us. Actually, recently, I went to a casino, it's dated a casino down south near Temecula. It's called Pala, and I'd never been to a casino, and it's in the middle of nowhere. And you're on this skinny little road, and all of a sudden it opens up this gigantic casino. The first thing you smell when you walk in is smoke, because it's sovereign nation. And so I didn't, you know, it's like being in the old airplanes when they used to have a smoking section and the non-smoking, and you know, the smoke doesn't know where not to go. So, and it just, you know, some people say that a casino might bring other stuff to Mare Island. A casino is self-contained. As we saw in Temecula, near Temecula, Pala, it's self-contained. You don't need to go out anywhere. It's all there for you. Food, gambling, music, everything. And then we did have Faraday Future. That was actually directed to us. They weren't responding to an RFQ. It was directed to us through the Office of California Economic Development. And it just didn't work out. You know, the guy didn't have the money. He was, it just, as I understand, it was the soils, because we actually, one of the things we did get from that particular deal is we said, we want you to do the soils test, and we want the results of that test. And that was probably $100,000 I think they spent, and so we got that. And so we finally realized, man, the soils out there are really bad news. And then, you know, we did another RFQ, and then we got Nimitz and Southern Land. And you know, I do think that, I think Ann Carr said it, you know, so the Navy and the city were married back in the 1850s. We grew up together. You know, we were teenagers and got married. And then Mare Island, the Navy left, and the Navy took all their money, and we got stuck with all the children. You know, all the needs, and they left a huge mess. And so, you know, Lennar, to their credit, when they first came on board, the Navy had identified 160 sites, by then it got up to, by the time I got elected and met with Lennar, it was up to 360. And now 2022, they've identified another chemical called PFAS. That's now, it's like a legacy chemical. It's in parts of Mare Island where they did firefighting. And so here it is, 2022, another thing that just got identified. And the Navy, you know, it's cleaning it up, luckily. It was identified. But this is just a challenge. And the fact that that Southern Land and Nimitz is willing to take the property at industrial use and clean it up if the specific plan, if they decide to have other uses up there on North Mare Island, which it's fantastic. You know, they're really taking on a lot of risks. And another analogy, if you had a house and you were renting it, you would never replace the roof. You would never do the foundation. Well, they need to replace the roof and the foundation. They're not going to do it as renters. And so I really think we need to bite the bullet. We need to say yes to this. I don't, you know, I'm sort of intrigued by the 11 million. I don't want to sort of negotiate from the dais, but, you know, maybe there's some wiggle room in there. And I do like the idea of having more community meetings. I think those are, and I thought they're fascinating meetings, you know, it's a lot of fun to watch. And with that, I think I'm ready. We're, you know, we've found a new partner. You know, it's good. I think it's the mixed use that we need. I'm very excited, so I'm happy. It's 12:48, and anyway, thank you so much.
Okay, Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Tom D'Alessandro. It's past midnight, and I predicted that tonight's meeting will finish at 1:30 this morning. So I may be right again, because last time I said this meeting at last March 8th was going to conclude at 2:30, and I was correct again. So I wish I could tell the future, okay? So I'm prefacing that. I wish I had the crystal ball. No one has a crystal ball. I have a very personal connection with Mare Island. My husband's family, his grandfather worked at Mare Island as a welder in 1926. That's how the Aliga family established its roots in Vallejo, 1926. So it would be 100 years in 2026 where the Aliga family has established its roots. So I have a very personal connection. I have several friends. The Filipino community came to Vallejo because of Mare Island, the Navy, and of course Travis Air Force Base. So there's a very deep history. Speaking from the perspective of a Filipino American who has lived here, I've been here 41 years. Raised my family here, all my kids born, raised here, went to schools here, came back from college to live and work here, close by. So I want to preface that because, you know, we've met, I've met with you, I've met with Mr. Zayas, and like Councilmember Meester had mentioned, you know, this is what, the fourth proposal, and every time there is a proposal that comes, I get excited. It's very exciting. And I'm excited too this evening, because I see that there's hope out there, that there is a company, Nimitz and Southern Land, as the land manager, who is willing to invest and take the risk. You know, all of you are here for business. You're a businessman, you own a corporation or a company, you're here to make some money. You know, you don't invest and, give it away. That's why you're a businessman, that's why you're in business, is you want to have some profit, right? So that's the nature of being in business. So this plan is not perfect, but for me, it is good enough, more than good enough. I'm not going to repeat what my fellow council members had mentioned, but I just wanted to mention that for you to look into the sports complex, reopening that, or perhaps include it in the specific plan. And when you start and continue with community, meeting with community, I think that that's something that you had mentioned to me when we met, that you will continue to do that. Last week you met with the Filipino community, and I helped arrange that. And you spoke to not a big group, but 20 people who have never heard your presentation. And comments that I got from them is, let's go and make this happen, Rosanna. That's why we elected you, and that's why we voted for you. So that's, a small group, but they have friends and they have supporters in this community. They do not come to these meetings because the message they tell me is, Rosanna, that's why we elected you. You are the spokesperson. And we believe that, and we know that you do your job, and before you make decisions, you do research and work with the developer, work with staff, and make things happen. They've been waiting for so long. When is Mare Island ever going to be what they have envisioned it to be after the base closed in 1996? My husband worked in the closure process up in 2000 as part of the SS Sports project that actually did the closure for Mare Island. It was a very depressing time in Vallejo when it closed. But, it closed, and this is what, 20 years later, we have a developer, an investor who is willing to invest and take the risks associated with any business, with any investment. Stock market, you invest, you could lose, you could make money. And this is a risk that you're taking. The city is also taking a risk and giving you an opportunity, or giving Southern Land an opportunity to prove to us that you can make this happen. And I believe it's so. I mean, we have done due diligence. I believe that Gillian and her staff, Paul, and you have worked well together. You ironed out a lot of stuff that we have asked Gillian and you to consider, and you agreed, disagreed, and came to agreement. You worked on the very fine details, all the technical details, which I'm not an expert on, but I know what this community wants. They want to move forward and make things happen. Like the gentleman earlier said, I forgot his name, there's momentum, economic development. Let's take advantage of the time. The time is now. 2 years from now, I don't know what's going to happen with the economy and all these things going on in Europe. We don't know. But I think we have to take advantage of what we have and what we are presented, what we have been presented by staff and Nimitz Southern Land. What I'd like to see, though, is if, and you don't have to give me an answer now, I know that there is a prohibited use of certain types of businesses. So no casinos, for sure, no heavy industry, no cement plants. What's the other item here? So my question is, if this is approved this evening, and when you put together the specific plan, and what if folks that participate in putting together the specific plan ask for or decide to, we want something industrial. Can that prohibitive clause be changed? Because the specific plan has not been, finalized yet. So that's my question. You don't have.
Through the mayor, at the time of the specific plan, the council will have discretionary approval over that final document. So if the direction is that there's a portion of the island that's going to increase in industrial area, that can be proposed, and the Planning Commission and council and public will have opportunity to comment.
Okay.
So yes,
That's good to know. Yeah. Thank you. And the reason I mentioned that is, of course, Mr. Zayas has sent us emails about his proposal, and because we have a ENA, we are not able to renegotiate or negotiate with him at this time. But what I would like to see is collaborative efforts and conversation between you and Mr. Zayas. And I hope that that will happen between Southern Land and Mr. Zayas. We're not going to discuss the details, but I hope that there's going to be a collaborative meeting between the two of you, okay? Let's see. I just wanted, for the record, I got an email from James Cooper from the Vallejo Chamber of Commerce. The Vallejo Chamber of Commerce board is in full support of this proposal. So just for the record, he sent that email to all of us. So I just wanted to note that the Vallejo Chamber of Commerce board is in support of this DDA. Okay, let me see. Just want to make sure that I did not miss anything here. I think that's it for now, Mayor, and thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Ariolo.
Thank you. So my fellow colleagues actually covered a lot of things that I had already put down on my notepad, and I'm not going to waste any time to go over that again. I'm definitely intrigued with the $11 million and the reopening of the sports complex. I think that's really important to get that building open again. I think the Connolly Street thing was a distraction for me, and I think it was a distraction for a lot of the community in tonight's presentation. Honestly, I thought it was a distraction. I thought that Connolly Street was a whole different thing. And I'm a council person, and I didn't get that the two were intertwined. So that part of the project, where that area won't get developed until 90 days, 90 months, 60 months after the close?
Through the mayor, 60 months. It has to be built within 60 months.
In the closing. So, so when does the closing happen? If it's approved tonight, when does the closing happen?
Within 90 days.
90 days.
120. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yes, 120 days.
120 days.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
We added time. I forgot. How many developers responded with RFQs? Already asked that. Future site-specific plan. We talked about that. I'm in favor of having that area, if it is the light industrial or heavy industrial or whatever it's zoned in, is to bring in jobs. We need that more than a fancy development. Yeah, the local minority hiring. When is that going to happen? I mean, you know, what are we talking about here with the barges and the backhoes and for the dirt part?
Correct. That's it is at the time in which the construction projects commence.
I'm sorry, what was, it was the time for the construction?
Yeah, for all the work, construction included, that's when that activity happens. There also is preliminarily to that for the hiring of contractors to do work on the island. They will also be going through the local business and locally owned business program and local hire program.
So if you're going to remove toxic soil, don't you have to be specialists in that area so that, a lot of our local kids don't have that experience?
So some of the specialized stuff, no, but the overall construction contracts, local hire preference is written into that. So it's construction overall.
When it eventually does get to that point, for example, framing houses.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I see what can't be developed. What is the desired development? We can't go there yet. I do want to shout out to Southern Land Company for definitely having those regular meetings to the community. I feel that the city has failed on that aspect. They've been keeping it up. I've attended several of the meetings, so that shows some engagement with the community. But I feel that we have not been as open. I know that there was a slideshow that showed what we did, but it wasn't, my colleague, the vice mayor, said that Southern Lands came out to a small group of people, and that going out in public is really, really important. So we've discovered tonight that this was not a DDA, but it is in fact a purchase agreement with no vested development rights. Okay, so that's disturbing. Now, is this whole project being done just for the Highway 37, just to get that road access? That seems to be the key factor there, is getting that Highway 37 access to get to north and south access to the island, North Island, and backwards. We're the North Mare Island out here. No, South Mare Island. So where the golf course is there a road that goes from Highway 37 and then goes all the way to that other end, southern part of the island?
Correct.
So it seems like the key element for this project is really the access of the road. That's how I'm looking at it. Is that?
Well, through the mayor, I think that the applicant, Southern Land, did make a comment that the access is important to the development of the island. I don't think that's the key focus in this project. The key focus in this project is thoughtful, planned development island-wide that incorporates the community vision into the roadmap for the future of the entire island. That is the key to this project.
Okay. Right. And so how much of the island will this group develop and own?
I'll ask Tom to give me the exact details.
The additional 157 acres would bring us to about 800, plus or minus 800 to 850 acres. When you add all of the things.
So the larger portion from the 157 would be the southern Mare
That's
Island.
right. The historic district.
Connolly, okay.
The historic district is the bulk of it, and then this would be the addition. But I think one of the concerns we had was with the flood, all the seismic issues. From our perspective, part of our interest is to make sure that we make these improvements, replace the infrastructure, so that we don't have, so that we're basically, part of what we're doing is fixing North Mare Island, but in doing that, we are ensuring that our access to 37 remains. So when you looked at all those maps, you'd say it could be in jeopardy. And then it would be up to the city or the state, or, we're just not, well, so we're just wanting to say this is insurance for everybody, for the city and for us, that we would come in and fix this, because we're also fixing ingress and egress off of the island.
Gotcha. Okay, great. Thank you for that. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor.
First off, I want to start and thank our city staff, everyone who's worked on this project. It's been a long road. I appreciate it. I think what I'll start with is, for me, that local hiring, minority business hiring is very important. When I got on council, it was not there. I worked with you all to make sure it was there. And even through the pandemic, I was a little nervous because I'm like, we haven't talked in a while. What does this now mean as far as what is their definition of local hiring? Paul, I want to thank you specifically for taking the time to really dive deep on that because that's very important here. I think that, and I like that idea of investing in workforce development because we could create great jobs, but if we're not helping train our own citizens to work here, I mean, these jobs aren't going to go to Vallejoans. I mean, let's just be honest, with the education system and things like that. So I really appreciate that being included, and I think that will have a very long-term positive effect on this community. I know there's a lot of local businesses of all backgrounds who would love to get in on this project and see how they can contribute, as well as hopefully build up jobs and things for our family. I'm really praying that while I'm on council, I hear a jackhammer. I'm praying, man. Like just one. I hate going to other cities. I go to Concord, Fairfield, I hear jackhammers everywhere. Everywhere. You can't even go to D.C. I mean, you can't even get any rest. We don't hear any here. And I hope that is going to change. So number one, that was my thing. And I'm glad to see that. And I think the community here will be happy with that. I did want to address a couple things. Let's start with the 11 million. No offense to the people who proposed it, but my mama could have sent you an email saying, I'll give you guys 20 million. That doesn't necessarily mean you have 20 million. If you told me you had 11 million in a U-Haul in the back, would it at least give me pause? Yeah, I want to see it. But that being said, I'm still, as a business owner, my word is my bond. And when I shake someone's hand, we have a deal. If someone comes along a week later and say, oh, I got a better deal, all money isn't good money, I have a deal. And I think that, once again, as we have been told so many times, other businesses are listening and they are watching. And if they see that every time we get up here, it's like, hey, highest bidder, or, we want you to change this in your project last second. As a business owner, I pray to God I'm never up here to do that. I hope my lawyers and everybody else is here because I don't want to be here when, after I've worked 2 to 3 years on a project, given every single dime I got, to suddenly hear that, hey, you know what, we might go in a different direction, or we might do this, or we might do that. And I would very caution council, as we've seen with V-Town Farms, that all money isn't good money and all promises made aren't, that's not gold, So, it's great to hear about 11 million, and I wish that you all would have presented that when we were taking, when we were taking on people, and you guys could have put your best foot forward. Fair enough, they did, but it wasn't accepted. Yeah. No.
We were not allowed to present in the 2018 selection of the Mare Island development. So the selection process had a steered select units from before when the RFP was even issued.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody was given a chance.
Well, I'll give staff a chance to clear that up. So you're claiming that you didn't get a fair shake to present your proposal?
We did not, and my observation.
Okay, let's not get into a dialogue. Now is the time for the airing of views of council. The public comment session has
I would
been
like to
closed.
hear from staff. Do you guys have any response to that claim?
Through the mayor, I can address what I know, because none of the staff that's currently working on this project were here at that time. But I do know I looked at the staff report, and I do know that I looked at all of the submissions from the 8 people, and I did actually, Victor, look through your PDF and actually sent it to the vice mayor today because she asked me to see it. And so I did see the proposal there, and I did see what was submitted. So while I wasn't on the scoring panel, I did see that everyone gave a submission, and it had an equal opportunity to participate in that RFQ process.
And ultimately, council went in a different direction.
Yes.
But we were not given a chance to present, and my observations from that process were the same.
Thank you. Sorry, Mayor.
Okay.
I apologize.
We're not
Thank you, but I'm going to continue my statement.
We're not going to get into a dialogue, please. I understand your frustration, sir, but now is the time for Councilman Brown to make his views known.
Thank you, Mayor.
That may be, but now is not the time to make those comments. So, Councilmember Brown, you have the floor. Please continue.
It's actually not the time. You present that in a timely manner. Not the day before. Anybody can send me an email saying I got $11 million. What are we going to do, delay? So, though I think that, once again, we have a deal in place. We have a handshake deal, and I believe that. I think that hopefully this will lead to more growth, because I know for a fact business owners and business developers are watching us to see, are we a council that can keep its word? And once again, I say all glitter ain't gold, Lastly, and I do like Councilmember Luera Diaz, because you're trying to cover everything, and you don't want to miss anything, and I like that. And I think that it's going to bring a very healthy debate about a casino, because I feel totally differently. I wish we had the biggest casino in the world here, only because we need the money, quite frankly, but like I said, I know some people are pro, some people against, but I personally, if we're going to clarify, I don't want to see any limitations on future councils if they so choose to want to put in a casino. I would caution council about putting our own personal morals into our business decisions. As a dispensary owner, as we're talking about our ex-mayor Osby Davis, we saw that here. As a cannabis dispensary owner, thank God people's morals weren't allowed to go into public policy, because where would we be at without cannabis dispensaries right now today? And I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna fold my hands like, damn right. So I would caution us against doing that, because we might be limiting our future revenue. And I can tell you now that if we all passed and said, oh, we're building a casino, citizens, that quiet majority is going to come in here and carry us out of here like we won the Super Bowl, I think. So I just hope that, though I definitely would respect my colleagues if we so choose not to, but I would just caution against not including a casino, and I would agree with Councilmember Measers that there's ways to control that. And you look at the windfall of money that these cities with casinos have, whether it's El Sobrani, things like that. I mean, my God, the amount of money we could contribute to early childhood education would be amazing. But that's neither here nor there. That being said, I do support moving forward on this project. And I, once again, hope that this will be the beginning. And I think that it is very important that we look at this and understand that people are looking at us. So let's make sure that we do this right, that we do it in a way that respects the hard work that staff has put into this. As much as I like hearing from everybody, I also want to hear from people that we pay six-figure salaries with college degrees and all of this training to do this work. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. I'll make my comments now. In view of what the comments from my colleagues have been, it does appear that the die is pretty well cast. But I want to point out some things about how I feel about it, because I've been a little on the fence over this. And I'm just going to go through the way that the comments arose. With respect to the specific plan when the time comes, I too am interested in prohibiting certain types of uses, particularly as they relate to a port, bulk products, bulk break, and also especially any coal or coal-related products. I would be very much against that. When you mentioned that the applicant's going to be building streets, there was some uncertainty in the presentation as to whether these streets are going to be built to a public street level or whether they're going to be to a private street level. And when the specific plan comes, that needs to be clarified as well. There are substantial differences in the quality of those builds. and also what happens to them after they're actually built. Question for staff: in the event that the city does not agree to the specific plan, what are the consequences?
So, Mr. Mayor, we thought about that. If they came and proposed a specific plan that the community didn't support, that the council didn't support, we were going to give them an opportunity, and we could allow them to amend or change or come back. But if not, the city and the council itself also has the opportunity to do their own specific plan. So many jurisdictions, and I've done this in other jurisdictions, where the city itself initiates a specific plan process. So that is an option. The other option is we, as a city council, you may decide to leave the existing specific plan in place. You can put a new specific plan process city initiated, or you can ask them to come back and amend and change what they've proposed to meet the needs of the current council and community. So those are your options.
So the consequences of the failure of the city of Vallejo to adopt a specific plan to the liking of the applicant would be that it opens the door for the applicant to walk away?
The city would not be required to embark on a new specific plan process that they like. They would be part of that process as a public entity, and just like every other business owner on the island would be. But if it's a city-initiated process, we don't have to do what they want. We do what the community and the city wants.
Okay, then I wish to make it very clear that I feel there should be no further time extensions on the moving forward the specific plan, which means that if staff or the applicant are not ready, when this established time limit comes, as far as I'm concerned, that's the end of the deal. So please don't go into this process thinking you can get another extension of time from council. I certainly would be against it at that time, okay? There was reference to sea level raise, and at the last council meeting we heard 55 inches, and now we hear 16 feet, which is more than 55 inches. Are we expecting the applicant to bear the whole cost of putting up a sea level barrier against 16 feet of sea level raise? Or is that something the city is going to have to share?
So it will be a combination. So the city has received some grant fund opportunities for a climate adaptation plan, which will analyze the specifics throughout the city of the impacts of sea level rise. As part of that plan, which the developer will contribute and be a part of as well, as well as the rest of the community. As part of that plan, there'll be implementation measures to mitigate the sea level rise and the appropriate environmental analysis to be paired with that as well. The expectation is not that the developer is going to come in and do the entire island. The expectation, and we won't know until the plan actually goes through the process, but in my mind, we would piece together, federal grants, state grants, some developer contributions, and we would work on that infrastructure like citywide, all of the waterfront areas. It would be one complete and contiguous plan, not just a parcel by parcel plan.
Okay, well, this issue is continuing to rise. And I think we need some better information on this. I mean, when we started off on this at the Water Policy Committee, we were talking about 1 to 3 feet worries. Now the architect tells us 55 inches, and now this 16 feet is 192 inches. Every time I hear an estimate, it goes up. And I'm starting to get a little fearful, quite honestly.
That's why we need to work on the plan so that we can get the actual engineered analysis that is site specific.
Okay, and I want to clarify something about remediation. There are still, 16 acres out there that the Navy owns, I think it is, correct? And they're supposedly remediating, and they're going to remediate to an industrial standard, not to a residential standard. So I believe what I heard was that if for some reason in the future the city decides they want to go to residential, the Navy is definitely not coming back and will not pay for remediation to a residential level, which raises the question then of, will it be the applicant or this one or some future applicant, or is this an expense the city will have to bear?
This is a potential developer There are grants out there again. We're working on a current brownfields grant that has identified several sites, and I did check with the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, on that grant, and there is opportunity to increase the remediation level from industrial to residential as part of those grants.
Okay. I want to clear up a little point about this State Route 37 interchange. I know Mr. Del Sando and I have talked about it a couple of times. I sit on the State Route 37 policy committee that's discussing it very heavily. The first development, which will start this in the design stage and possibly even break ground this summer, will be the interchange at 37 and Fairgrounds Drive. But the 37 and Mare Island interchange might be as many as 2 to 3 years away. And we will get into environmental and then design as well. The reality of that project is that the city of Vallejo does not control it, and we won't control it, because that project is subject to voting by representatives from Sonoma County, Marin County, Napa County, and Solano County. And when the applicant says, well, we need the Highway 37 interchange, we can't guarantee that to you. And while we'll try to fight for whatever improvements need to be made out there, the applicant is going to have to get more involved with this process than it has ever done before, and it needs to get involved with it now, because this is a discussion item that is going on as we speak. Now, if you wait 2 or 3 more years, you will have already lost. So staff, applicant, you need to start getting together and talking about what you want to see on this interchange, and then start interfacing with, in this case, me, because I represent the city on that committee, because if I don't hear about it, I can't go fight for it. And if we wait another year or 2, we've already lost. Point of clarification. If this sale goes through and Nimitz becomes the owner of the entire property, plus the acreage that the Navy will cede to them, does that ceding of Navy property include any part of what we now recognize to be the preserve?
No, it does not include the preserve.
Thank you. The estimate was that we would save $400,000 a year by transferring this property. And what funds will that $400,000 no longer come out of? Well, certainly not the general fund.
I'd have to check in with our finance director on exactly what funds and accounts she's using to pay the HUD loan off and those other costs. I don't know off the top of my head what fund that is.
Okay, well, so I understand the HUD loan is down to $2.3 million. The appraisal put it at $3.3 million, so that's $1 million savings to the applicant, if you will. The difficulty I have with the appraisal is that it's a 2019 appraisal. It's 3 years old. I don't think it's accurate any longer. No judge I've ever appeared of would ever let me introduce as evidence an appraisal of more than 6 months. I would get thrown out of my ear if I tried to do that. And it truly bothers me that we're using a 2019 appraisal. I've spoken with several brokers who put the value of Mare Island today, as is, how is, at $25 to $28 million. And yet we're selling this to them for $3 million minus what we're going to pay to HUD, which basically means we're at a point where all we're doing is selling 156 acres for the privilege of paying off the lien against it. And I just can't go along with that term. That's a real deal killer for me. The issue of Connolly, you know, my evidence professors say, what's the relevance? There isn't any. Connolly is on the central part of the island. And is the applicant telling us that if we don't approve this deal, they're not going to build Connolly? I mean, that's how it comes across. And I kind of wonder about that. And Connolly is supposed to be done within 5 years. And when you say done, I'm talking about finished, not starting, not in construction. but finished. So I'm assuming that's going to be a very rigid condition. But again, it's not relevant to the North Mare Island. And I agree with Councilmember Ariel on that observation.
Connolly.
We've talked about default. If Nimitz doesn't do certain things, we have the privilege of buying the property back for the $3 million plus the cost of improvements, with a limit of a maximum of $11 million. This is another term that makes no sense to me. You don't see a bank saying, well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Buyer, if you default on my loan, I'll repay you what you paid as a down payment plus your improvements. I can't go along with that term. It's insanity. It's bad financial planning. And Councilmember Lorea Diaz talked about an $11 million value. I agree with that. I cannot sanction a $3 million purchase price. And the definition of a sale is when you have a willing buyer and a willing seller who come to terms with no compulsion to enter into the bargain. I don't feel like I'm a willing seller here, and I never have. I think this has been basically forced down our throats at $3 million. And because of that, I'm not going to be able to support the sales portion. I understand supporting the other items in here, especially for the ability to avoid this becoming surplus property subject to redevelopment for affordable housing. But I cannot support the sales portion of this agreement tonight. I would prefer, as one of our speakers, Ms. Diehops, suggested, that we go back and we further negotiate. And one of the clauses in here is we extend the 7th Amendment to the exclusive negotiating agreement. I agree with that, but I think we need to address some of these concerns that you heard from council tonight because they have not been fully and completely adopted. And that would include the standards of performance and completion, time deadlines, project deadlines, but those hopefully will be laid out in the specific plan. Because if they're not, that's a DOA specific plan. Okay, so those are my thoughts. And unless somebody else has any other comments, I guess Vice Mayor? Well, Councilmember Ariel, I saw your light come on.
Yes, I have two more things that I want to say. I just want to say that Councilmember Brown, you dot your dot your I's and cross your T's as well. That's why you and I know. So restrictions are healthy and they're needed, and you know why? Because they keep a community safe. Okay, an example would be a cement plant on the waterfront, and it not going through. That keeps a community. That kept our community safe. Casino, to me, and it's not any moral value I'm trying to put out there, it's just my opinion, I respect yours and we all respect each other. A casino brings a set of problems that it's what our city is plagued with, drugs and prostitution and all these other things. So as an advocate for children and for youth, and I know you are too, and Pippin and all of us, we want our kids to progress, that's where I'm coming from. That's why I can't support a casino, because on one end, I was a commissioner for First Five, prior social worker, it's in my blood that I work with it. I get it.
It's not relevant to our discussion tonight.
I'm just trying to say.
I'm going to rule you out of order. It's 1:30 in the morning. We need to stay on course. Casinos or not casinos, we can get into that for 25 hours.
Mayor, if I may.
No, not on that point. If you want to talk about the development agreement.
All right, I will talk about the development.
Great, go ahead.
I will talk about the development. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you. Okay. So Sutherland, I want to compliment them on the fact that they've done all their outreach They have they've shown good faith. They're going to be going to the Centro Latino, and they're going to be providing a presentation, a town hall, in the same way that they did at the Filipino Community Center in Spanish. So I want to, you have to, honor who honor deserves, and I really appreciate that, and I wanted to get that in there. And I think that's it then, because I was cut short on what I was saying. So I will stop at that, but I do want to perhaps make a motion. I don't know if I can do that or not.
We still have one more speaker who's latest.
Okay, all right, so I'll hold that then.
Thank you.
Councilmember Arreola, go ahead.
Yeah, so Gillian, I want to go back to with the job the job issues. I didn't really clarify exactly what I meant by that. I know that there's going to be temporary jobs. These aren't going to be long-term jobs, but what I was more interested in, because that guy that was here that had that factory, I was thinking as full-time, long-term employment, decent employment that people can make a living and live in Vallejo. So with his factory thing, that's what I was thinking, permanent jobs. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. And actually, Councilmember Lawyer Diaz brought up a good point. I did want to ask Southern Land. I just had a bunch of texts from the black community and asked if I could work with you all to coordinate a community event for the black community. So, sounds good.
Mr. D'Alessandro, go ahead. Thank you. If there are no further comments, questions, I believe Councilmember Lawyer Diaz wanted to make a motion. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm not sure how to word this, so you guys might help me. I want to make a motion to continue this until the 12th so that we can go over the suggestions that I made as far as the price increase, because I want to move forward with this. I want you guys to be the folks that bring life to Mare Island. I really, really do. I just can't at that price. And I'll mention this, there was a president in Mexico that was Santana, and when Mexico lost all the states, there was Texas and Arizona and California and all of that, he's known as a traitor in Mexico. And I will not be the traitor here. I think that I need to fight for what I think and feel that Vallejo deserves. We are a city that deserves more. And that's the only thing I'm asking. Other than that, I'm good to go. So how would you word that?
Well, I believe your motion relates to proposals 3 and 4, which is on your screen, because we still should vote on declaring North Mare Island property as surplus property, number 1, and number 2, the CEQA findings. So I think you're limiting your motion to just 3 and 4. I see the city attorney having a different view. Go ahead.
I do have a slightly different view. I think to the extent that the items before you, 1, 2, 3, and 4, if you wish to continue any portion of this item, I would strongly recommend that you take action on item number 4, which is authorize the execution of the 7th Amendment to the ENA, which extends the time in that exclusive negotiating agreement to allow you to continue the item. The other items, if you are going to continue any one of them, you might as well just continue them all, frankly, because they are all interdependent upon one another. If you do not have the exclusive negotiating agreement on a go-forward basis, and you never get to approving the CEQA and the Disposition and Development Agreement, the DDA, then item number 1 is inappropriate in that the grounds for having the property as surplus would no longer exist at that time, or exempt surplus would no longer exist at that time, so it would not be proper findings in that particular resolution. And I never recommend you approve your CEQA findings without approving the project at the same time, because there are some for lack of a better word, ties between the two. So with that, if there is a majority to continue the item, I recommend that you take up item 4 and vote on that item so that you have the opportunity to continue it. The rest could all be continued.
Okay, so point of clarification, do we need to specify a specific date to continue the ENA 2?
As written in the resolution before you this evening, it is December 31 of 2022.
Okay, so Councilmember Lorea Diaz, are you willing to make your motion to continue only on item 4, continuing it to no later, to December 31st, 2022?
Well, that would not be a continuation of the item. That would be a motion to approve the resolution included as item number 4.
Okay. Yeah, is that your motion, Councilmember?
Yes, I will move to approve item number 4 and continue to the next meeting, because I want this done as soon as possible. So that would be the 12th, according to my calendar.
Okay, Chair will divide the question and call for a vote only on number 4 first, and then we'll address the other concerns. Unless yes, question?
I have a question. So I want to move 1, 2, 3, 4 tonight, and let's see how the vote goes, because I don't want to delay any further. I think both the staff and Mr. De Alessandro and Southern did due diligence, and we all negotiated in good faith, and you did, and I would not want this to be delayed, and we kick the can again another 4 weeks. That's just my opinion. So my motion is to approve 1, 2, 3, and 4, and let's see how the vote goes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The Chair will rule your motion out of order because the Chair has already called for the division of the question, so we will vote only on point number 4 first. You either vote yes to continue to approve it, or you vote no. The Chair has already divided the motion. So the only one before us at the moment is number 4. You will either vote yes to approve the execution of the 7th Amendment to the ENA to December 31st, 2022, or you will vote no. If you vote no, then it becomes part of it, subject to a new motion. Okay, so Chair will call for the vote on number 4 only, authorizing the execution of the 7th Amendment to the exclusive negotiating agreement with the Nimitz Group for the property to December 31st, 2022.
Trying. All right.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so the motion to continue exclusive negotiation agreement has been approved. You got till December 31st now. Now we need to address items 1, 2, and 3. I believe Councilmember Lorea Diaz, you want to continue this further or vote on it tonight?
I want to vote on it tonight.
I want to continue this until the 12th, which is the next council meeting, so that we can talk about the amount that is being proposed. I don't agree with the $3 million.
Okay, so that's the motion that you're making. Is there a substitute motion?
Mr. Mayor, may I
Yes.
just add some information? I don't think that we have enough turnaround just for the packets and the week ahead of posting to negotiate and then get everything amended and back in. So I would request that you continue it to the 26th. Is that okay? April 26th, please? Thank you.
I don't approve that because I won't be here.
Okay.
I won't be here at that meeting.
Thank you. Is that agreeable to you, Councilmember Lorea Diaz? Because it's your motion.
Yes, that is agreeable to me, and
So the
Councilmember
motion is
Meisner will not be here. So are you able to do Zoom?
Okay.
No? Okay.
Okay, so the motion is to continue to April 26, 2022. Further discussion and disposition for points number 1, 2, and 3, unless there's a substitute motion. Yeah.
Substitute motion is I want to move 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, so that's substitute
Because we have a
motion.
full council now, and Councilmember Meisner is not here on the 26th. This has to be voted on by a full council.
Okay, so that is your substitute motion, which will take priority. And I will point out that unless we further divide this, it includes approving the DDA tonight, which I am against, but I'm in favor of CEQA findings and declaring the island as surplus property. So I would call for the division of the question again and vote first on 1 and 2 combined and then on 3 separately. Okay? So you understand?
So vote
On 1 and 2
1 and
first.
2 is my substitute motion, and then item 3 is a separate item to vote on.
Correct.
Because that includes the amount, correct?
Right.
Okay, so let's move. I
So,
move.
so we're voting on 1 and 2 first.
Yes.
Okay.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. And Vice Mayor, you've already made the motion to approve item number 3. So, and that was a substitute motion, so we will vote on that at this time. You'll vote yes to approve tonight and no to not approve.
Okay, and that is the 3 million, correct? The
That is correct.
item 3 is
That is
the
correct.
item as presented by staff. So
Correct.
that is my motion.
Yes.
May I say something?
Sure.
Hold on. Okay. Because everybody needs to be here and Councilmember Meisner will not be here on the 26th, I feel that I'm a disadvantage because nobody's going to consider it since she's not going to be here. So given the fact, Gillian, that we've approved everything else and that Sutherland is here, it shouldn't be that difficult to just come to them with just this one portion, and they're either going to say yes or no, or maybe less, and meet halfway, or whatever it takes. So can we do this on the 12th? Because we're going to be missing one council member, and I'm just going to be voted no on this without even having a chance.
I have a concern. We can talk with Dawn, but those packets and all the materials are already due. So it's not just a red line to the DDA, but it's the staff report, the analysis. We have to make sure that the CEQA is compliant with whatever changes were made. It's not just like a quick, yes, it's a dollar amount and we can go right to council. It does actually take timing. And I would like to do, the 10-day meeting notice and all of that as well. That all takes staff time. So potentially, if you're looking for a full council, we could look at the first one in May. If that's acceptable?
Fine with me if the proponent of the motion wishes to
I'm looking
select that date.
at that. So that would be the 10th of May?
Let's check here.
Yes, that's the first council meeting in May.
Okay, well, I'm probably going to be in the minority, but I'm going to give it a shot. I want to move to extend it through the 10th of May so we can have a full council and vote on number 3.
Okay. Let me clarify this. Then that is the main motion to continue it to May 10th. The substitute motion, which has priority for voting, from Vice Mayor Vertoliga is to approve number 3 tonight. So if you wish to approve it tonight, you vote yes, and if you wish to reject it and either discuss it at a later time or just reject it outright, you vote no. Everybody clear on that?
So it's my motion first, right?
That's your motion.
Number 3.
Okay, so please vote.
Yes.
So the main
Motion
motion carries 4-3. And
With Councilmember Ariella, Councilmember Loreto Diaz, and the mayor opposed.
So it is. So the DDA is approved, or the sales agreement actually is approved for tonight. That concludes the matter. And
Thank you.
the substitute motion, or the main motion, will fail because of that. I need to do any more bookkeeping? Yes. I think it's all got it all right. Okay, thank you. And with that, at 1:45, we still have part of our agenda. So that one is your request, I think, to have agendize a hearing for something. I've forgotten what it is now. Go ahead, Councilmember Dew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a request for to add an agenda item at a subsequent meeting regarding the Vallejo Early Learning Center and possible partnership with the county, the school district, the County Office of Education, First Five, and Head Start. And so this would be reopening Beverly Hills Elementary, which shut down during the pandemic. And it would create an early learning center. So 95% of brain development happens in the 0 to 5 years. 91% of the kids who attended Beverly Hills prior to the pandemic were qualified for the free and reduced lunch. So this is an underserved community that could really benefit from this program. It will connect the early learning programs with TK and the K through 12 system. It's the first of its kind and very exciting for a model nationwide. It'll also provide childcare, which, there's less than 25% of our kids have access to licensed childcare right now, and less than half of our kids go to preschools. And so all of this will be provided at this site, including training for the child care providers so that they are able to provide the highest quality early learning education to our future generations.
Thank you for that presentation. Let's start the 2-minute clock going, Naveed. Do we have any real speakers in this chamber? I don't think we do. So we'll wait out our 2 minutes, and while we're doing that, is there anybody on council who wishes to present an informational item or a report of officers while we're waiting our 2 minutes to run? Anybody? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Dew, myself, and Gillian were at attended the National League of Cities conference, and we were fortunate enough to actually see President Biden in person at that conference. So we were truly excited. We have prepared a written report, a 2-3 page report of what we did at that conference, and we're just in the process of reviewing it, and I will send that report to Dawn to send to all of you, and so that you know what we have done and accomplished to help our city in terms of ARPA funding and all the wonderful things that are available to us in terms of funding programs and infrastructure for our city. So that will come to you in the next week or so. Okay. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Dew, just could you clarify when you might want to have your item heard?
The next possible available meeting.
Well, does staff have any idea when the next possible available meeting might be?
Well, I actually wrote down one of the meetings in May. I would have to look at some of the future agendas. We know the 12th is going to be pretty packed already because we're bringing that item back. So
probably June.
Most likely, well,
May is what he said.
I'm projecting one of the meetings in May right now.
I'm sorry, when?
One of the meetings in May.
May, okay. Okay.
I'll take it.
Good. Councilmember Brown, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, number one, I just wanted to thank the mayor for mentioning World Down Syndrome Day, and appreciate we have a young leader in that issue with Christopher Gordon. So I just want to thank him and his mom for bringing that to our attention and all of their work and advocacy. And it's not really something I need to report, but I did mention something about cannabis, and I did not thank the council members up here for helping to make that happen. And it would sit on my conscience without thanking you all. So I know it's not related, but still, I didn't like it. So thank you.
Thank you. I see the time for public comment is now closed. Do we have any virtual speakers?
I believe Mr. Chris is still there.
Okay.
But no other speakers.
I'm sorry, no? None, okay. In that case, is it the will of the council to have this matter heard? Oh, okay. Mr. Brecky, go ahead. On this item? On this item? You want a community forum, or you want it on the item before the agenda now, which is 9C, I think it is. 9D. No, not yet. Almost, not quite. Okay, so we have no speakers on this. Is it the desire of the council to have this heard in May? I'm saying yes, so May it is. And with that, we will move forward. Information calendar, we have none. City managers.
Is it a motion that we need to vote on?
Can I make the motion?
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you. I'll make a motion that we agendize at a meeting in May an item to discuss the Vallejo Early Learning Center and possible partnership.
All right, want to take the roll, please?
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Information calendar 10, we have none. City managers report. Do you have a report?
Just a couple items quickly here. One, the water department received confirmation of a $2 million grant, and the funding should be made available to them before the week is over. It's a grant we applied for last year, a Water Smart grant related to meters and AMI project. So wanted to put that out. Also, It was kind of mentioned Kristen Lee's effort to get our outreach program up and running related to 400 Mare Island and public input about the police building. I believe this morning when we spoke, we already had over 600 hits and over 100 pin placements on the mapping program that she got up and running. So I just wanted to put that out there and thank her for her efforts.
Okay, Mr. Malone, I know the state's getting ready to announce mandatory water controls. So if that takes place, would you get that information to the council as rapidly as possible?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll move on to City Attorney's report.
No report this evening.
Thank you. Community Forum, we'll start the 2-minute clock on Community Forum, and I will read this, and then we will call on Mr. Brecky. Oh, Platzer, okay. I will now ask Naveed to start the 2-minute clock for anyone wishing to address the council on items not on this meeting's agenda, both in person and virtually. At the conclusion of the 2 minutes, anyone wishing to address the council must have either placed a completed speaker's card in the box located to the left of the extended dais or raise their hands virtually. Anyone submitting a card or raising their hand after the 2 minutes is up will not be recognized. 2-minute time period is running. I guess Mr. Platzer has been waiting patiently, so Mr. Platzer, it's all yours. If you're there.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, he's still here. We actually have 4 speakers so far.
Well, we're on community forum now. So do we have Mr. Platzer or do we not have Mr. Platzer?
Okay. Chris Platzer, go ahead, please.
Well, while we're waiting for Mr. Platzer to try to reconnect, we'll move on to the in-person second community forum speakers. We have Mr. Brecky, I believe.
Yes, Robert. Excuse me. Mr. Brecky, Mr. Kensutsu, and Adams left, I guess. Mr. Haldane, you already spoke in the first community forum, and per our protocol, you can only speak in one of our...
You're the last of the Mohegans, Mr. Brecky.
So
go
you're
ahead.
the last one. Mr. Brecky?
No one's here.
We are.
No, you're not even here. Well, can I wait till I'll wait till the council members are here. At no point talking to, are they backstage?
No, they can hear in the back.
Backstage.
Oh, they can, okay.
Oh, yes.
They had to go potty break.
Okay.
Nature call.
So, I just want to emphasize that it's so important to have community buy-in on anything we do in the city. And it only can happen if there's a community process. And Gillian, you were at the Southern Land, great, you presented there. And like a council member Ariola said earlier, you know, that effort was made, and kudos to you that you were there. But the city, the council, has to include the public as part of the process. And it is important because it's not only that the council, the community, and we all learn from each other and from the staff. I mean, as an example, you have approved basically giving, it was $1 that we gave North Mare Island, 680 acres. They've made lots and lots of money. You said, Councilmember Brown, that Foster Hicks' greatest regret, October 22nd, 2019, you said his greatest regret was he only got $1 for the island. And I talked to Foster Hicks on Monday, and he still feels badly about that. And you said back on October 22nd, 2019, to your credit, you want jobs. Mr. Zayas, who was in the audience earlier, did participate in a process that was flawed. Not to not to any of you, any of your faults, but it's process, process, process. And if you engage the community and really give them a voice, you can learn lessons and you can do a better job for everyone. And for that contract that the Will Marat and Slater Matsky worked out, you would have gotten $3 million just for the lease of the property, not for the sale of the property. They would have paid the terms completely reversed, and they reversed by Nyhoff.
All right, Mr. Brecky, thank you very much.
We're complicit in that.
All right, time's up. Mr. Haldane, I see you here. But you spoke at Community Forum number 1, and then by the ordinances, you are not permitted to speak at number 2. Yeah. And otherwise, we'd be violating our own ordinances, and I'm sure you wouldn't want us to do that.
You directed the attorney to report on not attending and agenda and sending community forum last meeting.
We asked for that, and I believe it's going to be reported on at a future meeting, if I'm not mistaken, Ms. Nebb. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor, to the extent that we can provide to the council an update, we will provide that to the council.
Thank you. I understand that. And there are legal restrictions on what we can and cannot release, and it's not an easy answer. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the community forum, so we will move on to report of presiding officers. Does anybody else have anything?
Mr. Mayor, we still have virtual speakers.
Oh, did we finally find Mr. Platzer? All right, Chris. Go ahead.
Chris, go ahead. Ann Carr, go ahead, please.
Hi, it's Ann Carr. Can you hear me? Please confirm.
Yes, Ann. Did you speak at the first forum community or not?
No, I did not. No, I did not.
Okay.
So I have 3 items, and I know it's late. Number 1 is I was not able to get on to Zoom during the special session, and then Zoom was very intermittent during the meeting. And my point with this is that we need to have some sort of access point for when we're having online problems connecting to the city. Because right now, if there are problems during the meeting, you're just completely SOL and you can't do anything. You can't call anyone. So we need some point of access when there are technical problems during a city council meeting for online streaming and Zoom. Number 2, it's really unclear to me what we're doing on the police station process. We've got the interactive map where you can suggest points and blah, blah. It's not clear to me whether or not the city is supposed to assume that a new location is going to be chosen on April 2nd. It'd be really good to have some clarity to that process and whether or not the community suggestions are going to be taken seriously and explored. And oh, by the way, the community does not have the resources to go into titles and I don't know what the level of detail and research that a city staffer would have. Number 3, there was a report this week or some online reporting that the city council is making decisions about a new city manager position, potentially naming Mr. Malone as the permanent city manager. If that's the case, I'm very alarmed. And this is not to take away from Mr. Malone's role in the water department or even to a certain extent his role as an interim manager, but I worry that we are setting ourselves up with some reckless spending. We're heading towards bankruptcy. I think his managerial instincts exacerbate community tensions. You can see that with what happened on Mare Island Way. And also the stop and frisk policy that was instituted, I think is a complete overreaction. Really, I encourage the council to get serious at looking at a transition team that specializes in cities that need a turnaround. We need some very different management going on here, and our current department heads really are not up to the task, and plus they have too much work to do. I could go on, but basically I would say if it's a matter, and I don't know if it's the case of him threatening to walk unless he gets a raise, but if that is the case, that would be extortion.
All right, thank you, Ms. Carr. The chair will respond that if and when a city manager is to be named, it will be in an open hearing, and all of those concerns can properly be raised at that time. And secondly, with respect to the difficulty the public has expressed from several speakers about gaining access virtually, it does look like the state of California will authorize hybrid virtual meetings. And given that that will be the state requirement, I do believe we're going to have to give some extra thought to how to provide for somebody to call in if they can't push *9 or *6 or whatever they're supposed to do on their device, because it's just not working. And we do need to step up our game in that area, because the state's going to be mandating it. And we don't want to be accused of denying somebody their First Amendment rights of redressing grievances to government. So if the senior management team could take a look at what could be done in that area and report back to us, I think we better do that. Any other comments, Councilmember Meisner?
Yeah, I have a comment. I don't know if we can determine it, but sometimes the system, it could be somebody else's VPN or, or their connection, their wireless. I mean, I have problems with Zoom. I use Zoom all the time for work, and, sometimes it just dumps me. And so I don't know if there's any way because we can't control the recipient's connection at all. But I would, I know that it's, and we can't even know, we don't know what devices they're using. If you're using an iPad, if you're using a phone, if you're using a whatever. So I don't want us to get too deep into making promises that we can't provide. So thank you. With that in mind.
Yeah, you're quite right, and that's why we want some report and feedback from staff who do know what they're doing in this area. I don't. Councilmember Ariola.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just recently found out that I'd like to give a shout out to Dr. Lisa Norton, the Dean of Touro. She secured a $614,000 and change grant through the Sierra Health Foundation to elevate youth, called PATHS, which is Pathway for Achievement of Total Health in Students, in partnership with Kaiser. So it's a great mentoring program that she's doing at Vallejo High School.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, sorry if I could bother you for a second. We still have community forum speakers waiting to speak.
I didn't realize that. My apologies to them. Councilmember Ariola, if you would conclude your comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I wanted to give a shout out to Dr. Lisa Norton for that. I attended up in Sacramento what date was that? Did I go up there? On the 15th. The California Business Policy Summit that was hosted by the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce, and it was very insightful. It was about small businesses and how to generate more money. We talked about legislation for these small businesses, and so they had a really good, it was a great day, all-day thing. And then in April, on the 16th of April, I will host my second town hall meeting. We'll be discussing ARPA. I'll be in East Vallejo at the Journey Church. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will return to community forum. We have 2 more speakers?
Actually, we have 4 speakers at this point.
4 speakers, okay, well, let's call them in order.
Brad Beltane, go ahead, please.
Hi, I recently read that one of the officers involved in badge bending, I guess and I would want to point out that that's the ritual celebration of shooting members of the community. is on the internal affairs part of internal affairs and is heading the department's efforts to reform the use of force policy. I can't imagine. I have a difficult time imagining anything more inappropriate. I'd also like to touch on, and I believe this was touched on by other speakers earlier, the city is once again doing sweeps of homeless encampments, which is a use of city resources to punish those most who are most vulnerable, puts them at greater risk, puts the community at greater risk. It's just a moral outrage. And in addition to that, I've seen that some of the encampments on private land have been targeted, and that their owners have been threatened with fees that would go up to as much as $800 per day. If under state law you can charge people $800 a day for inappropriate behavior, then use the existing taxes on or fees on vacancy to just address the problem of homelessness in the city. I mean, if you can charge $800 a day, you can end homelessness by making it financially impossible to keep units empty for financial gain. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we move on to our next speaker, please?
Philip Wilson, go ahead, please.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to impress on council. I think somebody said it earlier, but I wasn't 100% sure. To see if they could, be sure to follow up with the city attorney and city manager and make sure that we're getting to the root of what we can see from the badge bending report, since it was promised at the previous meeting. And we didn't have any mention of it at all, except for within the community forums during this meeting. But making sure that that's a priority, getting that information out there, especially, like I said earlier, with the department, riding on this accountability and transparency, and that being their, huge motive of change. And we're just not really seeing tons of transparency or accountability, except for in certain areas where they're choosing to be transparent and accountable. And that's just not necessarily how transparency and accountability works. So that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I'll look forward to hearing about it to the extent the law will permit us to do so. And another speaker?
Calvin Harrell, go ahead, please.
Good morning, Calvin. You awake? Okay. We'll try number 4 and come back to Mr. Calvin.
Chris Platzer, go ahead, please.
Mr. Platzer, we finally here for you.
You said your name 20 times. I had to say it.
Mr. Platzer, are you here?
Looks like neither of them are unmuting themselves.
Okay, but they're still connected?
They dozed off.
Yes, they are.
Probably. Mr. Harrell, are you there? Mr. Platzer, are you there? Going once?
Wake up.
Going twice? Going 3 times? That will conclude Community Forum, and we are adjourned at 2:11 a.m. Oops, we're not adjourned. Councilmember Meester.
I didn't do my report out. So just one thing, I'll just be quick. So the Myra Theater is graciously hosting one of the events to talk about the location of the police department. It's this Sunday, Myra Theater, 51 Daniels Avenue at 3 p.m. And I thank the president of the Myra for agreeing to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from anybody? We haven't gotten a hold of Mr. Harrell or Mr. Platzer, right?
Beautify Vallejo this weekend, Saturday.
Say that again?
Beautify Vallejo. So there'll be cleanup events 9 a.m. and they're check the website and you'll see where you can help out and clean up.
Okay, thank you. No further comments. We are adjourned at 2:12 a.m. Thank you.